Hello and welcome everyone to the last day of the regular season of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car, and it's going to be an awesome day as we'll finish up Group A in the last day of Week 10. Joining me today are Jake, Spawn, Tiberi, and Indiana Frost, Guru, and Black. LPL regular season, it's finally coming to an end. Sad to see the end, but playoffs right around the corner. It's going to be a fun day.
Certainly should be. I mean, Group A has always been this group that we thought was going to be pretty much dominated by QG and LGD as the split started. But Team WE Snake, they've shown that they still are good teams within the LPL. And it's actually closer towards the top than I think a lot of people actually realize at this stage. Only one game separates all QG, Snake, and WE at the moment. LGD, they're chilling out in fourth. They're pretty happy. They've won 6 best-of-3s in a row. And, you know, it's a team that, even though they're fourth in Group A, the weaker group, if you want to play LGD right now, I'm going to call you suicidal, because that is a team that you just do not want to run into.
No, and the really cool thing is kind of the different metas that have evolved in Group A and Group B. Group A, much more kind of, I'm going to call them almost the smarter group, if you will. Of course, EDG are really picking it up on the back half, but we're having a lot more lane swaps, even different or similar champion picks in Group A versus Group B. I feel like Group B is kind of like that scrappy 5v5 fighting team group, and then Group A is kind of like the more slow pace, analytical, macro-based teams.
I don't know, did you see LGD's early weeks of the split?
Okay, there's always going to be an outlier. Like, obviously, you got QG at the top. Like, Snake, Team WE, EPA, Masters 3.
And I think it's been interesting to see just the group sort of break out in general. Let's talk a bit more about Group A, sort of as the season's broken out. We saw QG dominating all game long. I believe they will lock first place, still moving into playoffs. So, you know, a bit of pride to play for, but maybe not too much else after that. But the rest of the groups, everyone's sort of grown up. I mean, it's a long season. You play a lot of games. It makes sense that now that we've gotten to the end of the group, we've actually started to separate.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that QG, they will look at their season as like a success up until about Week 8 and then a failure from then on, because they just haven't played the same brand of League of Legends that we were so used to seeing. Like whether it was Pekka or Uzi, they were dominating across the board. Doinby stepping up to be one of the best mid laners in the LPL. Now he's gone. Borosal is subbing in. I don't know whether he'll be playing tonight. Swift had got rid of all the sloppy League of Legends that he had like shown across summer last year. He was finally playing like classy League of Legends. Went up against Spirit at IEM, seemed to have brought home some of Spirit's playoff power as well. And then last couple of weeks, it's just all fallen apart for this team. Like, I don't know what it is. V is the one that I still like. I just believe in V. That is my last calling card for this whole QG lineup. Like, V, never change, buddy, because last year I wasn't saying many good things about you. This year, you're the last guy I got left.
And the really unfortunate thing is also the fact that Swift and Moore have having such swinging performances. So you'll still get, like you said, that really classy League of Legends from Swift, but it's on such a different consistency now. Like either he'll play great, he's on point, or him and Moore will just completely fumble. And without Doinby in the mid lane to really center it alongside V, Borosal, it's just not as clean as it could be.
Well, here are the standings as they are for the start of the day. QG still on top, 11-4, 10-5 there for Snake in second, WE at 9-6, and LGD there at 7-8. Those top 4 teams are locked in. And of course, the bottom of the standings, 3-12 there for those two. Here's how the standings finished yesterday, though. Royal on top, 13-3. EDG couldn't quite finish first this time, 12-4. They'll take second, moving into playoffs. VG sneaking in, though, 8-8 at third. And IG making it, kicking out OMG as 3 teams tied in Group B at 8-8, because Group B.
What a Group B that was. But unfortunately, Happy Youth Gaming, worst season ever in LPL history. Wasn't great for them, but they get another shot during the promotion relegation, Sony.
Borosal.
Well, here's our matchup. Swaddle versus QG to kick things off, and that is Borosal, and actually Uzi hanging out in at least that photo for the first matches. We do have 3 best-of-3s today, of course. Snake will take on a very informed-looking LGD, which could be a scary way to end the season, despite the fact that both these teams have locked their playoff spots in already. We are going to kick things off. We're going to end things at the bottom of the table, but still important potentially for seeding, moving into promo relegation. EPA versus M3. Might get to see some of the strengths of these teams. We've had great moments from all the teams in the LPL this split.
It's funny, we've kind of talked about some teams faltering a little bit at the very end, namely QG, but a lot of teams have also picked it up and, like you said, have grown up over the course of the split. And it's really been EPA and LGD in particular. EPA has looked great on the back half of their split. If they had only started with a power like Soul in that supports position, they might not be in the position that they are now.
Yeah, and it's so, I guess, harsh for Jay-Z to be like, sorry, buddy, like you were one of the superstars of the team, but Soul is just a better player than you, because Soul, we're all like, what are you doing? Like, getting rid of Jetzo is such a bold move that far into the season, but so dominated when he came onto the lineup. And I really think that that is like one of the braver calls we've seen, but also one of the smarter calls from that lineup.
Yeah, and also bringing back Crisis, their original LSPL jungler, and no longer rotating between there. It's really been Soul and Crisis getting together and making a late game surge for that team, but unfortunately not able to qualify for playoffs, but still certainly much to play for going into the promotion
Form is definitely very important coming into both playoffs and Pro Morel for these teams, so they have a lot to think about still because the postseason is going to be very quickly and swiftly around the corner. Let's have a little bit of a chat about the rest of Group A, though, because my favorite team to talk about. Group A has been very up and down. We've seen QG have started faltering at the end. LGD have had one roller coaster of a season. Let's talk about Snake. Because as far as roller coasters go, Snake may have the most interesting.
I abstain from this conversation. I have a very harsh take on Snake, so I'm going to let Frost kick this one off, and yeah, you can go from here.
Okay, here's my take on Snake Esports, and Jake, you can tell me if you agree or not. Snake has this reputation that they're the lane swap team or like the really smart team in the LPL, and frankly, I have this belief that yes, Snake lane swap a lot, but that doesn't dictate that they're actually very good at it. And I actually think it's a very inconsistent lane swap that we get out of Snake. And their issues are Snake and Page, or Jake and Page Time always talk about this like 4th or 5th move rotation from Snake, and that's what really, or 4th, 5th rotation from a lane swap, and that's what really matters. And Snake, they kind of do this thing where they hide into Fog of War, and then they'll randomly try to gank a lane, and it either goes miraculously well or it bites them in the ass big time, and it puts Flandre in a hole, and he has to kind of dig himself out of it. But what I don't understand is Flandre's like their key player, so why don't they just give him the standard 1v1?
So I have a further problem than that. So Snake used to do this thing where they lane swap very well, and then they would lane swap the first time, like when Deficio was like they're a great lane swapping team. They would lane swap, then they would go back to standard lanes. But what they would have done is they would have warded the turret, or their jungler will dip through the enemy jungle, drop the lane ward, and Flandre would make these great teleport plays. That's why his Rumble was so good, Morgana was so good, because these mages that don't need items, they would get their ultimates in these lane swap situations and make aggressive plays. What's gone for me is not the ability to lane swap, it's the ability to make aggressive plays. Snake are the quintessential, get to 15 minutes, have somewhat of a lead, jockey for position, stall the game for 40 minutes, win one team fight, win the game. And you know what? That is fantastic when you're playing against teams that are worse than you, and Snake are a terrific skirmish/team fighting team, especially now that Tank is starting to pick it back up. Gone are the days where they can't team fight with Tank. His Lissandra is fantastic. Twisted Fate is showing that he is a good player now. But the problem is that if they ever do that against LGD, EDG, RNG, these teams are all better team fighting teams than you, and they will destroy you.
Well, they'll be playing later, but let's have a look at our first match here. Waterloo are our first team we'll have a look at here. Team we didn't get to talk about yet, but we'll go through it now. 957, Condi, Shie, Mystic, and Zero are their starting 5.
Honestly, the team to watch going into the playoffs for me is Team WE. I really like 957. Proskurian's got a grin on her face. She thinks he's overrated. I think that as far as Echo Poppy players, like, he's just such a linchpin for this team.
This is my thing about 957. He has the potential to be great, but most of the time he's just good. And unfortunately, he's in a league that's stacked with so much elite and amazing top lane talent.
Well, Condi in the jungle has been probably pretty similar. Shie also, in fact, I think Waterloo can generally be described this season as good but not great.
Well, they're good, can be great, but they're never amazing.
Well, we'll have to see if they can start pushing up because playoffs are important for this team. Mystic, though, the one player that's been definitely putting the carry in hard carry recently. When he goes off, the team does really well, and he's got a great teammate now on that bottom side, Zero, whose support has been looking phenomenal all season long.
This is certainly like the linchpin for sure all the time on this team. Zero is a massive playmaker.
So you say like good to great, never amazing. I would caveat that with the one person that has been amazing this split is Zero. I think that as far as Korean players, Zero is often overlooked. He's been in China for so long now, but he is phenomenal at what he does.
No, 100% agree.
Tied with Insec, I believe, for longest Korean player in the Chinese league. I think Insec was the first, but Zero was the second, from memory. They definitely came at a similar time because they, of course, used to play on the same team.
No, you're right. Mickey and Lyra left.
Yeah.
That's deep.
Yeah.
Not even I remembered that. Let's have a look at Xiaogu, though. A team that's definitely been up and down all season long. A meteoric rise and quite possibly a spectacular crash. But they are into playoffs. They've locked that first slot, as we have thought. But V, Swift, Mortrude, Uzi, and more. So another mid laner.
Oh my goodness, I haven't seen this guy in so long. He must have been hanging out in the LSPL for years.
Well, we'll start on the top side. Here's V. Lots of Poppy, bit of Queen, bit of Rammus. This guy's been a beast.
He is like, as far as QG goes, he is like
the workhorse.
He is everything to the team right now. The teleport plays, the ability to lane swap, everything revolves around V.
Thing about Swift is we talked about he has his extreme highs and he also has his extreme
that
lows.
Kha'Zix game, extreme low, go check it out. Not a good performance from the van.
Okay, Mortred, haven't seen this guy in a hot minute. Used to play in the LPL, disappeared. I'm assuming he's been sitting around in the LSPL. Things to watch out for back then was a pocket pick Orianna and Morgana. Obviously that champion pool probably changed a bit, but control mage.
Well, Uzi is back, so we'll see how he does in the lineup because Pekko's been playing the last few games, but QG have definitely been a team that seem to have some late season roster struggles, which is always a worry moving into playoffs. Moore, though, is going to round up the lineup there in support. Moore's such a weird player to me because I feel like he feeds off the energy of the rest of his team. When his team's playing well, Moore actually plays really well, but when it falls apart, Moore's like the first one to just tank it, and it's all gone.
No, yep. There was actually an article that was titled "Why Moore Dies More," and it's effectively this idea that he is a massive playmaker. And the thing is, if he has the gold because his team's ahead, he's very well in a position to jump in and make those plays. But if he doesn't get that gold, he'll still try to jump in and make the plays, but it'll just blow up.
Well, let's have a quick look at QG's stats for the season here. You can see their rankings on the left and different stats are in the middle on there. Numbers and percentages over on the right-hand side. Not looking too bad as far as overall stats, but I feel like at some point in the season, these numbers would have been a lot more attractive.
Especially the team KDA. There was a time when it was the QG KDA rankings. They had 280 carries in the top 10 in number one position pretty much. So that is something that you definitely have to look out for. KDA doesn't sell at all. What I wanted to speak about was actually, I think they've made a good move bringing Uzi back in the lineup. I was a big fan of Uzi. And then I thought, talking about the man, here he is. This is why I was a big fan of him. Because in a Sivir meta, where he is one of the best Sivir players and the only Vayne player left, it just makes so much sense to play Uzi to me right now.
And I really just want to underline this idea. Vayne counters Sivir. I feel like some people have forgotten that. Like, Vayne hasn't shown her face back, but she is still a very viable counter to that champion in a 2v2.
You know who never forgets?
Uzi?
Uzi never ever forgets that Vayne is a champion you can play. Those numbers are ridiculous just looking through them there. Uzi, always been a great player. Hasn't played all season long, so maybe a little bit of inflation on the stats there, but by the numbers, the man's a beast.
And the other reason I love Uzi is Uzi and Imp are kind of the two players that you can't play Ezreal into. And obviously Mystic is a huge Ezreal player coming into this game. The reason that I bring those two to mind is because generally when you lane, you either win or lose a lane by about level 5 or 6, like when you get the ultimates. Uzi has always been someone that the pressure doesn't stop there. He stays in laning phase for a heck of a long time, 1.5 items generally, and continues to try and pressure. And that's when the Ezreal goes into the trough. So against Uzi, you generally have to move your control mage or assassin into a side lane very, very early, because otherwise if you're sitting on tier, you're sitting on Iceborne Gauntlet, Uzi's going to look to run over the top of your AD carry.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here in draft because QG, again, have been mixing it up a lot towards the latter end of the season. Doinby seems like he hasn't been able to play due to some personal reasons. He was a big player for the team, so having him off the team, I think, has hurt them a lot. But we are going to start off with...
Let's call a spade a spade. Doinby, when he was playing well, was the mid laner in the LPL along with Rookie.
Yep.
Like, those two players were masters in their class. The fact that Doinby is not playing on this roster, that Swift does no longer have his best friend on Summoner Rift, is horrible news for QG.
Especially for QG fans. Like, I 100% agree. It's going to be really hard to fill Doinby's shoes with even like taking Rookie. You'd have to take Rookie off IG and slate him into QG and be like, okay, that's probably even.
And then try and figure out how to get him in ready in time for playoffs, which is maybe a hard ask. But the Vans almost done here. Nidalee and Alistar, the Vans for WE. QG have gone with Azir and Varus. So two mid lane bans, basically. Shea has been playing a lot of Azir recently. Interesting to see them take away the common counter pick as well, denying that one off him.
Yeah, I find that curious.
I don't. They've got a mid laner that's never played in the LP, like is played
no, but I mean,
2 years ago.
Banning both Azir and Varus.
I just think get rid of another Shea champion because Shea is someone that aggression seems to be the name of the game.
The Nautilus ban coming in.
Well, he was like known for his Diana, like known for his assassin picks as well. I honestly think that you have to hide Mortred's pick for as long as possible in this draft.
Well, they've got red side. They've got not 3 mid lane bans. Graves actually banned by WE, and Kindred was the answer there for Xiaogu. So effectively 3 junglers banned away. We'll see what WE want to take first.
I do like the priority here that since Nidalee was banned, that Kindred must be the follow-up ban so no one's outclassed completely in the jungle, but that does leave open the insta-lock from Echo, which I expect 957 will pull the trigger on. That champion's just ridiculous.
See, I like Echo at the moment, but because of how well QG teamfight, I also like Poppy against them. They are going to go with the Echo just because, like, as I said, Echo is better in a 5v5, but Poppy can make it a 4v5. So it's kind of that difference in mentality. We'll see if the Echo does pay off.
That said, it will probably leave open Swift to determine what kind of jungle matchup he goes to. So we saw him hover the Gragas, and I actually expect it will be the Gragas lock-in.
Oh, I just saw a flash of a Jhin.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like that lane dominance with Uzi.
Beast.
I don't know if you could get a better champion for the man.
Well, we'll see if they decide it, because Moore is going to take Braum once again. I think he's had a pretty obscene amount of plays on the champion, like a lot of LPL supports this season. And there is a Gragas there from Swift, kind of going down the totem pole of junglers. Gragas feels like the one that sits under these three that we've already seen banned.
But what's scary about the Gragas, especially for Swift, is it's actually one of those champions where he'll either play like a genius or it's just awful. He'll go way too deep and he'll just immediately get blown up. But if it works because his team follows him, looks gorgeous.
I mean, look, Swift made me a believer in Kha'Zix and Champ Select and then quickly dashed that
The hot
within
and
3
cold
minutes of the
it
game.
is
It
punishing.
doesn't really matter what he's playing, but I think it is, yeah, definitely just his personal style has been very hit or miss.
It does matter what this man's playing, though. Condi did hover his Lee Sin. I would love to see him lock it in, but now on the Elise, Condi's Lee Sin is incredible.
Well, he's not bad either. We'll see what he wants to select, though, because it looks like he's not going to go to his trademark pick this game, at least. Trundle and Elise actually are the lock-in. Zero, one of the men that's still really sticking on support Trundle.
Yeah, and you know, I think the reason for it is that Mystic needs disengage. Trundle Ezreal is probably the only lane that can get you away from something like a Braum, so we'll see if that is what they go towards. They've shown so much preference towards that bottom lane time and time again.
Well, you also have two tanks already set up for the QG Reapers here, Gragas and Braum. Obviously, Trundle's not going to hurt there and shredding down a lot of that armor.
I like it. Let's see what Chug you want to take, though, because some pretty clear picks open here. I saw the Jhin hover. I'm not sure we're going to get it this time around, which...
I like Uzi's fan.
I honestly, like, Uzi's demeanor at the moment is much improved. Like, go get a picture of Uzi from 2014 Worlds and how demoralized he was, and now have a look at how he sits in his chair. As far as, like, he was a young kid, like, and that's why I never really held a grudge against Uzi. Like, you expect people to be emotional in huge matches like that, but he is much improved, and from all reports of what we heard, like, a fantastic team member now for the QG Reapers as well.
And there's Lucian. He's going to take his, honestly, signature champion, I think. Maybe up there with his Vayne. And Poppy there for V in the top side as well. Makes sense given the way the draft's gone out. But Mystic, never wanted to shy away from Ezreal pick. But he is allowed to play Ezreal. I'm not sure he wants to do it into Uzi, though.
Yeah, I think that's rough.
I'm looking at Lissandra hover now. Normally, she has Lissandra banned against him.
Good champion. There aren't that many Lissandra players left in the LPL, but both Shia and Easyhoon come to mind as players that still make their champion do wonderful things. Tank as well,
Who?
definitely on
Tank.
Snake.
Yeah.
Tank's
Tank's the
really
Lissandra
good.
player.
Well,
He's weird about how he plays it, though,
Yeah.
playing it in the jungle and with Fog of War, as opposed to in just a straight laning dynamic.
don't lane. Just put your face in it.
He's a very interesting player.
He started to grow on me a lot, Tank.
I liked him when I saw him in Kespa Cup.
I like that Tank can, Snake can only have oddball mid laners. Have you noticed this?
Yes.
They had, Azir, Xerath player only, and then you, who's just a special man,
Well,
and then now Tank.
You know, Shie fairly is also kind of an oddball mid laner.
He is.
Came out with the Diana double TP meta, big assassin player, big Ahri, Diana. Starting to branch out more to control mages, and he's now kind of a staple for Team WE and a lot of the success that they have moving forward.
Definitely a rising star, and he does take the Lissandra into mid lane. Got teleport hovered right now as well, so have to expect that's what he'll be taking. And there's Corki actually there for Mortrid, so
Control
his first
mage player.
LPL game in a while. Yeah, basically a control mage.
Yeah, it's basically
You control
a
them by
mage.
killing them.
I honestly think that Corki is being figured out. However, I don't think that Corki is as dominant as once was. Of course, a couple of taps, but also just how you play around a Corki, especially that package. You just fight in the time when it's not available. And we'll see whether they're able to force, because that is so much control on WE's lineup. Like Blue Ezreal, Echo, Lissandra, Trundle Pillars. There is just so much disengage and re-engage available that if Swift doesn't land this perfect cast, they're in big trouble.
That said, you always have to go and look at Uzi when he gets his hands on Lucian. You know, sitting in that chair, I'm going to be the hard carry. We've got the next rotating mid laner. It's fine. I'll carry.
Well, he's going to have to this game, given QG's recent results. But you can see the lineups there on your screen.
And the other big thing is the fact that Mystic will have to sack a lot of his lane presence, at least after the initial back, and Uzi's just going to run away with that if given the chance.
Well, I imagine there could be a lane swap in position, but we'll find out soon. The coaches are going to shake hands. We'll get ourselves on to Summoner's Rift for game number 1. And we're on to the Rift for our first game between these two teams. Our first best of 3 of the last day of Week 10 of the LPL. Very sad to see the regular season ending, but all good things must come to an end. And thankfully, playoffs are right around the corner, but still a few slots and results to sort out here as we'll go through the rest of Group A and the rest of our matches today. Xiaogu, I think locked for first, but still lots of proof here. More than anything else in WE, they can actually still make some room here.
And that's kind of the cool thing of the split as a whole, is it came down literally to the last day for teams to move into their playoff positions. And Team WE, no stranger to that. They're still kind of competing with Snake on where they're going to end up.
Well, you can see the teams just fanning out right now. Looks like nothing too crazy is happening. Pretty neutral vision plays by both the teams.
So Fervor's been picked up from Uzi. We want to see it a lot at the moment on Lucians. The double tap works so well with the passive and does a lot of damage. So I like the pickup, but I want to see whether he also adopts a kind of Name special, going for double lifesteal, as opposed to going for an Infinity Edge in your build. Get your Bloodthirster, go into your Merc Scimitar.
Like, there's no reason to have Warlords at that point because you don't need to compensate for the lifesteal.
Exactly. So we'll see whether that is something he goes for. Uzi is a very greedy shopper. Name is very smart with his gold. Uzi just picks up crit whenever he can and hopes that he shoots you in the head with it. So we'll see if the difference between the two AD carries is there still.
And this is a good start. We're actually going to get a 2v2 here by the looks of things. Both duos will start a camp, and 957 is going to give Condi a hand over on the Gromp. But we are going to have standard lanes, which is always a treat to watch when Uzi's in a game. But expect attention down the bottom lane. That man draws a whole lot of jungle pressure.
I feel like that's so brave, though, from Team WE. Not that Mystic and Zero are terrible laners, but you're literally facing across from probably one of the best laners in the world.
Well, you're like the best laner of all time, really. As far as AD carries go, I don't know if anyone really does compete with how he controls the laning phase.
No, I agree. Even Wei Xiao wasn't this good in the laning phase as Uzi is.
Well, we'll see how it works out, because level 2 hit already pretty safely for both of the duo lanes there in the bottom side. Mid lane, though, Xie just hanging out.
If you're new to the stream, whenever I mention someone being good at something, I'm not comparing them to Faker. He transcends people, so stop staring at me.
He's also not an AD carry. Although he probably could be if he wanted to, yeah. So it's on the blue buff, though. Both junglers are actually trending towards the bottom side, so I mentioned it already. Uzi does draw jungle attention. We'll see just how much today. Although it does seem like Zero and Mystic having a fine time for the most part.
I feel like any side that Uzi's on, the Rift Scuttler just becomes that much more important.
Need that vision.
Need that protection. This guy's always pushed forward. And speaking of which, Condi will actually get underneath.
Not a bad position, but ambitious perhaps on this gank.
So here we go.
Zero going to try and make it happen. Dash through the pillar.
So this is actually really smart. Condi's sticking around.
Burns the cooldown.
But they're like kind of just seeing if Swift is there. They're fishing for some information on the jungler.
Well, they get it because they have spotted them both. More actually puts a ward down as well. So a bit more safety as Zero is going to go aggressive, but going to get stunned up. Good trade there. Mystic just can't quite fire enough bullets into the back of Maw.
And quickly touching back on Swift as he's actually walking down here. Look at the vision. So we have control of the Rift Scuttler as well as a ward cheekily on the back half of the Dragon Pit.
Oh, Trundle's so good in 2v2s, but Mystic actually about to eat a stun. Does eat one after the shift. And Zero just can't quite win the trades. Maw actually got quite low.
But that's a 3 health pot support that gets chunked out versus the AD carry that only has 1. So you can already see that just the target prioritization that comes out of QG's bottom lane, whilst getting shoved in, this is actually Zero doing a fantastic job of protecting his AD carry. But Uzi was able to hit back in that last trade.
Should be just fine to farm out here. In fact, Maw's going to hold the wave, tank up the creeps for a bit and make sure it doesn't hit the tower. Back in mid lane, though, Xie and Mortrid see how they're doing. Pretty even on farm right now. Expecting pretty much just a farm lane for the early minutes unless there's jungler intervention. And I think I'll say the same thing about top side here as well. Echo is getting some early pressure down. V's a little bit behind in CS currently. But Puppy Echo, once again, much like most top lanes, I'm going to farm it out and be okay.
So quickly touching back to the bottom lane. Okay, here we go. This is the question that I had. We did get the initial back out of Mystic, so he has his tier. And this is typically where Ezreal actually starts losing the lane. It's not straight from level 1. His level 1, that's actually quite potent. It's the back and the lack of battle stats the tier brings. I was curious when Uzi was going to make the call. Typically, Uzi will actually lane for a very long time, and then he'll buy big chunks of items. But since he was shoved in, going ahead and taking the Cole as well as the longsword, so definitely in full control of this lane. And this is when it starts to get scary.
Well, Slat CS lead there. We'll see if that grows as the lane continues. Swift and Shie, though, going to meet. Swift is able to take that ward out, though, and now moves onto the Scuttle Crab at the left-hand side of the map. So control looking good for both junglers here. Actually, that's a catch onto Maw. Cocoon is going to go wide, but he flashes through that pillar. Summon a spell down.
So the deep pink ward actually sees more on his approach, so they collapse on him. Fantastic heads-up play there. Out of zero as well as Condi. Burns a summoner spell, and that means that Maw and Uzi need to just be that little bit more hesitant during the laning phase.
Swift still shadowing top side, though. He's going to recall, actually, in the blue side jungle. We'll see what they get up to, what he's going to buy next. Looks like Tracker's Knives are finished for both, but understandably, Amp Tome there, moving into that Runic Echoes for Gragas, which is nice and standard. V's also finished up that Spectre Scale, and a Hex Drink in mid lane there for Mortrid, so nothing out of the ordinary just yet, but the laning phase has been pretty quiet so far, 6 minutes into this one.
Certainly has slight advantages for WE everywhere, means that they have a 400 gold lead, but nothing really to write home about just yet. And it really will come down to where Swift wants to apply his pressure. You think that Condi would just be happy counter-ganking. They've got a very reactionary comp already with a lot of anti-dive in it. They do have some good engage and catch potential if they want to utilize it that way, but a team composition that's very good at going backwards, you would have to say, with Trundle and Ezreal. And they're more than just happy to continue to scale into this game.
Waterley teleport's ready as well, so we'll see if they want to make a play with them, but I think you're right, probably not under pressure to make any sort of hasty decision.
And kind of elongating on this point, Team WE have kind of made it their MO right now to be a very slow and methodical paced team. They'll often do this thing where it's very old-fashioned Team World Elite, where they'll kick their AD carry out into a side lane, consolidate a lot of farm, but he's okay. Just going to belly bop over the Dragon Edge. Swift being cheeky again, trying to place Deep Vision to protect his bottom lane.
Gets out safely. Is actually going to have to go back, though, because I think he's low on the old mana. Bottom lane pushed in now, though. You can see Uzi starting to get a bit of traction here in this bottom side, but Mystic, seen his Ezreal so many times, and it really just is a timer thing for him. He needs to wait up, power up. We'll see if Waterlit want to make plays with maybe the Lissandra. That's probably the key point to start things off early. Zero and more, though, going to exchange blows. Mystic doing a nice job trying to zone that Lucian off the creep wave, though.
I have a very sneaking suspicion that we're not actually going to see Team WE do much here for probably the next 10 minutes. Again, they're a very methodical, controlled type of team, and it would probably be them reacting to QG making a play.
Yeah, and that's what's so scary right now is that they've got the double teleport. If Swift ever ganks the wrong lanes, say, for example, if he goes bottom lane, they could just be there.
He almost has to go mid or top.
Yeah, he probably has to gank top right now, to be honest, because of how the lane is sitting. You can't really kill Shie now that it's now that he's level 7. That ship's just sailed for QG. So we'll see whether he is, in the end, able to get anything working out. But right now, the only lane that's really winning for QG is that bottom lane still. Mortrid aggressed on.
Yep, good poke there from Shie, who does have the blue buff now. Mortrid, though, going to hold his ground, throw some rockets out. Does lose the trade overall, though, but Hexdrinker didn't pop, so he's pretty safe from any sort of all-in. Swift actually cleans a very deep pink ward placed by WE. Corky going to try and get that blue buff.
And that's a smart pink ward placement from Team WE. Chances are that junglers actually never really check that brush, so good on Swift. Of course, his Raptor sense also popped, so probably gave him a good idea. But see, just like that, they never even walk in that brush.
Minions crashing into mid lane, though. But Mortrid does return with his blue. Actually takes the very safe way around despite putting a ward down, so respecting potential rotations there from WE. And I always like to look at QG's jungler to see just how the tempo of the game's going to go. But Condi's also quite an aggressive player. They've got Elise and Gragas, and no one's really tried too hard to get a big gank down. So I think we're already seeing the junglers set some early tempo here.
They definitely haven't executed on the gank, as Condi was spotted out by some deep vision, and it's because of all the constant vision in this bottom lane, but not for lack of trying. Think of how many times we've seen either jungler in this side of the map. I think this is the 4th time that Condi's been down here, just in the area.
Yeah, they're just more applying pressure as well at this stage of the game. I really do think that Swift is looking for that one cask in a bit of a skirmish as opposed to a gank that will turn the game into QG's favor. They're happy right now just having a small gold lead. Condi, on the other hand, Elise is very good at counter ganking. Can gank when she wants to, but as far as counter ganking junglers goes, is pretty much at the top of that tier list. If you expend any cooldowns before she goes in, she's very, very good at punishing those mistakes.
How greedy will he be, and how patient will Condi be? Nope, he was spotted out by a ward.
Yeah.
Zero also finally gives it up. He's like, I need to slap this minion. Because they are trying to let it push in. I think get some sort of a freeze going. Uzi, though, knows the jungler's gone. He's going to now break it down and push that in towards the bottom side. So it's the little things that add up here. You can see Uzi is very slightly ahead in CS. It's really not much. But he's going to make Mystic fight for it here. Good damage down, actually. Culling also there. Mystic going to get poked out pretty hard.
That's actually a perfect example of Uzi as a player. He'll make you fight and struggle for every single CS.
Not these ones, though, because it's time to go home, but you're right. I do like it. There's Mortrid hanging out with the blue buff and the Sheen now. So a bit more pressure that he can apply onto Xie, who does already have an Abyssal built up. So Xie's probably not too worried about what'll happen next. V's actually pretty low on the turret health there in top lane. Looks like a 957, despite the farm being even, has been pushing in constantly, and with no jungle attention, being able to actually get that tower quite low.
Yeah, and that's all it's been right across the board right now. It's been WE trying to push and QG just absorbing pressure, and they've actually turned it into a couple of CS leads. So that's good news, as Xie gives a bit of a chuckle.
You know, welcome to the LPL Mortrid, at least for this season. I like it. Bit of swagger there from Xie. As Swift and Moore are going to group up for this Scuttle Crab. Swift's going to bop it. Doesn't see the ward, though, just to his left. Even though the Raptor Sense procced. 957 and V, they're having a battle. A little low on mana for the Poppy, but 957 looks like he's losing, but he's got the ultimate just in case.
That's actually one of those things where like they just know that they can't do that amount of burst damage. What?
Hello?
As Xie wants to come in looking for a gank. Maybe a little late on the play. He's got some mana. There we go. Flash ulti. Might not be enough to take out V there, but the time wind is in. V's going to have to turn a fight. Grass procs. The first blood goes to 957.
So I was actually talking about V. V was pushed up that far with no mana, which meant he couldn't use his W for movement speed. He can't tackle anyone to get extra distance. He was just way too far overextended. Great teleport play means first blood, and in goes Condi.
Yeah, Condi trying to steal the dragon, but I think it's going to cost him. Condi going to get chunked out again as Uzi will get the first kill. Swift, though, in trouble as he'll get taken out, but Moore flashes forward to try and take it out. Mortrid actually picks up a kill as they're kiting around 957, but Moore, he's trapped in the pit. They're calling procs again, though, as Xie barely able to get the kill. Echo's going to die on the backlines, though. And Uzi with no mana left in his own can't chase.
And this is why we say that Uzi is an elite player, able to get everything out of Lucian's kit there, clean up the back end of the team fight. You know, credit to WE for collapsing also, but that's a 3 for 2. And they grab the dragon.
And this is the thing. It was off of a great play from Team WE in the top lane. Obviously a late response from Xie to make the rotation without the TP available, but lose the dragon. It looked good initially, but then that 1% that Uzi's just going to do Uzi things comes through.
And you can see Caulfield's Warhammer and BF still helping him out there as he's now going to shove out this bottom wave, deny a few more creeps away. Big shot coming up here for the Lucian. He's grown a 20 CS lead now at 2-0-1, massively far ahead of Mystic and Gold. Essence Reaver done already. Might even have a little bit extra on top of it, but not quite yet. Just the dagger.
But we can also look about where this gold was distributed. Yes, Uzi was the primary benefactor for QG, but Echo, 957 in that top lane, he's already proven that he can be a pretty stable force on that champion. Echo very healthy in the current meta. And that opens up a lot of different options and versatility for Team WE, especially in their split push. And that's typically how they actually like to play the game these days.
Well, Mortrid going to keep applying pressure. Does have the package, but doesn't really want to drop it in mid just yet. Phage also picked up, so Trinity Force on the way. Just had the Hex Drinker for a bit of extra lane safety. Iceborne Gauntlet also up for 957 versus Sheen Spectre's Cal there for V. So Mortrid, he's trying to get sneaky, but just going to have to take this farm, I think.
And so many times, like when Corki first came into the meta, people really were figuring out how to play offensively with the package, and teams were very slow on the uptake of how to defensively play against it. So exactly what Mortred was doing just then, like sitting in the side lane. People would overextend for farm. Corki would package on top of you. All of a sudden, you can't run back through it because it has such a potent slow. And this is what's happening more and more now. When Corki's picked up, his package is used to either get farm early in the game or get back to lane because nothing really is happening. It's Condi.
Yeah, finds Swift, who actually face checks. Looks like it'll be all right, though, but Deep Vision denied a little bit. Does get a ward down in the very back end of that brush. But nice little play there from Condi, seeing Swift come in.
And Condi would have easily chased him over the wall, but it was a good rotation from bot lane QG and mid lane QG to collapse down. But Condi looking for more. Yeah,
trying, but calling out from Uzi's going to poke out 0. 2v3. Not this time. Uzi and Mulder continuing to apply that pressure. And Condi, again, he's tried so many times to get some pressure down. We expect people to pay attention to Shagu's bottom lane, particularly when Uzi is playing, but no dice so far. Lucian's only getting stronger from this point.
And that really just comes down to the warding on QG. Again, consistently having pink wards all throughout the river. There's 3 of them currently. They're constantly warding behind that dragon pit. Like, QG, yes, Team WE are also able to just sit back and farm this, but QG are fine to do the exact same thing. No one is in a rush.
And the thing about Uzi, and lots of people were saying, you know, QG are better when they play around their top lane and when they gank for V. V has shown that he is very self-sufficient at the moment, but Uzi has shown that he is equally self-sufficient. He needs wards because people do look to make teleport plays on him. As we have some more aggression in this bottom lane, a little bit of back and forth.
Ooh, more looking for a play, but good pill there from Zero as Zero's going to shift out of the way. Swift actually might even look for a tower dive here. He's going to get spotted by a Mystic shot though, but he's going to zone them off the wave. Mystic is far too low to try and contest here. More is even going to move up. Big Crow goes to Swift, and that's them off the tower.
I feel like we always end up in a scenario like this. Every single time Uzi is in a lane, it just comes down to chips away, finds a CS lead. It's about 20 right now, but eventually so much pressure is exerted that the enemy the jungler just gets behind the tower and he takes the tower for free.
Yeah, but the key to that is that it's actually not Swift. You know, it's not his jungle pressure that's winning the lane. He's warding for Uzi, and then Uzi wins the lane himself, right? Yep. So it's not like you have to play around Uzi. You just need to make sure that you keep the enemy jungler off his back, keep it a 2v2. If they bring their jungler, make sure that you can match the 3v3, and he'll put in the work for you. WE, however, they cross-map them right now. They take top lane and are able to get the Rift Herald at the same time, so nicely done.
Yeah, objectives traded there as QG did get bottom tower, as we saw earlier. So 1-1 currently on turrets. We'll see what World Elite want to do with that newly acquired Rift Herald, though. QG are up about 1,000 gold, but that's not really much to speak about as we get kind of towards that mid-game. Dragon up in a minute 5. Could be something. QG already have 1. We'll see what happens here, as I think people are due for a shop. So I do see a couple recalls coming out.
So the most important thing as we come into this big 5v5, of course, is going to be itemization. But what I'm actually curious about is QG, if they win this big 5v5, then automatically they're going to translate it into some sort of objective, mid-tier tower, probably the next go-to. But if they don't win the 5v5, if it's just kind of Team WE give away the dragon, then where are they going to line up their lane assignments? Are they going to put Uzi in the mid lane alongside Moore as he's actually going down bottom? Or are they going to keep Corki there and have Uzi continue to pressure down bottom? And will they have the safety of the vision to suit that?
Yeah, I think that they just keep the vision, right? He's going for a Phantom Dancer. He definitely wants to try and kill the Ezreal right now. So their vision just needs to be that little extra bit deeper. Keep Swift down there, make sure that they're utilizing the package, which is back available. Oh, Mystic, you're in trouble.
Swift looking for it. Does have the belly bop, I think, but that's going to force a flash out. Swift going to keep chasing, throws the cast, but the Arcane is going to get him out of the way. Pressure is pressure, though. The rest of the people are down here. GA going to try and make a play, but Uzi's going to kite it out. He forced the ult himself. There's 957's here as well, but Uzi's just going to fire there instead. Swift, though, quite low, is going to be taken out by Condi, but Uzi can do the damage if the rest of the team can tank for him. 957 being very tricky, and the choke point's not good news. Condi going to get a kill as 957 ults himself, and there's just too many members of Water Leaders. V's going to get chased down now as well. Uzi tries to get them out of the way, but Mortrid arrives to try and be the cavalry. GA moves himself back in, but he snares them up as he bails. V now going to get taken out by Condi as a nice ulti comes out from Mystic. And Uzi is doing everything he can, but he only gets the 1 kill.
Yeah, so Uzi plays that as close to perfect as he can, but Mortrid is just way too late in his rotation. The teleport used from Shia means that he is there much earlier than the mid laner of QG. They're going to look to see if they can grab a turret or something here for their trouble, but realistically, that's just bad map play out of QG. They're lucky to get anything out of it.
And again, it was kind of QG trying to be a bit proactive, like this is the play that we're making on the map, and Team W just reacting to them beautifully. But here's the replay of this.
Yeah, so in the end, it's Shie that comes down early, ults himself, 957, matches, teleports, and is able to just get the execute there with Condi. And there's just big zone because no one's warding up the brush. Uzi cannot walk into there because they'll just bypass the two tanks who are And, you know, it is Mortra joining the back end of this fight that allows them to try and turn, but there's nothing out of V and nothing out of Mortra from this point forward. Great cocoon, actually, out of Condi. Condi's, like, matured into a very good jungler.
Also have to remember that coming into this fight, the cask was used on an arcane shift from Ezreal, so it was immediately the go button for Team W to say they don't have their primary disengage, and Swift is out of position.
Well played there by WE, but effective trades in the bottom side do pretty much continue the trend of this game. Uzi getting further ahead, but Ward Elite spreading gold around the top half of the map mostly and continuing to look good here. Gold very even, actually, as QG did pick up the second dragon during that replay, so there's a little bit of advantage for them, but 20 minutes in, game still looks very open. And Mortred, his first little roam on the Corki, not so impressive, but he's going to get stronger.
And I like Dragon as an objective for QG, and I honestly don't like Dragon overall. I think that the buff to the numbers actually did add a little bit more power, you know, burning turrets down and things like that, but it's still not the best objective to prioritize unless you're a heavy team fighting team at around the 30-minute mark. And that's what QG still is, right? They still want to get you to the team fights and be able to beat you there. So it is a pretty smart objective for this team to go for. EDG, they have an prioritization on Dragon because they don't really use it for anything. They're more of a pull you apart and jockey for position around the map. But for a team like QG that really does just want to get in there and brawl still, I think that Dragon can be useful as the game goes on to create that area. Of course, you're always going to have Baron, but Dragon, especially on the red side of the map, just gives you that open pit to be able to take people into.
No, you're absolutely right. It's the fighting buff versus the pushing buff. And QG, they're a fighting team.
Certainly are, as we'll have a check-in with the items now, 20 minutes in, or 21, excuse me. 2 items done for Shie, that's Zhonya's plus the Abyssal. 2 items from Mystic, probably the most important. CDR boots, Manamune, and the Iceborne Gauntlet all finished up. And even a Rylai's for Condi, actually, going for pretty standard, but a bit more of aggressive AP-style Elise build. Because like the carries on both sides have all their major items building up, and the tanks are building up towards 2, and eventually their 3rd item as well. We kind of saw that last team fight. Wasn't over the Dragon, but it was World Elite with some good positioning that were able to pick it up. I think the trend only continues here, and Uzi still showing is very strong.
Certainly is. He just has absolutely zero respect for Zero.
Yeah. I liked it.
Of course, if anyone knows how to play against Zero, probably would be Uzi.
Probably.
His old support.
Yeah.
Yep.
Must feel good every now and again taking Zero into the bottom lane because they're a very fearsome 2v2. I mean, Zero still is a very good support in the laning phase. But Uzi just saying, look, buddy, like, I know you're good, but most of that lane was me. I just want to remind you.
Well, I feel like Zero's coming to his own as a player, but Uzi is certainly...
Zero's great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm just saying that's what Uzi would be saying to him across the rift. I think it's way too hard to say whether Uzi or Zero is more important for their team right now. In fact, it probably is Zero because I don't know if you put any other support in that position and he does what Zero was able to do, especially during the Worlds run. But, you know, that's reminiscing a little bit too much. 3rd item QSS for Uzi. This is something that will never change. He is the QSS shopper. Buys it at every stage.
He's got to be safe. I mean, Uzi is... right now, he's the team. Again, this was the primary lane that won. They invested so much gold in terms of their vision and also their resources of time to make sure that he won his lane, and now it's just about moving this winning lane around. This was the question that I had. Where would he go next? And it appears it's mid lane.
But, like, you say that, you know, he has to be safe. Uzi and Name, like, I always compare the two because, like, they're very different AD carries. And Name uses QSS if he absolutely has to survive. He'll go and get it. Uzi thinks, okay, am I going to put myself in a position by being over-aggressive and trying to get damage done where I'm going to have to cleanse? Okay, then I need a QSS. And that's pretty much every game, right? When you look across, there's like Shie's ultimate as they're invading onto Swift's side of the jungle right now. Needs to be careful.
Gromp denied. Condi steals it actually with a smite.
They actually don't get anything out of this. Swift is trying to chase. Mystic's in trouble potentially.
Gets tagged. Uzi wants it. He's going to charge in. The culling for some poke isn't bad as Mystic takes a pretty good chunk of damage.
Swift on a little bit of a different wavelength. Probably could have collapsed there. In the end, it's just going to be jockeying for position on the top and mid lane, however. They get the turret in top. Mid yet to be broken.
And Mortred's been hanging out in sidelines for a little while. Does Valk out of the way of 957. But he's applying, some good pressure. He's got a rapid fire cannon, so getting stronger.
And he's going with a Hex Drinker as well. Uzi's build. No lifesteal yet. And we always say this about Lucian. You are a mid-range carry. The Hex Drinker will keep him safe against the burst damage that's going to come out of Xie, but he still needs a way to be able to re-enter the fight, because having 200 health is as good as dead a lot of the time for AD carries, because you can't really re-enter without the threat of dying.
My opinion of Uzi is not necessarily that he's... I mean, his positioning, of course, is going to be superb, but I don't actually think, like, if we're rating, going back to conversation, Name versus Uzi, I think Name is actually better on the positioning. But I think
100%.
Uzi has the far superior target priority. I think Uzi's target priority in team fights is probably the best of any AD carry.
Name is going to hit the nearest safest target.
Yep.
Uzi is going to hit the person that's doing the most damage, whether they're near him or not. He will dive through team fights to have it, which is why I would argue that QSS is a way more gold efficient than on Uzi than it is on Name, because Name is going to keep his spacing between CC very appropriate, whereas Uzi will take a cocoon if it means he gets to kill Mystic.
Yep.
And I think that also distinguishes their build pass. You mentioned it before. Double life still very popular for Name and his Lucian that he's been playing a lot of recently. Uzi, though, wants to put his face in it as much as possible and try and get that key target. So we'll see what happens in this next team fight, because Dragon is back up. QG are ready for one. Mordred's actually got the package queued up.
So that's what I wanted to touch on. Mordred actually left that package in base for such a long time until next Dragon was available, because they want to be able to use it to secure this objective. So we were talking that teams have kind of figured out Corki. The response to that is to just not use the package on cooldown. It's to only go pick it up when you need it.
Yep. So he will have it for this Dragon fight. That said, I still think the most important aspect of this is going to be Swift's positioning with the cask. Because you know that QG, they don't just want to siege the Dragon, they also want to take the team fight.
Well, all ultis, 10 sums are up.
Double teleport behind.
Wow.
We got Elite trying to make a big play. They do have the TPs. Now Poppy's going to join in. The Dragon is low. And that's to back all the way off to the left of screen. He's actually trying to chase down Zero, and he's done a decent job. Uzi in the thick of it, though, as QG are collapsing to try and save him. Xie doing what he can, but a great Poppy ulti's going to reset. Cure at 957. Ulti's pretty much to his death as he flashes, but he's going to get chased out by V. Mordred able to take him out in the back end, and QG, 2 very clean kills.
I will say this about Mordred. He actually played that fight rather well. He zoned off 2 members. The tank line got on top of Uzi. The Hex Drinker did save his life, able to reset position and clean up the back half.
Yeah, and I just love the fact that Uzi demonstrates that perfectly. He dives past the Echo, who's very tanky at this stage of the game, to kill the Lissandra straight away. Just tanks all of Echo's damage. As you said, a Hex Drinker comes up, trumps there, and they grab mid lane turret.
Yeah, grab 2 turrets, I think, actually in the exchange, plus the Dragon that they got before the fight started. Very clean team fight for QG, and they get themselves up almost 4k gold. Mordred honestly making Corki look like an assassin there.
And this is also kind of the difference between these two teams. Of course, we didn't get to see it executed there, but I feel like Team WE, they're the type of team that they'd walk over to the Dragon, they'd take it, and then they would disengage, unless it was the perfect opportunity or fight. QG, they walk over to the Dragon, they just kind of hang there, because like, okay, now we really need to fight you.
But honestly, to WE's credit, like, if you get your really fed Echo as well as your Lissandra onto the enemy AD carry,
You should win.
you think that you've won a team
Yes.
fight. The problem just was is that they did those 2 things. There was a question mark in the middle step, and then everyone else died, and it was because those damage dealers could not join
Yep.
because of Mordred zoning.
Props to Condi, though, picking up the Dragon, so QG didn't
Oh, he
get
did get it.
everything they wanted out of that objective.
He does that all the time.
Sneaky Condi.
He's the ultimate Baron Smite steal.
Well, he's
That
the
was
ultimate
cheeky.
trapped right now, because V's going to try and lock him down. Good repel, though. Does get him out from under the Gragas ulti. So Condi doing work there to steal that Dragon away. Apologies, missed that one initially. So 2-1 currently in the Dragons, but QG, bigger fish to fry straight around the Baron area. Although World Elite do have the Scuttle Crab vision, so not the best objective to start right away, but QG are going to continue forcing fights, especially now that Uzi's gone back for a shot. In fact, both Corki and Lucian close to 3 items. Looks like more for each of them is their next
I
selection.
now understand the no lifesteal. More gives you more attack damage depending on how low health you are. So you don't want lifesteal because that gives you back life, which gets rid of your AD.
Genius.
Nailed it.
Thinking.
He's going to take it with his face anyway. Might as well empower himself.
It's old Ginsu's Rage Blade. That's a power up. Oh, V. Good flank. Can't quite find a line in, though. Mystic does get himself out to safety, but he's getting so much damage in
Pinged
these
out Baron
exchanges.
straight away. V actually goes bottom lane.
Doesn't
Seems
have
to
his
be a
TP.
Miscommunication.
Swift also ganked the Wolves, so not too sure. Looks like they'll just retake some vision around the area, though. Uzi's going to push top lane.
There's little things in League of Legends, right? The reason I chuckle, any other AD carry, they walk up through the top lane, they make sure they're not going to get caught out.
No, he goes all the way through the jungle.
Not only that, he relentlessly pursues over a wall into fog of war. He's like, I can see here, I can't see what's on the other side of the wall. You know how I will be able to see? If I just check it. If there's one person there, I'm going to kill him anyway.
Yeah. I mean, what's he thinking about? Oh, if I meet someone, I might have to fight them. What
I'm
a
walking up
disappointing
top
outcome.
for gold anyway. I might as well also take a kill.
The biggest minion of all is the enemy champions.
And look at that. The CS discrepancy between Uzi and Mystic right now, 331 to 285. He's ahead of the clock. This is classic Uzi. Knows exactly how to consolidate farm in every single lane.
And the other thing, right, it's not like his top laner is sacrificing CS for him. V is also in the lead. There's a 20 CS disadvantage for Mortred, but I'm going to put that down more to a laning phase than anything else. So
he was ahead in the laning phase, too. I think it's just been the most recent.
Yeah, but Uzi is just bodying the Ezreal right now.
And QG lining up for this Baron because they have very strong carries. She's going to hang out in this brush.
Ooh, all right, cool. So Mystic goes for Blade of the Ruined King over LDR. The reason we haven't seen a lot of Blade of the Ruined King, obviously does percentage health, is because Lord Dominic's Regard does pretty much a similar thing, but also gives you the armor penetration. And because there's no real way to lock down this Ezreal in the team fight, I'm going to say that lifesteal isn't as essential on an Ezreal as it is on something like a Lucian. So it's just a little bit curious that he's going for that, even though top lane right now, V is pretty tanky in regards to the armor. And that's going to be the person tanking majority of the Mystic shots.
Do you like the mirror universe there, where Uzi, who needs lifesteal, doesn't have any, and then the non-lifesteal AD carry has it?
Yeah, not really.
I think it just speaks to the styles of the players. But I think I agree with you. I think the builds, if they're reversed, we'd have a few less questions.
It makes sense. Mystic's a very conservative AD carry. Obviously, Bork here will help him reposition, but V
has issues.
I don't think he does.
Maybe not. Poppy ulti, good juke from
now he's got
957.
issues.
I still don't think he does.
Tower keeping him safe. He is Poppy.
Solid steady. All right.
He's dead. He's still alive. Buckler. Grasp, not enough.
You should have picked up your buckler, V. I had faith in you. In the end, they will get a kill, and the turret on the other side of the map, QG, nice cross-map play, will pick up a turret for themselves.
And now Baron.
Potentially. Double teleport's still available. That's why they are able to make that play.
Not that bold, unfortunately. They do take the tier 2, so a fine trade. Orderly, they are going to pick up some gold, which is nice. In fact, she is going to get a bit of pressure down here in the bottom tier 2, but is going to have to make a break for it. Teleport at the ready, though. Void stuff also good. So fight potential certainly there for WE. We do talk about that they like to play a fairly deliberate pace of League of Legends, like to wait for their opportune moment and their items. They kind of have their items now, and we're dragging up in 5 seconds. We'll see if they pick a fight or if they just go for another steal and disengage
So
play.
Uzi goes back and buys an outright Merc Scimitar off a QSS.
That is expensive.
That is very expensive. And now he has the lifesteal to mean that he can be an aggressive AD carry. On the other side of the Summoner's Rift, Mystic has actually gone back and bought their Hex Drinker, so further conservative play. Once again, I just feel like Last Whisper would be a little bit more beneficial. V says the only reason I died was because I didn't have a QSS of my own, so I'll take one of those. Thank you very much.
V loves top lane QSS.
I think top lane QSS is what actually makes a lot of these champions ridiculous. It's single-handedly forced Trundle out of the meta.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is it's also going to narrow the target selection for Lissandra here. Effectively,
Herself. That's her last target available.
I was going to say she is either looking for Mortred or herself.
Yeah.
And no one else is going to be a good target.
Well, the problem is that when you do that, you also have to think not only who can I lock down, it's like, can I survive that lockdown? With Zhonya's potentially, but I'm going to just go out there and say just ult yourself, Xie, and make sure you hit your Ring of Frost.
Hope for the best.
It's kind of the game plan, I think, at this point. QG still holding a solid lead and continue to apply pressure around the Baron area. Waddle just haven't quite found a line in yet, although Xie is going to take his blue buff, but the pressure's mounting in the side lanes as well. And QG, it will not take them too long to start Baron, and they start it.
No response yet.
No
Condi.
jungler.
TWE.
Come on, Condi, get in there.
He knows. He's pinging.
He's done this so many times now. He's given it up.
Very good Baron from QG. Nice and decisive. Steal it out from Underwater Elite almost.
They controlled that area for 5 minutes before even starting up the Baron. And this is the thing. They weren't dancing and pretending they were going to take it. QG set up vision, pressured the blue buff. As soon as the enemy team backed away and they realized that they were going for their shop, they just commit to the Baron. It's a hard commit, and they're able to pick up the buff with absolutely no contest because of how decisive their play was.
I think QG strike me as a hard commit team, so good to see. There's Mystic still getting his farm.
I mean, at this point, Team WE still have the resources and the assets to hold off a Baron, at least. He's
Good ult. 957. Maybe we can get out of this. Flashes out of the way. Easy though. Just continuing to apply pressure. Has a last whisper now as well, so no IE needed, but still doing plenty of damage.
okay. Back to the primary point. They still have the tools that they can stave off a Baron. They'll probably lose at least one tower, but I don't think their base should be broken unless they vastly misplay something or QG get a massive team fight, especially with the double TP as well as the wave clear from Lissandra.
Yeah, especially now that Krager's ultimate isn't available, there's just no way to kick someone out from underneath this turret. So, question V's use of it there. Probably should have been fishing for someone like Condi to pick up.
But continuing though, and this Baron Cannon is doing some work here. Kind of sad to see Moore not defending it with his shield, but does go down. Mystic snipes it with a Q.
But the thing is, right, this is outer turret they should be able to take because Mortrid has the rapid fire cannon and Trinity Force, so he should be able to chunk this out eventually. It's can they actually break the base turrets? It's going to be a 6,000, 7,000 gold lead regardless for QG. WE are kind of resigned for dragging this one out even longer than they would have otherwise planned.
Mortrid takes a pillar, but Uzi dashes forward, takes out the turret. QG with a nice little plate. There's 957 and V are still battling in that top lane, so this is the real push. Can they break this bottom half? Uzi throws out the culling. A couple of fireworks, but not much noise, unfortunately. This is quite the battle. Uzi going to rotate mid, though. Start to apply pressure there.
I think Team WE, again, will be fine here and be able to outlast the Baron. We'll see if QG are patient enough to wait for the next wave. They do have one coming in. Pings are going down.
This is adorable.
The cask is up. That's the big thing.
World Elite don't take the bait, though.
As I said, I honestly think you're looking at Condi for a cast right now.
Oof.
That was sloppy play.
It was.
Shie wasn't in position.
Well, that means QG are going to get this bottom side inhibitor. That should make the retake on the second Baron very easy. And they'll take the inhib down. World Elite just putting up not a fight here. V's actually mid lane. They should be able to break this as well. They do. Swift, though, in trouble. Uzi going to stop firing away, but Swift still alive somehow. Mystic firing away from the backside as 957 locks a few up. But Corki gets himself a double kill. QG going to break the base in 2 spots now.
I say this all the time when I watch Team WE lose a game. I feel like they kind of passively lose games.
Yeah.
They were indecisive between whether they wanted to defend bottom or mid, and they lose both.
Oh, Mortrid actually hits a cocoon, but cleanses it off. They're still fighting down. Going to try and end this game. Nexus turrets are going to fall. This should be the end of the first game, and QG making it look easy today. They're down that bottom side at least.
Mystic
Condi
still does damage.
Still in trouble. Mystic going to try and keep fighting back, but everyone's getting tied up. The Nexus getting awfully low. They're going to try and get some kills on the back half, but Mortrid slaying everybody. And Mystic, he got zoned back to the fountain, and QG will claim the game.
I mean, Mystic put in work on the back half of that fight, but QG, like you said, just made it look easy. It was effectively win lane, win game, and that started in the bot lane.
And once again, WE, a very young team, but I feel like it gets to that point of the game and you're like, if we're going to lose, it's going to be a clean ace, you know, everyone's going to be dead. We're not going to let our Nexus die while 3 of our members are just sitting there trying to chip away at tanks. I really do feel like you need to throw a little bit more of yourself onto the table in that situation, but credit to the 2 AD carry players out of QG there. Mortrid and Uzi had phenomenal games. I think that their positioning in that last team fight especially was great. Able to chunk out the Echo in pretty quick time. That's something that we've always credited Corki for bringing. You know, the mixed damage means that it's so hard to itemize against late game.
And I want to kind of echo on the back half of that statement that the new identity for QG before was that Swift is the primary carry of this team, but with Uzi returning to form and QG really understanding how to play around him, for 100%, Uzi is the carry of this team now.
I mean, even this fight, you can see just how much work he's trying to do. Did have to flash in and get the last kill. Orderly got away with a good trade there. You can see the fans are happy to see Uzi going off. He had such a good game on Lucian. But Mortrid, I'm going to give him some props here. Look at this zone here, and then Uzi just shakes it all off.
But look at this. When you get 2 people directly onto an AD carry, being your top laner and the mid laner, that should be a 1 team fight, especially when he takes the ultimate as well. But QG, props to them, collapsed so well. Uzi's item build that we'd spoken about at length before that saves his life. QSS and Hexdrink are already picked up at that stage of the game. Means he doesn't die, and melee range is able to take him out. Big grin on his face.
I think I would too. As you can see the breakdown here, this is just clean up city here. You can see the power of these two AD carries in this fight.
I feel like we've been so fortunate within the last 2 days, especially of League of Legends, to get to cast such great performances like Deft, like Imp, like Uzi. They're playing phenomenally right now, even Name.
Yeah, it's almost like playoffs are right around the corner because, again, these teams do need to be informed, but I wholeheartedly agree. It's been awesome League of Legends to round out the weekend. That's our first game of what should be another long day of League. That was great.
Yeah, it certainly was. And the thing that I really want to break down here is that if QG, if you're WE and your game plan is let's take QG late and team fight them, then it's not a good game plan. I've said this already, that the informed teams are better at you than that style of League of Legends. And you can't just give everyone 6 items and draw out battle lines because there are teams that will beat you at that.
No, I completely agree, and I'll reiterate this point. Like Team WE, right now, they're just a little bit too passive and not proactive enough. I don't know if it's, you know, non-confidence in their play because they have phenomenal players that can step up. Shie, 957, Mystic, we've all seen them go. Massive Zero is consistently stepping up. Condi's turned into a phenomenal jungle. It just needs to cohesively come together. Make the play. Have the faith in your teammates because you are a good team.
Well, Glue getting a little off there on the puzzle pieces there for that game, but we'll see if Waterloo can pick things up moving into the next game. Don't go too far. Game 2 is coming up right after the break. And welcome back, guys. We are going to check in with the Game 1 MVP at Shelgi. We're able to take the game. Uzi 405 on the Lucian. Going off.
Everyone is shocked. No one is shocked. We all expected this. Again, it was kind of win lane, win game mentality, and it started with this guy on the bottom side of the map. They warded for him. They gave him the resources. Not the ganks, like you said. It wasn't pressure. Uzi won the lane himself. QG just gave him the space to do it.
Yeah. He has a really nice sleeve. You know, you can check it out in the photo. Yeah, just. Yeah. All right, cool. So why I like Uzi a lot. If you have, like, I'm sure people at home have figured it out by now. I like Uzi a lot. I think that he's a world-class player. But what I want to stress here is that all the dude needs is space. And in that game, WE actually made the mistake of giving him too much space. When you have 2 teleports, you should be able to smash that lane. But he just got his 3 items, got into team fights, and went absolutely bonkers.
And it just comes down to, again, Team WE just not being as proactive as they really needed to be. Like you said, they have the resources, they have the talent, just pull the trigger.
And look at how much CC he skirts in this fight. Gets a full culling unloaded in the back end, dashes forward, gets a double tap. 957 had ultimate, doesn't use it because it would have taken him back into the pit anyway. And that look on the face, like, the reset, concentration, like Clear Love-esque of, like, I am playing the game focused, I am a positive attitude, I'm, like, very, very well, like, sitting up in my chair, obviously, like, ready to do this, is not something you would have seen out of the kid 2 years ago when he was on the world stage.
And let's kind of talk about towards playoffs, towards worlds, even though it's a very long way out, MSI, International Tournament. Uzi has already proven that he has a track record that he can very easily carry teams as the sole responsibility, like, on his shoulders. We talk about how QG not playing Doinby, kind of having this rotation through their mid laners. I mean, he's fine with that. I've proven I can do this.
For people that are wondering, like, oh, Frostgurren, that's really harsh. He had, like, Insec. He had 0. He also had Cola and Corn on his team. Like, this guy is legitimately a solo carry superstar. That was the first time around.
Godlike and Lucky?
Yeah, Godlike, Lucky, Tabe.
Tabe.
Makoko Tabe.
Like, this is the thing. Like, people will always, I think people kind of overhype Tabe a little bit. Like,
My friend. Oh, be careful here.
Tabe could hit the 5-man and
he was an innovator, old mate
Okay,
Tabe.
the innovator, yes. But I would never say that Tabe was, like, the mechanical ceiling of support.
He wasn't
a Mata or a PYL or a Gorilla. He was a...
Come on, man.
Do you know who else says that? Tabe. Tabe says that the reason that he was such a good support because he knew how Uzi wanted to play in a time that no one else knew how Uzi wanted to play. And they had this synergy between the two where Tabe is like, I could literally do nothing. Like, he's very publicly said this as well. Like, I could very much do nothing in laning phase, but just because I was there with Uzi would be able to win.
Yeah, and this is true when Starhorn Royal Club, when Tabe retired and then turned into... when Royal Club turned into Starhorn Royal Club, Uzi actually had a short stint in the mid lane, and the reason why is because he refused to play with any other support. Tabe was his support. Literally played Vayne mid.
Because I was like, I actually asked Paige the question, you know, if this Doinby substitution is permanent, how long is it before Uzi picks up the Zed, runs into the mid lane, and Fish comes back into the bottom lane? Of course, Pekko there. Just
it's all there.
Like,
the story is there.
We could do this.
Oh my goodness, it is. That's so surreal. Yeah, Pekko's like, time for the 3rd name change this year, boys.
I don't know. All right, getting back to this game, I do want to have a look at WE because they're a team that lots of people were hyped about. The first Chinese team, WE, such a household name in China, that went back to the drawing board and they're like, we're not good enough, we are going to rebuild, we're going to get back to past greatness for our fans. And this year was the year that they're going to do it. And I think they have proved that, peaking out at 2nd, you know, sitting currently at 3rd within the Group A standings. But as an elite team, you cannot lose games like that. And I'm going to say that you can't even play the start of games like that against QG, because if the AD carry that is Uzi is just farming up in the manner that he was, you know that the game gets harder and harder the further that guy pulls ahead. And he's against an Ezreal. I've already said this. Mystic, you're a great Ezreal. You are on the tier list that can play it. In fact, you are synonymous with the champion. Do not pick it into Ezreal. into Uzi, please. The reason you can't do it is because you have a Trough and Uzi bodies people that plays Troughs. That's why people didn't used to play Caitlyn Tristana against him, because he would just destroy you at the 1 and 2 item mark.
Yep, no, I completely agree. I think that they need to take a very strong 2v2 lane if they're going to continue to try to take standard lanes against QG, or they should actually just look for the lane swap. And what's really scary is this isn't QG at their strongest form. Like, even in this iteration, Uzi's playing phenomenally, don't get me wrong, but this still isn't the best that QG have looked.
And let's have a look actually at the rest of QG, because I think that's a great way to characterize this team. The rest of QG, Uzi had an MVP-worthy performance there on the Lucian. I'm going to say everyone else pretty much just did their job. And, like, did a good job, didn't do a great job, but didn't need to.
I actually think Swift was kind of probably the most questionable, and he still did well. Like, you're absolutely right. He like did his job, just dropped the wards. But there was a couple of like really questionable, you know, like burning the cask on what did he do? Mystic. He did Echo and Mystic. So the Ezreal as well as the Echo. It's just like, it's not priority target. Just clean it up a little bit.
I like the decision making though. A good example of this is top lane V. When they had that pressure play bottom lane where Swift walks behind the turret, Uzi knocks it down. V last year would have sat at his turret and tried to absorb that farm. He was a very, very risk versus reward player. This time around, just backs off the turret, you know, gives up ref hero, gives up top lane turret, but they get more bottom lane because of the fact that they were that further ahead when the play starts off. So I'm actually going to credit QG with not actually playing like mechanically brilliantly in that game, the rest of the team, but as a team, as far as strategy went, they absolutely nailed that.
Yeah, really solid game, and I think V actually had a very quietly strong performance there on the Poppy as well. He's a great Poppy player.
He's a gun.
So makes sense. And even Mortrid, you know, he's the new guy. He's this sub, hasn't played in the LPL this year at all. Picks up Corki, does fine. Like, again, he's not amazing. Didn't wow me, but he did what he had to.
That's kind of Mortrid's MO. He's never been like the incredible player, but, you know, he just does his job. He putts along. So, obviously, coming into Doinbe's and Borisal's shoes, filling it nicely, had a good game on the Corki. I'm actually really curious if the Corki will be taken away. Obviously, the draft phase, there was a lot of targeting into that mid lane. They're not going to be on red side this time around, which means that they won't get the counter pick against Xie. So it becomes, what else can he play? Will he become a liability? Right now, we don't see it, but it doesn't mean that it could happen in the future.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Like, playing Corki on red side when you get a good matchup, like, that's one thing. Going up against Xie, who has a Pocket Fizz, has the Pocket Diana pick in there, I really don't feel that you can do that in 2 games in a row, because there's going to actually be a substitution.
Oh my God.
As we were saying, they're like, it's fine. He had the Corki red side. It's time to bring in the big guns. Borsal.
Red side Mortrid, blue side Borisel.
Legitimate strategy. Okay, so we're going back to the other LSPL mid laner. So QG historically do have more experience working with Borisel. He was their mid laner before Doinbe. Doinbe joined them throughout the LSPL. Their average game time actually dropped by 10 minutes when Doinbe joined the team. So Borisel kind of a slow and steady. Think of like a turtle versus like a hare. And we're going to put Mortrid as like a platypus right now.
Yeah, sure.
People at home have no idea what that is. Sure.
What?
Do Americans know what platypus are?
Yeah, we have platypi.
Really?
Yeah.
No, you don't. That is an Australian. We are native to monotremes in the world, the platypi.
That's not
and
anywhere else.
echidnas. 100%. You can check that fact. You do not steal our national animals.
We're in the champ select for game number 2 here. QG will swap over to the blue side. WE hanging out on the red. Varus and Azir are the bans once again, so targeting Xie's mid lane.
Do you know what a monotreme is?
No.
It is a mammal that has eggs.
No, yeah, it's because the platypi, it gives eggs.
So they have a pouch.
They're
and
also
have eggs.
one of the most poisonous animals in the world. The
Yeah.
little thumb.
Spines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hits you, you're donezo.
Yeah, and so echidna is also monotremes as well.
That's like a hedgehog, but different, yeah?
I know what an echidna is.
Cool,
it's
just
Knuckles.
Yeah, there you go. Nailed it. All sorted. See, she's got it. Welcome to the country. That's how you passed in. I got it. Alistar ban from QG as the last one there. Nidalee, Rise, and Braun, though, are going to round things out for World Elite. We'll see what happens here for the first pick for Xiaogu Reapers.
And it's Echo.
Whee!
Woo! Okay, we've talked about... Spawn, you do the speech best on the broken Echo speech.
He just does everything, right? He has great zoning. He has very high damage because he has an execute on his W. A lot of people forget about that. Movement speed from the 3-prong. It's just so much built into that kit. And he's also kind of impossible to gank. So I like Echo a lot in the meta. He's the best 5v5 bruiser top laner. Poppy is the one that throws a wild card in there of making it a 4v5. So you understand that if you are a team fighting team, as is QG, you want the Echo in your lineup.
There we go. The Echo speech. And I'm about to give you the Bard speech because I expected that this would come out. You're up against Uzi in a lane. You need to take the strongest 2v2 imaginable, and Bard is that support champion. This guy's level 1 is absurd. If he hits a Cosmic Binding and 2 auto attacks, and if he happens to have Ignite, guess what? You're dead.
Yeah, and that's such a weird thing to think of, but Bard is such a lane dominant support, which when you look at him, you wouldn't think. But, you know, he's been changed pretty consistently since his release, and he's become such a strong playmaker, but in particular got hidden power as a laner, so I like it. Bard there for Zero. Kindred actually for Condi was banned in the last series, so Condi going to get one of the S-tier junglers.
The true difference between Borisal and Mortrid, the fact that you can pick Corki up without the counter matchup.
So one thing that I do want to point out is that subs in the LPL are pre-planned.
Yep.
So maybe they were just giving Borisal a game, giving Mortrid a game, seeing how he would go, you know, bringing Borisal in for that safety net. And this is more of a long-term play of seeing how the guy does on stage. Borisal's fine. Like, honestly, I didn't have a problem with him when he was playing. He's no Doinby, but he's okay.
I think it's, for me, whenever you play with Xiaogu, the requirement, I imagine, as a player is like,
yes.
Can you team fight? But let's talk about it later. Graves, Karma are the picks
Karma
here.
is so strong in the mid lane right now. We buffed her E. Of all things to buff, the defensive part of her kit, the shield is phenomenal right now. They get something like a Lucian to run around Summoner's Rift. Uzi can go berserk with the added support that Borisal is going to have. And not to mention, she has like a 1.3 ratio on a empowered Q or something.
Just think Lulu, but with higher poke damage. And when you have an AD carry like Uzi, you're going to utilize it in the very similar composition and very similar manner.
Remember,
and guess what? Uzi's a god.
It hits you, then explodes. Like, it is so much damage. Oh. Has a snare, gets health back. Karma has... I talk about hidden power in kits a lot because, like, there are things that, you know, you can see and you're like, wow, that is awesome. Auto attacks. Reduce the cooldown on a R passive. Like, they're just... She has the most bonkers kit in the world.
Great champion. Glad to see Borisal bringing it out here, but World Elite have locked in Lissandra and Lucian, actually. So Mystic, a bold statement. You're going to steal this away and see if you can show up on the champion. Is a good Lucian player, don't get me wrong, but did consider Kalista as well. I think was probably worried about Jhin was my primary concern, or just getting absolutely messed up in lane. Oh, Uzi. Stop being cute. I thought we might see his Kalista. She has dropped off a bit in power. What is happening?
Support Karma?
Maybe.
Or support Lulu.
Please no. Oh, Uzi.
This is so strange.
Let's just give him a...
It is support Karma, the poke bot. Yep, okay, so it's a poke composition.
So he is also allowed to play Ezreal?
Yes.
The other thing is that...
He is not as high on the tier list as the other two, I believe.
Well, Uzi, from what I can remember, picks up the Manamune pretty much straight away to try and bypass a lot of the power trough.
Yep.
Because he refuses to have power troughs on champions. So he used to be, like, the reason I remember this so fondly is because when Trinity Force was the first item on Ezreal, he was the Sheen Bloodthirster guy, refused to go full Trinity Force. He was like, Zeal, what a crappy item. Give me a BF sword. I'll body people on this champion. So like, he does the same thing now. He's like, Manamune, that's pretty much the same as having an Essence Reaver. Like, give me that thing. I'll buy the other useless item that controls the map later.
No, you're absolutely right. The other thing that he'll do, but this is in smaller situations, is he'll actually sit in the lane for a longer period of time, and he'll buy tier and shield.
He's the greedy man, but...
Because that means that they can't back on their BF, so he will keep them there to, like, get rid of that. He's a very
intelligent player in his lane phase. His back timings are brilliant for the bottom lane.
It's kind of a gauntlet thrown straight into Mystic's face. You take my champion, fine, I'll take yours. Let's see how this matchup works out. But yeah, did get TF last, so actually 957 is going to take the Lissandra into the Echo top side.
And I talk about this a lot with EasyHoom, but I'm going to repeat it with Xie. I like the fact that they play Twisted Fate because I do not believe they're at their best when they're in the laning phase. I believe that they're at the best when they're forcing the tempo. Twisted Fate makes you do that because otherwise you are not utilizing the biggest part of his kit.
And as we get to look at both of these compositions with that Twisted Fate pickup, it's going to be a pick comp for Team WE. They have the long-range initiation with the Bard, Tempered Fate. You have the Destiny coming through. Likewise, Lissandra can set up great there. And on the other side, it's your standard poke comp.
And 957 was known and very highly rated because he is a tank and carry player for WE.
Well, we'll see if we can carry today because we are going to get ourselves onto Summoner's Rift for game number 2. And here we are on the Summoner's Rift for our second game. Shaggy are up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. We'll see if Wardley can answer back and force a third game. 2 very different compositions from the last game and a bit of swagger in the bottom lane picks here. Very curious to see what more can do. Braum was banned away. He said, you know what, team, my second best support, it's Karma.
Keystone Mastery is on your screen, and I think they pretty much tell the story of this game. It's going to be bloody, and it's starting now.
Yep, story starting right now because Zero's not there to try and save poor Mystic. Chase
Oh,
in onto
Barcel.
Barcel. He does get stunned up. Meeps in. Damage is good, but he can't quite follow in. And now I think they have to chase. No, they did leave. Zero's going to catch up with the rest of Chagu's bottom lane, but Mystic got chunked in that last exchange. Didn't burn a summoner, though. He's going to go back just in time, and things are normal. 1 minute in, though, almost had first blood.
I think that just shows like Karma and Bard, what ridiculous power in the support positions at level 1. Of course, Karma gets her ulti at level 1.
Both supports like, get on my back, we're running in.
And more. This is a big news story because if he
lane
can
swapping.
prove that he has more than one champion, of course, more than Braum right now, that's huge going for QG into the finals because RNG showed that the way to beat QG was to ban out Moore's champion pool.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's always going to be on Moore to kind of prove himself and solidify that he is the consistent playmaker that his team needs him for that position. But what I want to point out right now is the lane swap coming through. So a very late lane swap from QG. They saw where Team W were lining up on their side, and they actually forced their jungler and top laner to run all the way to red buff before Uzi and Moore get up into this top lane. So actually respecting the power of Bard Lucian.
Yeah, respecting the power of Bard Lucian and also 957's Lissandra.
Lissandra.
Of course, Lissandra is a dominant laner, and we've seen the matchup a lot in mid lane. Give her an elongated lane. She's going to run a train over Echo in this situation, so kind of getting rid of 2 power picks for the price of 1.
Yep.
They could be pink. I don't know.
Lissandra's kind of pink.
Zero going to go
Thanks.
for a roam.
You got my back. I like that.
I got you.
Looking for Swift, but he's already left for the other side of the jungle.
Maybe
Threw me
looking
under the
for-
bus on the platypi, but
Yeah. Well, that that's Australian. That's nothing personal.
here we go.
National defense of the
Cosmic
animal.
binding.
Good
Ooh.
cleanse from Barasalt. And Zero's going to take some damage. I like the roam, but no dice there on the kill.
You know what it reminds me of every time you say Borisel, right? The James Bond movie.
Yes.
I just need to inform people at home, like the I am invincible.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. He's got no deaths right now.
I really want Borisel to do that, like unload on someone, like, and just die.
Throw a pen at them, it explodes. Good movie.
What a great movie.
Well, landing looking okay so
People
far.
try and forget
she ate.
Brosnan's James Bond. I don't subscribe to that train of thought. Do you know what we're talking about?
No.
All right,
well,
good.
we'll move on as Chagu are grouping up 3v0 here in the top side. Condi
Again.
going for a
I've
visit.
seen
Oh,
this.
Parasol trouble. Stun's good. Chase is always nice on the Kindred, but actually Swift is here.
You have to
They're going to
commit.
try and stand a fight, but they can't fight the Kindred. Swift not going to get a trade kill either. First blood goes to Condi.
Slight hesitation out of Condi, like, I don't want to check into Fog of War, never mind, I'm already here. Takes the first blood. That's massive on Kindred, and that's massive on Condi.
And now I'm thinking that QG swapping the lanes is actually a little bit worse news because we know Condi likes to be aggressive, especially on something like Kindred, and you've given him a free ticket into the mid lane because they're pushing down the bottom lane turret just as quickly as you are, but have had 2 separate roams into that lane to make sure that Xie has an artificial lead right now.
We'll be looking to bounce this wave, but looks like 957 is going to get some help as well. Needs a little bit of extra help, I imagine, because he's probably base head is probably not too high, but does get it. Mystic actually shares some gold though.
Mystic does this every single time because, again, he's the big Ezreal player, and it helps him speed up his, or speed through his power trough and
That's
get his
embarrassing,
itemization
Swift.
sooner.
Swift just shot the end of the line straight into the wall. Did
No one
not
saw.
get any Raptors. No, I saw.
No, it's fine.
Maybe needs to readjust the shotgun. But I'm sure Swift is just fine right now, farming up on the graves. Thankfully, the other bullets are still good. Those ones are much easier to hit. But Borisov does have to be a bit more careful. No cleanse means he's a sitting duck, as we saw, from any sort of pressure from either Zero or Condi. And Shea, it's a really easy setup, so Corky going to have to play a bit safe, but not falling too far behind in farm. As Mystic moves himself topside.
I had high hopes when we released the new Pickpocket Twisted Fate skin and all the Chinese players started using it from day one, that we had got rid of Cowboy Twisted Fate forever.
Why do you not like Cowboy TF?
I don't know. I just have an unreasonable hatred for that skin.
Isn't Dade a Cowboy Twisted Fate
Yeah.
player? You love Dade.
I do love Dada.
Oh, trouble. Good flash from Borisov, but again, these rooms in mid lane are really costing pressure on the mid side.
And I think this is what they should have done game one, right? You've got a brand new player in Mortred, this time
Camp
it's Borisov.
him.
Just camp the guy.
Yep.
Get Shea that lead. He'll translate it elsewhere because, hey, he's a Twisted Fate that ports around the map every couple of minutes. And right now, it's certainly working out for WE. They've got pretty much 1,000 gold lead.
Just additional pressure, though, as we are going to trade these outer turrets. No one wants to set back in the standard lanes quite yet. And actually a 4-man here from Mortal is Condi's going to join in. He's got a dagger in the back pocket also. So this could actually be a decent push here. Uzi, oh, that's bad news. Taking a turret hit, but rest of the waves here. And now QG are forced to answer pretty much with 4 members of their own.
Big thing also is the following objectives from this. So Team W have control of the Rift Herald, whereas again, Spawns talked about how much Dragon means to QG. They should have a free path to that.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that. The other thing, you can never underestimate how quickly Ezreal takes turrets. It sounds so counterintuitive. You're like, Lucian should be able to do it much quicker because of the passive, because of the higher base AD, but Ezreal gives everyone else attack speed, and then his passive is just so massive. So you see that they're able to utilize that to make sure that they're still chipping it out. Uzi has a gold lead, but everyone else kind of behind right now on QG because of that pressure in the mid lane.
Well, we did mix it up a bit. I was wrong about the push through. It's actually just some bounces there on either side. So we'll have a pretty standard start to this lane swap as Towers are just going to fall on either side, and each team's going to get some gold. Rift Herald was picked up by Water as well. Mystic took a beating trying to get it, but QG have not pulled the trigger yet on the Dragon, and I think their window is closed.
Yeah, especially until Uzi is up and online for his itemization with Team WE now in position.
Oh, got him. Get him more. Nice.
Smashed it. Oh, missed the follow-up, but good poke. And Uzi with a Sheen now and that tier. That's one of the nice things about lane swapping Ezreal. You get your initial components pretty quickly with all the extra gold coming in from the turrets. But we are just going to settle back into, I think, standard lanes now. But I think everyone's just collecting their side lane farm. So maybe expect a bit more of a deliberate pace game here. And Shea could be the big influencer. Got that level 7 now, so I got the ulti and the TP ready to go. And Borisov, we've seen the pressure already. He does not want to go anywhere near that TF.
Yeah, he's actually just played this lane phase fairly passive, but that said, I think majority of the champions that Borisov has shown so far since taking over for Doinby has been Corky. And he does very similar things each time, obviously getting put down relatively early by continuous ganks, although the nice little drive-by for more.
Gives him a shield.
Yep.
You'll be right, buddy. I don't have
It's
a heal
fine,
for
walk
it.
through it.
Needs the rocket next time. Ambulance service. World Elite Condi, though, is going to shuffle his way into the side of Kshagu's jungle. Having a peek at the red buff, perhaps, but he's going to not find anything, unfortunately. More actually going to help him push out. So, babysitting just a bit here.
He needs. He's been ganked like 20. He's been ganked 3 times, but
Yeah.
Feels like 20.
This is always dangerous as 957. They go into his lane. They're teleporting up there.
They're going to try and look for a gank here, but looks like maybe just some pressure on the turret. Both teams actually trading good Rift Herald buff here in the bottom lane.
But that's the thing. That's the massive disparity, is that Team WE are going to be able to push this through because they have a larger wave as well as the Rift Herald.
So this is literally Rift Herald versus Graves. Graves is one of the quickest turret takers for junglers in the game, but still not quick enough to go through that Rift Herald.
And they burn their TP, so they're not able to immediately respond right here.
They're
This
going
is
to lose
just
a base turret.
mispositioning from QG.
Herald run out.
Yeah, but a huge stack of minions could cause problems. That turret's dead. Really well played by World Elite, and QG get a little sloppy in their lane swap.
And they have the Twisted Fate ultimate, right? The Corki has to stay at home. There's no way he can join that fight. So very nicely played right there from Team WE. They try and keep 957 down to QG, but in the end it bites them pretty hard in the backside.
And this is what we're talking about in Group A. You have, it seems like more teams that have kind of this backbone for macro or strategic play. Team WE and Snake kind of leading that pack there.
Ooh, okay, cool. So this is something that I think is Deficio or Crepo. They talk about it a lot. If you take a turret and not the inhibitor in the bottom lane, it's actually really dangerous because normal creeps do not take inhibitors. The wave always meets them first, and Ezreal will have a freeze forever. And you honestly have to walk into his base now to break that freeze because the creeps won't push it back in time. There's too many caster creeps.
Yep, and you can see right there, creeps come in, a little bit of damage, wave comes back in, inhibitor regens up, rinse, repeat. Uzi's actually hard freezing this wave, just using his mana to try and get the tier stacks up. This could be problematic. I like it.
It's crazy. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently Uzi's very well aware because he's like, I'm not pushing this anywhere. I have a tier Sheen. I'll see you in 3 items, boys.
Almost felt intentional, actually, from QG. We'll have to find out, though, because World Elite have found themselves actually 2,000 gold up as a result. V's actually now going to be the benefit of all these creeps coming in. So Echo going to catch up on Farm a bit because he's 20 behind 957.
But reflected in the 80 carries creep score as well. As you can see across the rift. Lucian also 20 behind the Ezreal. So they put Ezreal, who is a little bit stronger, to match the push. Oh, nice guy Uzi. Gives you support. 5 CS there.
Not the cannon, though. That's his. Arcane Shift on top of a minion.
I feel like they have to dive right here, Team WE. They need to make some sort of big proactive play because QG are doing a phenomenal job slowing down the pace of the game and just consolidating their farm through all 3 of their carries.
And I can't stress this enough. The lane is going nowhere. And it just doesn't kill it for some reason. Like, go into a bot game, into a normal game and just figure it out. Unless the creep wave is ridiculously big and you're like proxying wave.
I mean, it looks like they're, because obviously when the waves come in, the creeps adjust aggro.
Yeah.
So
And then it
because of how
regens.
close it is to the spawning point, they're just readjusting their aggro.
And I'm honestly so sorry to either Deficio or Crepo for not actually remembering who said it. But it was one of those guys.
Just hedge your bets. It was both.
Both.
There you go.
EULCS caster with good hair
Yeah.
and a charming smile.
And so handsome.
Very
There we go.
handsome.
We've done it. They'll be all right now. Dragon, though, does go over to World Elite. So they're actually able to take the objective that QG could not pull the trigger on after this Rift Herald trade. But Rift Herald now in action for Xiaogu. Going to try and take this one away and see if they can't get a push on their own. But 957's in the area. Borisol flies in. That was dramatic, but no
they're
Rift
gonna
Herald.
reset Herald.
And, like, honestly, if you're V, you don't want to be playing the game this way.
But he'll take
Do you?
it.
No.
Like, what are you going to do? Just hide in the base for 20 minutes?
That's the thing. This is a 20-minute game. They're finally pulling the trigger.
They're not doing it.
Oh, my goodness. He's pulling the trigger
On
on
Raptor camp.
Team WE. You guys can be so good.
Nah, they're going to get Harold for it. Don't you stress. They're like, you want to freeze the lane? We can freeze the
I'm
lane.
an old school Chinese fan.
I know you are.
Spawn. Team WE. There's always a soft spot in my heart.
I love WE. There's a reason that I'm an EDG fan. That doesn't make sense to anyone that has not historically watched,
New to season 5? What?
That makes no sense.
All right, so back in top lane, QG actually did get a nice push down, but Rift Herald did go over to World Elite. This freeze is not stopping, no, for V. And I just want to note, I checked in with the creep score, I think, a few minutes ago. I think 957's got 2 creeps.
Yeah.
V was 20 behind, now he's almost 10 up. That's how effective this freeze is.
That's so
That is insane.
unfortunate. And again, Team WE. So the thing is when you have a deep freeze like that, obviously you have a locked up player, you have a creeper to play around if you want to go down there. So they have the Rift Herald. Maybe they'll put it in the bottom lane and finish what they started. But you also have Destiny. You have double teleport. You can make so many plays on the map while QG are saying, okay, we need to set and freeze the game for 20 minutes. Like, balls in your court.
Yeah.
Dunk it.
Make a move. They haven't made anything so far, however. 957 is now being
going bottom.
relegated. He's going bot. He's like, all right.
I got Rift Herald.
If it is to be, it is up to me. I will do it.
0 just taking poke there from Borisol, who's getting closer to some items. Phage on the way. Oh, there we go. Gets a straggler. Did make it to the Nexus turret, but not for long.
He's 20 CS up. That
Yes.
is a plus 40
Plus 40.
CS.
Yes,
That is monstrous.
this is.
That's the
This is wonderful.
the inhib power play.
And 957
Uh-oh.
is like drove past there, and he's like, I need a ward. I am still not sure I can do this.
I have faith.
All right, let's give it a
We're
crack.
in it.
I think V just fights him now.
He's just empowering his creeps.
This actually doesn't really do all that much. There's still
Swift's
4 creeps.
coming.
All right, no, all right.
Like you can't stay there.
It's pushed back. That freeze has reversed. So 957, job done. It will eventually head out of the base.
We got the bounce.
It's not done though. It'll be a while.
Nah, that wave will...
It's because it's good because again the issue was it being on the inhibitor that the wave was coming in and they would go to the inhibitor and then they would change aggro onto the incoming wave. But now his wave is building up because they're not changing aggro and pushing back.
Do you know what is going to happen now? Mystic is going to head to the bottom lane and be like, yo, 957, head top.
I'm like looking at the map. I'm like, are they going to set up for a gank? Was this actually just a major ploy to lure him out of the base? And you're like, no, he's not going to get any CS. It's all going to go on the Lucian.
957's actually the secondary support. He's been roaming around with 0 for a while.
He's got 4 CS to 60.
The creep wave is freed though. There it is. 957.
Oh.
Delicious farm.
Honey.
I think he's going to get ganked. That's what I think.
Nah, he's fine.
All right.
It is a good news story.
I cannot believe that Freeze lasted that long.
Feel good story.
That was an ice age.
Uplifting news. We got it out.
Well,
that's like when you rescue miners and stuff.
the wave has been freed.
But you can see how cautious he is. He's like, is this too good to be true? I don't want to jump on it yet.
Well, the other thing that he's trying to balance is like, do I trim the wave or do I let it push into me? Because if I get ganked right now, that is like good 15 CS that I'm going to lose again. And he's like, but if I push it, I know that they can freeze it forever.
Well, QG, happy to sit back and relax.
Drive by.
Once again, nice little Q there onto Shie, but just holding waves. Ezreal locked down, because why not? Going to poke out this turret. No Trinity Force yet for Borisal, but the Sheen's going to do some work as Condi will make an appearance in the bottom lane. QG actually concerted effort now to try and knock down this mid-outer. Uzi has Iceborne Gauntlet. Time for action.
Yeah, Condi actually walked through a pink ward. I'm curious if he left that for 957. Nope, they actually just leave the pink ward.
I think they were worried because Swift was on the bottom side of the map and 957 has
to come in.
Oh
no, not even TP. Just the...
Yeah. Just the threat of a 2v2. They can't use a Destiny. Like, it's not an unfair fight because Siege of mid was already happening. Lucian is the strongest member on their team right now. He was topside. But we finally get some normalcy returning to Summoner's Rift because there is an extra turret. WE still have a gold lead, even though 957 down 12 CS. So he was able to equalize quite a fair bit.
Yeah, I was just about to point it out. It's pretty massive getting that freeze out. Again, we're coming on to Dragon as well as Baron relatively soon. I forgot, or I lost the track on timer for Rift Herald, so I'm curious if they're maybe going to sneak one more out of that.
And this has been the gank squad for World Elite that have been trying a lot to try and get something
Oh.
happening. Mordo going to juke the first bullet. Does flash the Cosmic Binding just to be safe. The Dragon now up for World Elite. Condi
But no
absolutely
Bard
has
Ultimate means that
Devourer.
this is potentially a team fight now. Bard Ultimate is huge at this stage of the game. See where the Swift goes for a teleport.
Yeah, ulti in there as well. QG going to force them off the Dragon actually. And World Elite do not want to fight.
Yeah, WE, like, honestly, pulling the trigger on that, if you don't get a kill, pretty much guarantees you can no longer fight the Dragon objective. You saw that even Uzi's ultimate just hits Bard full on, hits nothing else on the way through, chunks him to half health.
And a big issue was also Corki sitting there with the package, so obviously up online and ready to fight. So I'm going to say smart play from Team WE to realize that it was a mistake and to back out of it, but they may give up some chip damage here on the tower.
Yeah,
possibly
pressure
the tower.
on the turret could be an issue. Shie going to get chunked out. V.
He tanks a gold card whilst taking turret aggro. Interesting decision. Uzi also has transform. He is so strong right now. He has bypassed the trough in Ezreal's build completely.
Well, he had plenty of time to farm up, so...
He has also changed skin, by the way, Pastry Time. Did
yes,
you
I'm
notice that?
very disappointed, actually.
Debonair.
Does he usually play Explorer?
He is an Explorer player, but actually Swift and Condi having a fight. Swift's kind of winning, but Condi going to flash forward and try and take him out. Does go down.
Red smite.
Huge damage.
What was that? Red buff, potentially.
Yeah, I think so.
Very nicely played. I hope it was Wolf taking a chunk out of him because Swift did not respect Kindred there at all.
Well, cost him. Is Mystic going to clean this out? Just a quickly touch back on the Ezreal though. Yes, he is a Explorer player, but I believe whenever he plays after Pekko, if they've both played Ezreal, he'll play Pekko, Skin, and Xie. 1v1 perhaps.
Got
Last
him.
Mystic shot is there for the weaved auto, and now Zero's in trouble.
You're dead too.
Uzi just cleans up basically a 1v2 double.
What a player. The aggressive use of the flash, holds the heal, does not burn everything for it, skirts around Zero, then cleans him up as well. Uzi goes absolutely ballistic in this mid lane.
And that's that 1%. You can never tell. Uzi can make things happen that normal even great players can't make happen as consistently.
And it's wonderful to watch. They get the mid turret out of it as well. So much value for that little exchange. And the gold lead pretty much back to even. Weren't really worried about it before, but this was just wonderful.
So he nails every single skill shot here, including like Essence Flux through him, flashes forward, able to get the auto attack. And then, you know, he did not miss a skill shot. He's fired out 6 skill shots there and hit 100%.
A rare thing, but this is why some of the Chinese Ezreals are the best in the world. Uzi right up there on that personal tier list of your spawn. And look, more fun for him to collect. He's got a QSS now and the cooldown boots finished up. And he's holding another lane for V. How very nice.
Wow. We're actually seeing
true love story.
The evolution of Uzi as a player.
Nope.
So
Devolved quickly.
he must have had an item, V.
Yep.
And he was like, I just need 3 creeps. And Uzi was like, that's fine.
2.5.
Bargained him down, you reckon?
That sounds like Uzi. Looks like V has Ice One Gauntlet, though. I think he's going to pick that up.
I'm surprised he didn't give him an extra 2 for a pink ward, but you know.
It's a buy one, get one free.
He's like, listen, buddy. You were there for 6 minutes in the bottom lane, all right? You don't get any of these. There you go, see?
And he just missed a creep, so you know what? Now I'm on Uzi's side.
Oh, goodness.
But this game is still super close.
Yeah.
4 turrets to 4, only 1,000 gold right now for Team WE.
But I feel like Team WE, they're constantly always in a position where they're super close, and it's just that last inch that they need to go.
And this is, I think, the most interesting thing to me watching this game is actually trouble for V, but phase dives out from under the Bard ulti.
Oh, they're still going.
Here we go. The pressure on the inhib now for Water Elite. They're going to try and knock it down. They started this so long ago, but the rest of the squad's here. Zero opens up the portal. It's time to retreat, I think. Could be a ruse. Swift taking good damage, but V wants to initiate. QG not going to force here. 957 actually threatening. Culling pulled out by Lucian.
Here comes Uzi.
It's going to force more to flash out. Uzi does join the team, but it's dissipated already.
Yeah, so they just back away. We talked about this all the time. Lissandra, so good at kiting backwards. Even Zero's Bard, very good at kiting backwards. So you can't really hard engage onto the team. And they don't have the best engage regardless. It's really only V that can get these fights started. And they break the freeze one more time. Now the wave is on QG side of the map, so it will eventually push back towards Team WE. That's what happens with equal waves. So mission accomplished for them. You know, they burn a summon a spell, burn an ultimate rather, but they do get rid of the wave.
Uzi getting chased down though. Gold card's there. QSS is out. Gonna keep fighting. Actually fires off some bullets. Uzi knows he has to keep going in, but Xie is able to take him out. Uzi look for the trade. Oh, Borisal snipes him.
From the Raptor camp, Borisal, secret agent.
But that was kind of Uzi doing quintessential Uzi things, not in the amazing way, but in the still great way. Arcane shifting forward without vision on enemy opponents, and then not having that to disengage back.
So what happened was 957 burnt the teleport, and he just knew that he was about to run head first into a
So he tries to
Lissandra. So he just goes for the 1-for-1. Hey, he didn't get it, but Borisal got it in what would have been a 0-for-1 trade anyway. So min-maxing. Doesn't burn the summoner spell for it apart from the heal, and just he'd already utilized that earlier. It was just, I need to get something out of this bad position.
And it's just trading back and forth, but it really feels like the temperament of the teams is different. As Borisal actually getting aggressed on by Condi. He's going to try and make something happen. Lands just by Pop, though, as Swift moves back into the team. Heal there. Should keep them healthy enough to try and take this out, maybe. Ulti misses Condi, though.
That said, by not picking up the kill, but sieging them off, never mind. They're not able to do it. Uzi got there in time.
Death time is not that high. Is he able to make it back despite the death? And again, they're trying to push the game a little bit more, you can tell. I think they felt that the last game and the early part of this game was maybe a bit too passive, so they are pressuring a bit. But QG on the opposite end, they had a pretty easy breezy game in game 1, I'll say, once they got a lead. They are playing this game very calm. There is just no rush at all today.
Yeah, well, once again, they understand that they have the control. Ezreal, Corki, late game is a phenomenal pair of carries to be able to utilize, and they pick up another dragon for themselves, so they're starting to get that objective in their favor. Here goes the package.
Well, good looking gank perhaps on 957. That's going to force a flash out of Lissandra. Borisal, nice little play.
But cross map, WE are able to make the play. They're going to look to pick up a tier 2 turret in response.
There's nothing that QG have in response here. They're just going to have to give it up and consolidate farm pretty much on Uzi. That's the only play.
Well, Dragon for a tower. Waterleap probably happy with the trade. And QG are up in Dragons 2-1 as Borisov sweeps in mid lane and clears out the rest of that creep wave. V actually getting quite strong here in the top lane, but everyone's sort of equal as back on farm, and you can see that gold still there up for Waterleap, but not by too much here. It really does feel like the game is one big moment away from breaking. And Waterleap, they're trying to make something happen, but they're not hard committing. And QG, they're happy to keep playing the map, keep scaling up. They're confident in their late game team fighting.
We do have some hovering around Baron. With Dragon down, you have that 6 to 5 minute window at this point where you can play to the top side of the map. We saw QG utilize the Baron buff brilliantly.
Neither team really has great Baron control, however. Graves isn't tanky enough to be able to face tank that one, so they have to bring Echo.
They'd have to bring everyone to do it.
Yeah, if Echo disappears, that's not great. WE have a very quick Baron, but it's also a very dangerous Baron because they don't have a tank to utilize. They have a Bard. So I don't think that Baron will be utilized more for its skirmish than anyone actually sneaking it in this game.
No, I completely agree. It's not about taking it. It's about luring someone there.
Yeah.
That said, again, vision is so important, especially the vision denial, to have control over that area for QG's comp as a poke comp. That said, Team WE, they also have the Destiny.
Yeah.
Trying to make some proactive plays. Xie actually also with TP is actually a decent candidate for some sort of split push pressure. He's back in the bottom side now as V is moving down to meet him.
And we've actually seen this a lot. He's got the Lich Bane, he's got the CDR boots. I think that Echo kind of wins this because even though the chase is phenomenal out of... Twisted Fate wins this. Even though the chase is phenomenal out of Echo, Twisted Fate can just pull repetitive gold cards and just stifle any engage that comes out of V in a 1v1 setting and kind of frustrate him out of there. As Maw, once again, picking up some farm, having the time of his life. Ultimate comes out.
Yeah, it does catch Swift there as Bard. He's going to get in with the Temper Fate. Going to flash that Q, though. Almost got a chain there onto Borisov as well. Waterleap going to burn some cooldowns, get some vision out around the Baron, clear out the pink ward from Xiaogu. Do get a summoner as well. It's really small trades at this point, but they do add up.
Uzi actually looking to collapse onto the Twisted Fate. I said in a 1v1 setting he's okay. Let's check out the 2v1.
Yeah, phase dive in. Destiny out. Not going to get cancelled, though. He's actually out of the stun field. Nicely played by Xie.
Beautifully played, actually, from the mid laner of Team WE. So we have our response there. Xie just outthinking the Echo. Echo, if he could go back 3 seconds, probably would nail him, however.
That said, it still doesn't buy Team WE much. The fact that, yes, Xie pulled a little cheeky play, got out, but his team wasn't in position to make use of the fact that he pulled 2 members of QG down there, Uzi and V.
And again, Waterleap finding little leads, but not quite able to capitalize and get bigger pressure. QG still happy to play calm. They've got a game to give here as well in the best of 3 if they absolutely have to. And we just haven't seen that one big fight yet. We know Xiaogu's late game team fighting is where they want to be. Has to be a worry for Waterleap. It looks like they're trying to play the map more than anything else. But if this game, the later this game goes, you feel like the Warriors pile up, as this is very sneaky.
So this is dangerous, however, because they're behind Baron. And Baron does extra damage when you're behind him. So if they catch them here, they're in big trouble. In saying that, they're not going to catch them. WE get a free Baron.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing to empathize. It's, yes, Team WE have the composition where they can burn Baron very quickly, but like you said, not having a tank means they're going to eat so much damage.
Well, look how low they all were. Bard nearly dies. Condi's below half health. Even Mystic was like struggling towards the back end of that. But in the end, it's just a really clever way to get into the Baron pit that secures them because of the lack of vision.
And again, Team WE, they have themselves on the front foot. They have the ball in their court, ready to make the aggressive, proactive play.
Well, that was proactive on the Baron and very cute and creative indeed, but that was probably the safest way they could have done that.
They got the dunk. Now I want to see the alley-oop.
That was more like a really smooth layup, I think.
Yeah, the finger roll. That was like when you get a fast break and they're like, oh, he's going to throw down. And then he just like, you know.
Yeah.
By the way, I do not think this game is going anywhere.
Anyway, quickly.
Yeah.
It has to go somewhere.
Get comfy, guys, is what I was just trying to say.
Get some popcorn.
Popcorn.
Get some chips. Tomato sauce.
Tomato sauce, yeah.
Oh, you two. Waterleap, they're looking for mid lane turret.
Get your platypus.
Get your platypus. I really want a Petakinder. Echidna.
Are you allowed to kid?
Aren't they
I
like
don't think you are
miniature?
allowed to.
Oh no, Echidna. It's the Knuckles thing. I'm thinking
Yeah.
of like the Nutria, the little mini beavers.
I have no idea what that is.
I don't even know what a beaver is.
Yeah.
At least I knew what a platypus was.
Yeah.
Mid-turret does go down
But
there.
you live here. I don't live in America, so I don't have to know.
Water Elite still chasing. Xie and V having a battle. Pressure actually mounting. Good use of the Baron buff here, honestly, by Water Elite to apply it everywhere. They have double TP.
I know what beavers are. They make dams. They're awesome.
They got big flat tails.
They also like eat wood at a phenomenal rate.
They chew it.
To build their dam.
Apparently also a member of the rodent family.
Can Xie be the hero that Team WE need?
Well, this is actually a nice little dive. Looks
Condi
like Trouble
will.
actually more. Going to go down, but now he's going to move in and take out Swift. Good pressure from Water Elite. They might even get turrets out of this. QG trying to respond, but it's 3v5 right now.
Yeah, the response is yes, he can be. Uses the Destiny out. Uzi goes in, however.
Could be problematic. Ulti not going to hit. Borisov actually packages out of the way. Uzi still wanting to fight here, but he has to be awfully careful.
But they've bought enough time for the wave to come down, so see if Team WE continue their siege.
Well, Siege back. Baron is here. This tower's going to go down. QG lucky not to lose an inhib so far, but 957 moves forward. Water Elite going to still try and get some damage done here. V actually fancies an engage perhaps. And again, it's just poking them out. They want to try and pick up an exit kill or two if they can. Good juke of the Cosmic Binding there by Uzi, who goes forward straight onto Mystic. Second Mystic shot won't connect though.
I mean, come on. You could tell looking at him that he was ready to arcane shift forward.
I could. As soon as he saw the claw come out of 957, he knew that he wanted to go aggressive.
Yep.
Problem was there was also a flash and an ulti available, and he had no QSS, so I didn't think he would. But, you know, I am not the man. I want to actually give credit to Zero there. He was the one that broke the chain of Mystic shots continuing to rain down with a nice cup of cocoa to speed up his AD carry. So it's just a little thing when you're playing Bard, but he is able to ensure that Mystic can just wander away safely. Doesn't have to burn any summoner spells. Otherwise, you think that would have been something like a heal because the respawns were coming through from Team QG.
In the end, though, quite a significant gold lead has been built up by Team WE, about 8K right now. QG definitely, again, on the back foot, somewhere where they know for sure how to play from.
Yep, and that's the worry. Water Elite carved themselves up nicely, but it's so slow the way they've had to get the game to this point. And QG have just felt completely fine with everything that's happening. You know, they're fighting where they can. Water Elite are doing a good job of having initiative with the Baron, but you do have to win the game, as it turns out. And Shago are very good at winning that one late-game team fight.
And exactly, that's the number one thing that I wanted to underline is we had a Baron buff, and they didn't go for the Baron open inhibitor. Instead, they took the very safe, very cautious last-standing outer towers.
But the other thing they did is they also took a lot of gold, which
Yes.
means from that point, like if you could close, I agree, going inhibitor better. If you can't close, that's just going to funnel more gold into QG.
Yep.
So pick up the standing gold for yourself. And I just want to echo like the sentiment of gone are the days of roaming mid-Sion, like just group up, team fight, try and destroy people, Team WE. This is a very slow, methodical, catch a person, play a cerebral game of League of Legends.
They're like a 45-minute team,
Oh.
but they think for a majority of it.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like QG used to be a 45-minute team, but they kind of survived for the majority of it, and then they won for the back half.
Well, I like this here. Big Baron power play, but actually nice initiation onto Condi. Forces out the Lambs Respite. Uzi goes straight back in for it. Ulti not quite enough from Swift, though. Kindred will
Uzi's
live.
still looking for him. Meanwhile, Xie.
Oh,
Level 17 to level 15.
this is problematic for V, but he's actually going to try and stop Xie. Does get the stun down. Time Lord is going to land in. V going to keep chasing for it, but Xie can get out now. He knows he's going to ulti out to safety, and once again, Echo is foiled.
And there's 3 people collapsing on him one more time, so this is just Xie continuing to be a nuisance. He eventually will get that inhibitor as he builds up more AP, and he can just two-shot the
Inhib.
inhib, so see whether that ever becomes the case. But right now, patient game from both of these teams, and it's so funny. Last year, you would be like, this is QG's game. This is how they like to play League of Legends. You haven't put them away by 35 minutes. They're going to come back with a vengeance. But WE have grown into a team where you also have some confidence in their late game.
Yeah, specifically on Condi, 3-0-1 right now for this Kindred. It's not massive, but late game, this guy has shown that he understands how to execute Kindred's power, and he will put you in the ground if given the opportunity.
And I think that in a 5v5 team fight, it's really unique because both teams kind of have their ways to win it. When you look at the Ezreal-Corki combo, you understand they're going to be poking a lot of consistent damage, whereas you look at Twisted Fate and Lissandra, they've got a lot of priority lockdown, and potentially the Corki sticks out right now as someone that they can look to chain CC and burst out.
This is super cute. 957 just kind of shadowing underneath Xie here. They haven't technically seen him or gotten information of him on any sort of vision, but they may have an inkling as Boricel's being very cautious.
He's definitely missing from other parts of the map, but I do like the sneakiness. Looks like World Elite, though, might not net them a kill. And now Xie with a pink ward in that brush. He's going to hang out. So even more spots for 957 to sneak in. And V, will he take the bait?
This is so funny. He's coming down the lane.
He's getting into the pink brush.
Here we go. Sneaks in. And he just keeps going. Uses a blue trinket. He is in the back pocket, hidden. I don't know where Xie keeps him, probably in his hat. And that inhib, you can just see it there on your screen.
This inhib is the play. They want it so badly.
They actually back away. Baron is back available. I think it is a smarter play for WE to go for. They're 10,000 gold pretty much in the lead. 9. But Uzi has got his items.
And V is getting real sick of old Xie. He's actually doing a nice job. V going to dive back in, but gold cards everywhere.
Might just kill him.
I like the interaction there, catching him with the gold card right before he's about to enter the parallel convergence and get the stun. Pretty much cancels out so much of Echo's free damage.
And this is the problem. No Merc Treads either, actually, for V, so gold card's hurting a little bit extra on the CC duration. World Elite retaking control of the Baron area as well. QG have a really big, obvious hole in the bottom half of the map that happened actually, what, 25 minutes ago now? Yeah. And sure, they got a good benefit from the initial freeze, but they're starting to pay for a late game.
Slow and steady.
Very slow and steady for World Elite. Most certainly. QG, though, spring to action. Trying to siege up this tier 2. V chasing Xie again. Stun's going to land this time, but he already knows he can get out. Does he have enough damage? Absolutely not, does Echo. That would have been amazing if he'd followed him with the phased out, but I don't think it works that way.
Do they just start up the Baron right now? They have the position. Oh, Uzi.
Yeah, caught perhaps here. Heal down. The Culling's good as well. Needs a few more bullets. Barely lives on the end of it, but the TP's going to move in. Uzi knows he has to try and kite this out, but Xie is moving back in. Uzi gets healed back up. 957's going to jump straight on him, and Mystic is already taken out Barcel. Uzi is somehow still alive. But I don't think it's going to matter too much. They will save their AD carry, but Boricel's already down. Swift trying to blow somebody up, but he gets taken out by 0V. Ulti's out, but he's not going to get to safety as the rest of the team's going to chase him down. Slow from 0 after Cosmic Binding's going to keep the chase up. That is a speedy Echo, though, but the stun's going to seal his fate.
Yeah, turns back around, runs into the team, but that was Uzi getting caught that actually starts the whole fight off. As much as we've praised the AD carry of Xiaogu Reapers, big mistake there, and now it's a 1v5 effort. Gets stunned up against the wall. This is going to be a difficult task.
And he's facing across from a ton of CC, so I don't think there's any way he can safely approach this, especially with so many minions covering Team WE's flank, and they're pushing for more, possibly.
They're going to look for the game. There's 30 seconds.
Oh, he eats a stun. That's going to be the CC chain. He'll go down more. The last line of defense here, but I don't think he's enough. He's forced to flash out. The Nexus turrets are going to get chunked out, and World Elite, a very patient game, but a win nonetheless.
But let's talk about it a little bit more. QG is the late game team fighting squad. WE, however, get the pick they're looking for. Make QG pay for the game going so late. Very, very calm members. Was actually having a little bit of a chuckle. He's not too fazed by that.
Caught it at the very end. They looked okay. I mean, obviously going to Game 3 is quite impressive. We've talked about the evolution and growth and also the falter of kind of teams through Group A. QG faltering a little bit, trying to find the new synergy with their mid lane, and obviously picking on Uzi versus Pekka, whereas Team WE stepping up into their shoes, working together as a team. We said we know that they can do it. We know that if they just pull the trigger that they'll win. Finally pull it at the end right there and take down the QG Reapers, which is still no simple feat.
And I think, playing around Uzi makes sense. He had a lot of fun getting caught there. A rare mistake from the player. But I feel like QG, if they wanted to go late game team fight, I'm not quite convinced on comp they had it. I'm curious to your thoughts there.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty sure they didn't have it. But let's actually check out some highlights of the game. Uzi going aggressive here. Sets up Boricel for the snipe.
I think it all just comes down to the fact that they lost their inhibitor so early and they had to make adjustments from there. Not necessarily that this is the plan, 45 minutes, we're going to make the team fight play. It's more so, crap, we lost our inhibitor. Now we have to wait 20 minutes before we can do anything.
She has Twisted Fate. Looked very good here as Uzi. I can't believe he lived, but the rest of it clearly did not work out for the team because everyone else died.
Well, the other thing is, right, is he actually still put out a ton of damage in this fight. And he's holding up more than his end of the bargain on the back end. He still has a mid laner and top laner diving on him. It's just that Mystic outputs so much damage in that team fight.
Bard doing a lot of work right there as well. Swift not able to follow up on any sort of damage, and he has to completely reposition himself and just walks into the rest of Team WE.
V kind of has a brain fade here as you watch. He runs away. He actually was out and then ducks back in for some reason. Gets gold carded up. They would have left him alone. Don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, in general, I feel like QG just didn't seem like they were on the same page. Swift especially, just kind of in random positions in the jungle.
No, yeah, it wasn't as clean. That said, it was not standard lanes. We've talked about how if you just give Uzi the ability to go into a 2v2 and just ward him up, he'll win the lane and do the work for you. Team WE adjusted their strategy, taking the Bard, taking the Lucian, so they had the superior 2v2. It forced the lane swap, and Uzi wasn't able to get going as far and misplayed it, lost the inhib. Team WE just beat them on strategy.
And the other thing, right, is just add Twisted Fate to these compositions. I say it all the time about Vici. If you're struggling in your sideways, if you can't get your map movement going well enough, just play Twisted Fate. He hides a lot of your macro errors, and WE showed that in that game.
Certainly she a good Twisted Fate player there as well, so successful win there for Waterloo. The pace of the game definitely suits them, and they managed to get to the end with a nice win. Who's going to break it for the third game here? We'll find out just after break. It'll be the last game of the regular season for these two teams coming up after this.
And we've got our MVP of the last set. It was Team WE picking up the win over QG, and it's going to be Condi. Very well deserved.
I agree. I think Kindred looking great there. For Condi Waterley, definitely more of a team effort there on that one, but it was such a weird game. We were sort of mentioning it in the break. It's just like Waterley kind of just chilling out, playing very slow.
The discussion for me is, I step back from a game and I'm actually very critical. So I have to underline this. There's a reason why the LPL is my favorite region and why I've chosen to cast the LPL. It's because I love aggression. I have this mentality that the perfect form of League of Legends is that if you play so aggressive, you force mistakes out of the enemy team and then you capitalize on the mistakes that you force out, as opposed to playing defensively, waiting for a mistake to be made and then capitalizing off of it. So Team WE's style isn't necessarily my favorite form of League of Legends, but I have to give them credit.
You want aggression. Flashing forward.
But I have to give them credit because I think their adjustments in draft phase from Game 1 to Game 2 were brilliant.
And I think, especially watching that draft, I'd personally describe World Lead as quite a reactive team. But they do react very well. And Twist of Fate, you've mentioned it, is the sort of champion that you can do that sort of work on. Yes, Condi is the font of some aggression a decent amount of the time, especially when he's on a champion like Elise, or in particular something like Lee Sin. But in general, World Lead have just played very, I'm going to say, chilled out League of Legends.
Yeah, they are in no rush to go anywhere because they understand where they want to be, as we have another substitution.
He's back.
Red side Mordred
Look at that
back.
pout.
Red side Mord.
If he just plays Cork again, I'm like, what is even this game?
It doesn't matter if he plays for the next 5 years on the exact same team. That's his name now. Red side Mordred.
And, really interested to see how Mordred goes because I do want to see if there is a shake-up there. I want to touch on the Twist of Fate a little bit because I think that Twist of Fate for WE and Vici going into playoffs is like the key pick. The reason I think this is because Easy Hoon and Xie very want to stay in their lane. They're very content farming. Twist of Fate gets them out of their lane. And they have very good 80 carries and top laners respectively. 80 carries for WE, top laners for Vici. That they can get ahead if they use Twist of Fate effectively.
Yeah, exactly. They have something to play for in those side lanes. But we aren't a champion select. Azir, never going to be seen this entire game.
No, I think the smart ban's here for Shagu. They've banned 2 mid laners every single game. I don't think that changes here in the last one. Nidalee Corki, though, the bans for WE. So some adjustments already. Mordred back in the lineup on the red side. Good old red side Mordred. He's going to have to change things up here as far as pick goes.
But this was the big question, coming into a series like this, would Mordred be exposed for a possible champion pool issue? Did have a good performance, like you said, on that Corki. I'm curious where he goes from here.
Well, like this, ban the Twist of Fate. That was a big thorn in the side of QG in game number 2. So she not going to see that one. And if the Varus gets banned as well, that's basically 3 mid lane bans thrown straight at him.
But he's already shown that he's quite comfortable on Lissandra. He didn't have the best game in game number 1, but it was certainly a pick that he was willing to take. Alistair banned away from more. First pick Braum time for 0?
Maybe, because QG do have a ban to go here. Alistair's been a pretty popular ban in the series. It is one of Moore's best champions.
Yeah, it certainly is one of, but his best champion is
Braum.
by far Braum.
Yep, 100% agree. It's just about making plays.
Well, there's Varus.
Being tanky enough to do it.
And maybe Kindred for Waterley. So they could give over the Braum here. I feel like red side maybe favors QG a little bit more as far as overall drafts goes based on these bans. But Waterley, I don't think they can afford to give away Kindred. And they don't feel like they can either. They will first pick it once again for Condi, who did have a good game, but power picks now. Echo locked in for QG, and I can't imagine Braum's not there as well.
But you also have to think that this means that Swift's going to go back to the Gragas. And again, the thing about Swift's Gragas is I just feel it's just not quite there for me just yet.
I'm going to say something that a lot of people are going to take out of context and burn me for. It's like Chwen's Gragas. In the feeling
No,
that
I actually will agree with that.
they're both great Lee Sin players.
Yep.
And they try and play Gragas like Lee Sin.
Yep. It's
And
all
you
about
don't
the
have to.
isolation as opposed to everything that his kit offers.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Swift's been a little absent, honestly, from these last few games. His Graves didn't wow me like it has in the past. Swift, we've talked about it. He's got so much potential. His ceiling as a player that we've seen is immense, but he's just been a little off in the last few weeks. I think we always called him the barometer of his team. I think barometer's sitting a little low. He's going to have to step up here, especially moving towards playoffs for QG. But on the World Elite side, Lucian Lysandra are the next few picks, keeping it nice and simple.
No surprises there. That can still act as a flex pick. We saw 957 take it last game. And again, they're probably going to see a Bard Lucian lane. The 2v2 power plays coming from Mystic and Zero.
I honestly just want to see Sivir locked in here.
Yep.
Just make them lane against creeps, put them in a massive CS hole. They're actually looking to give potentially Uzi the last pick.
Jhin with Lulu.
Yeah.
I would not be disappointed to see, though.
Was that a thing?
The movement speed. So Jhin uses movement speed phenomenally well. It's not really about the E anymore. It's about allowing Jhin to use the whimsy out of Lulu to weave in and out of the fight for his bullets. Movement speed is key on Jhin, which is why I like the double deal build that we've been seeing a little bit more. We saw it out at SMLZ yesterday.
And there's Gragas, so no Lee Sin. Swift thought about it, but not going to take it, unfortunately. Let's see what Gragas does here in this round. Did play it to a win in game 1, but again, it was a pretty casual game from QG. We're just kind of playing out, see what happens. And this would be quite an end to their draft.
Zero is the mascot for Team WE, the chilled out play.
Yeah.
Just look at that.
Calm demeanor.
Yep. Let's go, let's go.
There's Rise, and there's Bud. I have to think that she is Rise again, so they did use the Lysandra as a flex.
Yeah,
but you never know.
Rise can go anywhere right now.
He's not
Jungle,
gonna
get him in there.
He's not going to be punished much by Lulu. Like, she technically is a lane bully, but Rise isn't.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh!
Wow. Kog'Maw locked in. That's not Swift's Kog'Maw. You trade those champions. Uzi's laughing. He's apparently finds it very funny. But this is we talk about Uzi-centric comps. We saw they played around him game 1, but not necessarily built around him. This is a build around me.
So the thing about Kog'Maw is Kog'Maw used to be a 2-item spiking 80 carry, where get the Gwynsu's Rage Blade, get Hurricane, and you were pretty much like at the peak of your power then. You got better for another item and a half, but as people started picking up magic resistance, you kind of fell off like your power peak just because you can't go Void Stuff on Kog'Maw. It's not a great item. Now Kog'Maw spiked off levels, but still has the same problem as having like not enough magic penetration to make his damage relevant. So we'll see if Uzi's able to make it work. That's why we've seen a little bit of Kog'Maw's popularity fall away as we move some of his attack speed from his W to his passive. I'm
really curious if he's going to have any different build paths to try to compensate for this. Uzi is always very creative about how he builds his champions, and I guess that Kog'Maw will be no different.
I want to see if Mortrid goes Ardent Sensor. I've talked about it a lot. We've seen it once.
Ardent Sensor, Lulu Kog'Maw.
Ardent Sensor. Kog'Maw gets 30 damage. Ardent Sensor gives him another 50. Attack speed's great.
Well, we'll find out soon. Coaches have shaken hands, and the two teams are going to get themselves onto the rift for our final game. And we're out into the rift for the final game between these two, as we are going to have an end to our first best of 3, probably in about 40 minutes' time, given the pace of the first 2 games. QG won the first one, pretty resounding fashion with Uzi and his Lucian taking over. QG fired back with a great Kindred Twisted Fate performance there. And now Kog'Maw. We've gone all in a lot of different ways. Red side Mordred is back on the red side, of course. And Uzi's playing Kog'Maw as Moore's taking damage.
Yep, definitely a protect the Kog'Maw composition. You've got the Braum, you have the Lulu, good disengage from Gragas, although Swift doesn't really like to use the Gragas cask in that
fashion.
Yeah.
The other thing is like Echo's great at going backwards. Our whole team comp is actually really good at going backwards. And Uzi can finally be that tank. All of a sudden, if late game Uzi gets caught, you're probably doing something seriously wrong with this composition.
No, completely agree. Although it looks like we will have a lane swap initiated, but it will be met on the other side from Mystic and Zero.
I don't know, like, so people tell me that Kog'Maw's a bad laner. I think good Kog'Maw players are really good in lane, especially with a Braum. You can proc Braum passive so quickly. I'm not going to say, like, is Lucian Bard, like, oppressive, how oppressive that lane is, but it definitely isn't a horrible lane, right?
No, I agree. Other big thing is he gets a lot more power on his level 6 than he previously did in other iterations of Kog'Maw, so...
It's an execute now.
Get him to that point.
Get Swift in there. Maybe get a gank happening. We'll have to find out. Michigan 0, though, taking away that Gromp. There's a Krug start out from QG, and we will have an inverted standard lane situation.
The Australian lanes.
Whee! It's because they're upside down, guys, in case you missed it. That means 957 and V are going to go to battle. I'm curious to see how Uzi's Cog goes. He's a great AD carry player. If you expect big Cog mechanics, but he does have to navigate what should be a pretty rough laning phase versus the Lucian Bard. Starts already.
Should be rough. Like, Bard is very oppressive. But I also want to see what Uzi maxes in this lane. Whether he does go for the W max for the extra damage, or whether he goes for some points in E to keep them back early on in the laning phase. Try and stifle some of that aggression.
That'd be cute. Be cool to see it play out, but right now, everyone's hit level 2 safely. Nice little Void Ooze usage there to get some farm off the back end. And Swift is there on the red buff as V and 957 through battle once again. We didn't get to see this 1v1 last game because it was a lane swap. So curious to see matchup-wise how this plays out. Lissandra, like you guys mentioned in game 2, very good in lane. Is Condi getting cute, but is not going to find Swift, at least on this red buff.
Yeah, see whether he continues to loop around. Swift has used his full ability rotation, so cannot fight.
Oh, does find him, though.
Oh, this is good here from Condi. Swift forced to get out of the way. Does get the slow down. Condi will flash in.
Him.
Last auto. Is it enough?
Red
Swift,
buff.
he drinks it out, and he is
Oh.
safe.
That was so close from Condi. Well played, actually, to get the last auto attack in. Swift lives on the smallest of margins. We'll get his big Raptor stolen away eventually.
And while it is unfortunate that Condi wasn't able to translate that into the first blood for himself, he does buy his bot lane up in the top side so much more room for aggression, knowing that Swift has been put behind and he is in base, so they're able to be that far extended in their lane and punish this Kog'Maw.
957 smashing V at this point in the lane, but he's actually going to have to go back. I imagine he's burning TP to get back to the lane.
Yeah, 100% he has to. And I just want to echo my sentiments from the first game, is that I believe that this is still a winning lane for Lissandra. Historically, in mid lane has been a very good lane.
Good bit of pressure back, though. Sea Drive Resonance procs again. Probably can't dive, though. Grass procs, but 957 walks it out. And that's it. Now 957 gets the TP back, but he has a little bit of extra gold.
Exactly right.
Smashed it. Uzi, though, straight to the wall with a Cosmic Binding. 0 on point so far with his skill shots. But keeping up in CS is Uzi actually very, very slightly ahead.
Big thing about CS in the mid lanes is 31-20, Lulu versus Ryze. Neither teleport has been burned, so it's not like Lulu has just been out of the lane for a minute to cheat in a back. That's just frankly getting pretty
Bodied.
much put in the bin for Mortred there.
Our mechanics. Does feel like the QG solo lanes are struggling a bit early on.
Like, look at this. He has such control over the wave that he's able to buy in a back without burning teleport. He gets the tier, and he's going to walk back to lane.
Impressive stuff there from Shie. As all of Void Elite's lanes continue to press forward, this opens up space for Condi. Having a field day right now on the Kindred. Almost took out Swift. Now he's going to go bottom side, but there's a pink ward right in his path.
Ooh. Flash burned.
Good pressure, but not enough. 957, no ulti, so hard to follow through.
Once again, I'm still not sure that this top lane is winning. Sorry, the inverted top lane with Uzi and Maw doing quite well in this lane. I think that if you are a Bard Lucian combo against a Kog'Maw Braum,
And you're even.
and the Kog'Maw's farming Krugs on the back end, which are worth much more gold than regular CS, then you're probably going to account the lane as a little bit of a failure so far. And Uzi is like, sure, his turret's under fire, but he's not really being harassed all of that much.
They're trying, but no dice so far here for Mystic and Zero. Oh, good
Wow,
stun,
Mystic.
Mystic. Doesn't eat the last auto. Great stun from Zero.
Yeah. That was really bad news for Mystic, as this is the lane that is danger zone. He's not getting zoned from gold. He's getting zoned from experience right now.
And we don't see it too often, but the Shia 1v1 looking nice here as Mortred returns back to the lineup, but his Corki gets banned away. He shows us a Lulu, and at least for the early stages, hasn't been too impressive just yet.
But this was facilitated by Condi invading Swift so early, forcing him back and keeping him behind. Gragas isn't able to gank just because Kindred is so much stronger right now, and it allows Shie to go full aggressive and body Mortred.
957 also keeping it up. Double Doran's refillable potion, so plenty of aggression. Looks like V may be forced back again.
It's just very, very cute. Here we go. Oh. So, throws a Kogo for a little bit of vision. Actually sees that Swift's in that brush. Because they sent more back in sight, plain sight. And that is suspicious, to say the least.
The bait.
Why
Dive
is
him.
he doing it?
Well, cute play.
Look at this Kog'Maw, high in fiber.
Continuing to farm though. He's doing a great job under the turret, collecting all the CS. And like you said, turret very healthy. Just from minion damage, really. Shia, though, continuing to stack the tier up. Mordred has returned to the Chalice, so looks like Athene's first here for the Lulu. We'll see if that helps him, as he has caught up pretty nicely in CS as well.
We'll also give him that protection against Ryze, so taking the region as well as some of that MR.
Bard sounds. Just great.
Just collecting chimes, just bard things.
Condi in his own jungle though. Looks like he might rotate back towards bottom lane again, although 957 pretty pushed up, so I'm going to guess not so much on that play. Mordred though is going to go ahead and shuffle to the blue buff. So it's going to go ahead and gift that one over, so should make Lulu's life quite a lot easier against the Ryze, but I'm sure it's Shia's turn to pick it up soon as well. So once again, standard lanes, but very calm and farm-oriented for the first few. World Elite, we know this is how they like to play, and I think QG, it's almost like they went late game last game and said, you know what, let's just pick better late game.
Yeah, exactly right. But what I do want to point out is that there's a 1,000 gold lead right now, and it is all in the back pocket of 957. The guy is putting on a show against V, one of the more consistent members, so much so that QG swap back to a lane swap, actually seeing whether Uzi can push down this bottom lane turret, because it will be falling in the top side as Condi looks to rotate up.
And this is the big thing that Rusty likes to talk about in terms of Kog'Maw's itemization. You touched on it briefly in Champion Select. Because of going for the Rage Blade, it puts him at this really awkward magic damage, physical damage. And it's pretty much a massive power trough for Kog until he gets the completed item, which is a lot of gold to sink in this early in the game.
And the other thing is, because he doesn't get as much attack speed from his W anymore, we saw a lot of maybe recurve bow first, instead of going directly for the Gwynsu's Rage Blade.
Yep, for immediate team fight presence.
Yep, and they're actually going to send him back one more time to be able to pick up the Gwynsu's so he can actually fight this Lucian, because Uzi seems to agree with you. Right now, he isn't a troll. Actually, he doesn't even have enough gold. They get him boots and they send him somewhere else.
Yeah, just going to get the farm where he can. He's wandering towards top mid.
They picked out red buff. It's not going to be there. But yeah, they're just dodging the Lucian lane.
We'll have to for a little while longer, you think, as QG do actually get Dragon in that little transition, so they get something out of it. They'll take the first major objective.
I would love to be able to listen in right now, because I don't know whether they're dodging the Lucian lane or whether they're dodging the 1v1 for Echo.
Yeah.
Because honestly, Uzi was doing fine, and he's actually lost CS because of this. Whereas V was getting destroyed. He's still 25 CS down.
Well, they will continue to meet, so we'll see if Xiaogu continue to chase them around the map or if Team W will get their way. Like you said, they've been building up quite sizable CS discrepancies, and now every single lane, 91 to 82, 75 to 52, so 957 continuing to run away with that. And even in the mid lane, Mordred has just now caught back up.
Everyone going over the wall.
Well, aggressive from Zero. Kog'Maw now in trouble as Mystic is going to shoot himself forward. QG are putting in. Uzi has to burn the heal and try and dodge it out. More though flashes forward with the Unbreakable and try and save him. 957 dunked back into the turret. He's going to get stunned up at the land for a spy from Condi. He's going to keep them all alive. More though stays in for the heal, but he is going to go down. Mystic will claim first blood.
And V has not teleported. He's staying in the lane to farm it out. Has not helped out his team. They're going to lose a turret for them, and they lose first blood.
The one thing that I do want to point out is that that was a better cast from Swift, and that's what we expect. They may lose more from this, like they're going to continue to push through, and Uzi and Swift don't have the health.
That's really greedy, Uzi. Actually going to force a flash from Swift as well. They stay to take Krugs, and World Elite continue to punish him. Might even keep pushing at this stage, although Condi is going to move his way back. V is trying to trade this turret.
He will not get it. And they're going to lose Rift Herald as well. Actually, V turns back around. Now he's in danger of losing his life, honestly.
Again, the map just being split open by Team WE and QG unable to match their macro play.
Uzi still stay, but he's not getting punished this time around. Rift Herald there. He's going to actually keep taking farm and work up towards that Gwynsu's. But you're right, no turret there for V on the bottom side.
So
Uzi's still low.
Mordred tries to teleport, and whether it was cancelled or actually stopped by the Ryze, I don't really know. given the cooldown of it, I'm going to say it was stopped by Rise because it's not coming up all that quickly. But V just did not pull the trigger on his. And the Echo can throw down the parallel convergence over the top of Kindra's ulti, time it very, very well to get the stun on the back end, actually set up a lot of good things. And V, sure, he gets probably plus 12 CS from that, but that's going to be more than made up by the turret and the extra assist that Lissandra is able to get from actually going into the top lane. That was an elongated trade. He could have made it there at any point and just decided not to go.
TP coming in, however.
Yeah, Uzi getting punished again. Moore's here to save him, but she is also up the top as well. This is a long way for them to try and run, but now V teleports. But they pretty much just have to save the cog. They might get a kill out of it, but Xie going to try and duck himself out of the way. Uzi looking for the stun. He does get it over the wall, but they can't really chase. Now just going to get in. Good caster mini stun into the wall, and Xie is going to get locked up and killed. It's V that claims it.
So in the end, that's a better use of teleport, but they're not going to get the objective for it. The difference is last time WE pulled the trigger on a teleport, they get the turret. This time, QG try and respond, they get the kill. WE still take a cross-map objective.
It's also where their gold is being funneled right now. Yes, it's nice that V got the kill to kind of help even him out against 957. But at the same time, you want to put that gold on your Kog'Maw. This is Uzi's composition, and he needs to start shining and being the benefactor of this gold.
Well, he's got the Rage Blade up now, so not a bad time to get things going, but Cog does need a few more items to scale up, more than he certainly did when he was popular a few patches ago. Uzi, you can see he's going to probably try and hold this wave as best he can, as V and 957 will do battle once again. V, decent damage now with the Sheen, does put up the W to try and zone him away, but 957 takes a very nice route out of the way. And he'll be safe for now. Had the ulti as well, so probably not under too much threat, but V starting to fire back in this lane despite the CS difference still.
I think there must be a buy for 957 that needs to come in. Oh, no, never mind. He's got really early CDR boots. I was going to say, because he's sitting in between an item, doesn't have the Abyssal quite online for himself, and that's going to help it a lot.
Not yet, though. It's QG. You're going to try and finish off V's work in this bottom side of the map. One hit away. Almost saving the gold for Uzi here. He does walk forward and take it out. Again, starting to funnel gold onto this Kog'Maw, but World Elite's still up about 2,000 gold. Mystic's getting stronger. She is charging up. Rodovage is done for him as well there in the mid lane. It's been quite a bit more proactive from World Elite, honestly, and QG. They've tried to sit back and farm, and World Elite are doing the right thing and not really letting them.
You have to wonder if the Kog'Maw pick was kind of a last-minute... What's what I'm looking for? I'm totally
Audible?
blanking. No. Like, reinsurance policy for Rise. Because you know Rise is going to be massive late game. Kog'Maw is one of the few 80 carries that actually outranges him. The issue with Rise is that his snare or all of his catches are, I believe, on like a 600 range. And only like 380 carries can be safe within that zone when Rise is throwing out the massive damage. So instead of going something like a Jhin, like a Sivir, it's okay, we're going to go to late game anyway because that's how Team WE play. Against likes of Rise, I feel okay taking the Kog'Maw into this.
Yeah, and the thing is, I was going to actually mention that it's whether Xie and 957 can kill Uzi through Mordred's and Moore's shields.
Yep.
So that is the race that is happening right now. It's like damage versus defense, because if Uzi ever breaks out of that prison and is able, like the snares of Rise, the actual prison that Lissandra is going to put him in, then he's going to go absolutely berserk on the back end of the fight. But they have so much lockdown CC to ensure that does not happen. It kind of is going to be interesting to see how we watch this game progress into power.
I just feel like World Elite lost game one, and they were like, you know what we need? Lissandra, Bard, and then some other mid laner, because we have to kill Uzi. They found the plan. We'll see if it works this time, because the adjustments have been made for QG. Dragon up as well, so it is a consideration, but not really in position to take it. World Elite in the area to contest this time, and Uzi, he's just hunting through the lanes, looking for farm.
Need to make sure that they don't lose complete control over the mid lane right here, because they need to have some semblance of pressure so they don't lose the dragon and the river entrance.
Yeah, Swift being a bit more proactive with the wards, but can't fight that on his own. So they're going to lose that pink in the pixel brush. Does sweep out the green ward he saw earlier, and there's a pink ward on the Ward Elite side getting cleared out. There's that little green ward. Very annoying, but more puts down a pink. Looks like both teams are contesting for vision in the area. QG going to start a push down into this mid lane, but Mystic answers the wave with a nice culling.
Still a ultimate burnt, but not really all that much. Just a creep wave of farm. We'll see whether the QG are able to use this power to go towards something like a dragon, get number 2. Will be the mark prioritized right now for the Kindred on the Rift Scuttler, as well as probably Herald. so there should be an opening for this.
Yeah, unbeknownst to QG, they could actually look, like you said, to trade objectives for the Dragon, but unfortunately
They have to know that they're doing that because they haven't appeared in top lane, and 3 members walked out of Fog of War. You can maybe, like, if it's just a Kindred and Zero, it's like, all right, maybe they're going for a shot. But when the Lucian joins them, it's like, I wonder.
I was going to make a comment on maybe their, like, less than stellar vision on the top side of the map, obviously really committing to this Dragon, but they go ahead and pull the trigger.
I mean, they seldom take the Rift Tower because the notification popped up.
Could be a little bit dangerous, though. Team W looking for the collapse.
Good damage.
Hey, Gucci. If this is anything, it's a Condi steal.
Almost a reset. Dragon, he's not happy, but he's dead.
There they go.
QG does claim it. We'll see if Waterleak can apply Rift Herald somewhere else. I don't think they got too much damage done with it before. And Uzi is still getting farm. The timer is on here for Kog'Maw. 2 items, not bad, but we're really looking to 3 and 4, and then above. But when Kog'Maw really starts opening up people.
See, and it really depends. Against heavy tanks, I think that he does fall off now. That's something that I do want to repeat. He does less damage per attack, and because of how resistances work, I really do feel against pure tanks, Kog'Maw starts to fall off. Against the likes of Maokai and Nautilus. But there is not that member on the Team WE lineup. And no one's going to get super tanky, so he has pretty much free reign across the board to be able to chunk people out. Maybe Ryze will get tanky, but it really depends on what build we see coming out of Sheer.
Gone are the days of Frozen Heart Ryze, but you never know.
QSS second item.
My primary concern for QG's composition with Kog'Maw is yes, there's a lot of potential to like kite backwards with their comp. They're a very scrappy, very mobile comp, except for Kog. And I feel like they really just they want to fight where he sits still, and like you said, it's just can the wild growth and the help picks and the unbreakable be enough?
Yeah.
As opposed to trying to speed him up and have like the perfect orb walking Kog'Maw. Although it's Uzi, we'll see.
Yeah, well, if anyone can do it, it's Uzi. You're exactly right, but it's actually humanly impossible at max attack speed now to orb walk with Kog'Maw. That's as far as I know. Maybe he's a machine sent from the future.
Have you seen his face? He's determined. I want to see the full orb walk Kog'Maw.
I believe it. Hey, man, if anyone can do it, probably this guy. But he's going to have the support stuff there.
We're actually testing it this game. Is it possible?
We'll have to get there first. But Waterleak definitely keeping the pace, I think, appropriate for where QG want the game to be. And we've sort of split the map between top or left and right halves, really. Waterleak with 2 Rift Heralds, QG with 2 Dragons, but Baron coming back up means left side control does get better as we move deeper into the game. And it's not like Waterleak aren't scaling either. 2 items almost up for Mystic, 2 items actually done for Xie. And 957 moving into his next as well. Everyone's just scaling. The Runen's not there yet for Uzi. Did have to go that QSS you mentioned because he's afraid of that Lissandra ulti, possibly even just a Ryze snare. Again, Waterleak have very one clear objective. Play patient, get a catch, preferably onto Uzi. That's what happened last game. He's very vulnerable to a lot of this CC. His team needs to be there to protect him.
But likewise with the Bard Kindred composition, we could go and see a very cheeky Baron again from Team WE. It's a little bit harder simply because they are on blue side this time around, but still a possibility.
Everyone chilled out, though. Again.
Chilled out League of Legends.
Chilled out League of Legends. That's pretty much Waterleak to a T.
Our times have changed.
And I think it's weird to me to watch QG, a team who we do often note for their aggression, sort of fall back to Waterleak's level and say, you know what, if you want to play slow, we'll play slow with you.
Well, the mentality is, I think, like LGD when they were facing Team WE. If you guys just want to sit back and have a gentleman's agreement to farm, we're totally fine to do that. We know that we're going to farm better than you, and when it comes to 6 items, we're also going to be the better team. I think QG probably have a very similar mentality. You want to go to late game? That's totally fine. I want 6 items anyway.
So I'm sure Uzi has that mentality. I'm not quite sure Swift and Mordred have that mentality right now because they're sitting across from like Xie and Condi, who are both playing fantastic League of Legends at the moment. I agree with the mindset out of LGD. I think that if you said to LGD against any team in the world, we're going to give you 6 items in one team fight, LGD would back themselves into that. When you have their lineup, I don't think many people wouldn't, as we finally see the Lulu Kog'Maw come together for the first time in this game.
Is it the Juggermaw?
I don't like the term Juggermaw.
It's dependent on, it's not actually dependent on Kog'Maw, or dependent on the tank, it's dependent on Kog'Maw.
Yeah, whether he's at the front or whether he's playing at the back. So whether he's being protected or aggressive. Understand the concept of it. I just really don't like the name.
All right, let's front more now. That's
Front
the
more.
and then back more for the other one. We solved it.
Puppy Ma.
We can actually, hang on. We can make this a bit better. It's sort of like...
We can rebuild.
We can. Swift, though, looking for something. Doesn't find it onto Condi. I feel like it's... When you're playing back, you're like sitting in a little fort, firing away like a turret.
The other thing, right, is that
And then
I
you're
like
battering around
Juggernaut
in
when
the
it was
front side.
one team that was running it, like maybe two. Like when it was Q and KT. Like they were the Juggernaut teams, right? They could pull it off. So I just think like leave it at Q and KT. I'm quite content with that. Because it was actually LGD that ran Cogmore pretty much exclusively against QG to win summer finals.
Yep.
So it's interesting to see that QG are trying to adopt the pick, maybe looking to see if they can get it out of Imp's hands, because you assume the two teams will meet eventually as they run through playoffs.
Uzi, no slouch either, but we'll have to see if he can live up to Imp's Cogmore. Imp's
Yeah.
Cogmore is something else.
Yeah.
That's the brilliance
Uzi's-
of LPL. This
yeah.
split is we literally have Uzi and Imp performing at their best, and Name's not quite at his best yet, but Deft and Name also performing.
Well, Deft's
Deft is on fire.
We're going to get into dangerous spawn territory. Deft is the best AD carry at the
Yes.
moment, in my opinion.
Yep.
The other two,
We're on board.
Imp
I'm following
and
you.
Uzi, behind, like, doing very, very well, but I just think Deft is more versatile. That's my outlandish statement of the day. My
I'm with you.
quite conservative statement is I just don't think Name is at the same level as the other three as of yet.
Still with you.
I don't know if it's because where RNG hold their power very much in their junglers' hands as opposed to their AD carries' hand, like the other members, other teams we mentioned do right now.
Well, I also think it's an individual performance from Name. I do agree that it's probably, how the team sets him up and what he's able to do with it. Swift.
Going in, but doesn't find anything there.
He
Just
still
eats
has
Kindred
cast.
damage. He's chunked, though. Kindred dishing out the deeps right now with the State of Devourer. He had the flash as well, but couldn't find a flash body slam he liked, I guess. Swift again. Just thinks him a little bit off in the last few weeks.
Yep.
Bit of a feast or famine player, old Swift. Bit of a famine recently. Which is weird because he's playing Gragas. You'd think he wouldn't be hungry.
They give over another dragon, so that is the first dragon of the game going over to Team WE. But slows down the possibility of dragon number 5, and they haven't got an advantage anywhere right now. It's 3,000 gold, actually, for WE. And, we can afford to have these philosophical debates about AD carries because WE are on Summoner's Rift right now, which means we're probably going towards a 40-minute game. Have one of the slower games in in LPL right now.
The slowest.
They play very controlled style League of Legends.
Well, get some aggression here in the mid lane. They are going to take out the turret.
I can't believe 957 didn't take that claw.
Wasn't feeling it.
They're very conservative,
They are the
low risk,
yes,
high reward.
They are the 90% team.
And that is so hard to find. That's the only time that they'll really pull the trigger. But that means that when they do, oftentimes it's massive.
Safest possible play.
They're like what was it? Season 4 European teams? Where they were like, we only are going to pull the trigger 100% if we know that we'll win.
See, I just love that we have World Elite in the league and then Snake. And on the surface, they seem really similar. And then Snake go crazy and do weird stuff sometimes. And World Elite just always play the same way. They kind of just played themselves to a loss in some ways in game 1.
Yep.
Because they would apparently rather lose the game than take a risky play. Because I don't know, maybe the mindset's going to be ruined, but they've built another solid lead here.
And I'm going to say it again. QG's composition, apart from the Gragas, potentially a great Brawl multi, still lacks engage. Because I don't call Echo engage. He's great re-engage, he's great secondary engage, but he can't really start the fight himself unless the enemy team makes a mistake. It's just such a telegraphed thing, and he has to be inside it to get the stun.
So we're theorizing that we're going to have another game where Team WE... Oh, hold on.
Action from Swift, catching 0, but a good flash from Bar is going to keep him safe. Condi, though, could be the next one as the TP does come in from V. He's going to try and lock them up, but he's forced to ulti out of it. 957, though, has to flash himself to safety.
So that's what they need. They need Swift to pull the trigger. Unfortunately, it's onto a Bard who is quite a slippery little sucker. But they get him out of there.
My favorite part was V ending up on the opposite side of the map.
Again.
Yeah.
We see this all the time where top laners teleport on Echo. They maybe haven't played as much of him as they should. And they're like, oh, I'm taking so much damage. I need an ult. Spacebar, where am I? Oh, my goodness.
We'll see it on this mid lane turret. Uzi shielded up there. He's actually looking to attack people.
He has his QSS, so he's a little bit safer to be that far forward.
And he's Hex Shrinker as well, against a
it's
lot of magic damage.
Such a mad dog comp, though. It is. He's the Void puppy.
He is the puppy.
And they're raising the puppy. This is Starhorn Royal Club. We've come full circle.
I can't wait till he becomes a mid laner again, personally.
Here we go. Yeah.
Oh, great there from 957. Uzi actually a little trapped on the other side, but Wildgrowth going to keep him alive for longer as Uzi's going to take out Mystic. 957 now on a whole host of trouble as Shear's going to get chased down, but he will take out more. Locked up though, so he's trying to turn things around. He does grab the double, but Uzi stunned into the turret, going absolutely crazy, but it's far too much.
The outplay on his old duo.
What the heck is going on there? Uzi just walked underneath the turret, got stunned up, ate so much damage, and then continued to walk forward like the Terminator. Meanwhile, Xie has just blown up a backline with the help of 957. And Uzi is like, this is my comp. You're supposed to protect me. Where are you guys? And they're like, can you help us deal with the Rise, please, kind sir?
Gentlemen, please. That said, this does open up space for Team WE to walk towards this Baron. They're trying to get back in position. Swift's not quite spawned yet, but Echo and Lulu are here to contest.
Yeah, but it's 4 versus 2 right now. They send in the parallel convergence. This will be a team fight, it looks like. Nope, they pull off.
Yeah, Baron actually going to go down. Can't steal it here.
1,000 gold the lead. And you can see Uzi
Player came a little deflated.
actually chewing the inside of his lip, it looked like. A little bit confused, I think, by what happened in the last team fight. Because he did chunk out 4 members.
Mystic died instantly,
Okay.
and then they lost the team fight.
First and foremost, props to 957. He's officially my favorite player in this game because he finally pulled the triggers. Like, I'm Lissandra, I'm going on the claw. I was like, oh my god, he actually took it. Got a great engage to start that one out. But then Uzi flashing forward into the outplay from Zero finds the cosmic binding on him. Oh, that Zero's looking across at him like, what's up, mate? Remember me?
But I still don't know whether that was Uzi's fault. I'm just going to say, like, ignore the Rise. It's like, people are like, are you crazy? Rise does so much damage. Like, just ignore him. Give the Kog'Maw the movement speed buff so we can kill the other 4 members.
Kind of feels like try calling a little mix there.
Yeah, no, 100%. Their target calling was not great.
And now Waterloo have a huge advantage. Looking to CG's tier 2s in both top and bottom lane. 4 members here for Waterloo in the bottom side. 957 hanging out in the top lane. He's going to meet Echo in just a second.
Because there's 2 right calls there. There's kill Rise or ignore Rise, right? There's a third call that QG went for, which was mixed. Like, Uzi's going to try and kill everyone, and everyone else is going to collapse onto Rise. And that's the only incorrect call. If you're going to do something, especially with a Protector Kog'Maw comp, at least do it as a 5-man unit.
Nope, I completely agree. But I'm of an even more extreme mentality that even if it's the wrong call, if you at least do it together, your chances for success will be much higher.
Yeah, no, I've said that to many a team.
Yep. If you're going to do something stupid, do it together.
Well, unfortunately, it's QG that seem like they're just sort of passively losing themselves this game. They've, you can tell where the points of power are. We've got a Rabadons for Mordred. He's got an extra need to see large rod, plus the Athenes, even some Merc Treads just to keep himself alive and un-CC'd. They've got all the tools to protect Uzi, but clearly didn't put them together in that last fight. And World Elite, they may already be too far ahead for QG to have to hold on for quite a while in this game, despite the fact we're 30 minutes in. We might be 10, 15 minutes away from QG getting to one team fight.
Uzi's still pretty massive.
And we also have a lot of base to chew through before Team WE really start backing QG back into a corner.
Yeah.
Likewise, the wave clear is phenomenal. I mean, you've got the Hurricane, you've got the Rageblade, the Kog'Maw, the Lulu, the Gragas.
And the thing is, right, is that they're 4 turrets to 1. So you can wipe out, with one team fight, you'll probably wipe out 3k of that gold lead just from standing gold. As they're now looking at V, who's in a little bit of trouble. Teleport also coming out.
Might be okay, but Orderly going to collapse everyone. Uzi on the back line trying to make it happen, but V gets blown to pieces.
That's the fastest Rise I've ever seen. It was cute, though, what Uzi was trying to do with his ultimate there, trying to tag Rise before as he came out of the TP.
He was flirting with danger as well because he wanted the tag badly, but he didn't also want to be close enough to the Rise that the Rise just turns around and kills him instead of killing his team member.
Yep.
So going to lose this tower, though, I think. GA face tanks the wave. Swift here. He's got a flash. He's got his ulti. But I'm not sure the rest of the team's ready for an initiation. And Waterloo still with everyone alive. More than happy to try and siege this down. be dead for a little while longer, and that tier 2 falls.
So QG have to give this up. I say this all the time, but it's so important. You can't fight over that, even if they had 5 members, because if you die there, that's pretty much the game.
And don't compound errors, right? You've already made an error of having your top laner caught out. He didn't burn any summoner spells for it, so you do the right thing. You back away from the objective, put your hand up, say, my bad. It just cost us 1,000 gold plus a kill. But don't make the error worse by then throwing away the entirety of the game, because you still have a Kog'Maw, you still have a Lulu, and Echo scales ridiculously well into the late game as well.
There's still a lot of hope in this composition, especially for the very relaxed style that Team W are going to continue to pull out.
Certainly plenty of League of Legends left, and that's just in this game. Have a look at the gold differences, though. That is so much gold for Xie.
This is the issue. They've lost their train driver, so now they're just kind of like this tiny little train that just like slowly moving up. And one day we'll get back to the top, but without the train driver, it's not as quick.
Well, trains don't need drivers anyway. They have tracks. It's not like Aluka was steering them anywhere. He was just following the track.
I've seen some right-hand, like 90-degree angle turns.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. That was a dark time.
That feel when you get no-scoped by a Scion ulti.
Still the best Scion in LPL.
Takes to the left-hand turn into the blue buff pit and Dragon. But Uzi still does some damage here on the Kog'Maw.
Here's the issue, perhaps. Uzi, 3 items and a QSS.
Oh.
But also he's going to have to be flash. V now in the front lines as Swift also has to get out of dodge.
You need to get back in there.
Yeah, they're going to have to turn it in. Condi goes in for it, but the Lamb's just bite. He's going to be set up in a very nice choke. Moore going to try and disengage with the ulti, but Moore is going to go down to Mystic. Damage is there. Uzi, Wild Growth sits in there. This is Kog'Maw's time to shine, but he does go down. World Elite. They're going to win the team fight.
So the biggest issue there was the duration for which Uzi had his W up. He wasn't able to get any damage out of it because it was on top of a Kindred ult. 957 immediately engages after the W is down, and yes, the Wild Growth comes up, but the cooldown's not available to follow up the damage when it was needed.
But the big thing is, they're 10,000 gold behind. They're going to lose a turret off this. But that was a 2 for 3, and 957 got a 5-man ulti in the middle of it. That is the best teamfight WE can have, and they still don't slam the door shut because of how strong this composition is out of QG. Like, that should have been a heck of a lot more off the back end of it, and they just don't get it. Sure, there are still big items to come out from 957, but if you're QG and you watch that, like, let's take another look at this. Uzi, he's kiting back beautifully, has to burn the flash early. So Swift is already stunned up, and they burn so many cooldowns here. Uzi chunks out Condi. So great job so far. Condi gets the ult. It's a 4-man, sorry. 957 comes in here and stuns up 4 people and gets a 4-man ulti. That is so much damage. And they still nearly lose the team fight just because of how strong Kog'Maw Lulu is at this part of the game.
Nope, completely agree. And you saw right there also, when Kog'Maw comes out of Lissandra Ultimate, he doesn't have his W to come back to.
Yeah.
And if he had had that and the Wild Growth, like you said, that could have gone to a wash for either team.
Well, Mordred pieced out and then made his way back just in time to get out and throw the Wild Growth down. So you have to think QG, if they can put all the pieces together, they've got a straightforward, successful team fight to win.
So Uzi's gone for Spectre's Cowl. I want to see whether he goes for Banshee's Veil or whether he goes for Spirit Visage. Because Spirit Visage, like, everyone would have experienced this. Jax comes into top lane as Swift is maybe getting caught out, has Spirit Visage, Gwynsu's Rage Blade, and a lifesteal item, and he just never dies. Because of like how much lifesteal you get between Spirit Visage, a lifesteal item, and Gwynsu's because of how it replicates lifesteal. So I honestly want to see if like he goes towards Spirit Visage and then finishes off Merc Scimitar and just literally tries to self-sustain throughout the team fight.
That's so dirty.
It's a kind of cool combo. I used to play a lot of Jax when Gwynsu's was remade. I am all for abusing certain patches, by the way. That is my thing.
He is the patch lord.
It's okay, I abuse certain champions.
No, I get patched in and out of League of Legends. Right now, not a great patch for me.
Patched out. Easy continuing to pick up farm, though. He almost has 400 CS in this game. Well, Mystic keeping up nicely. There are huge numbers of farm. In fact, Xie is 70 CS ahead of Mordred, but still effective on the Lulu. Has a Luden's Echo.
And the game doesn't get much worse from here. We talk about the 70,000 gold mark. Well, WE are 2,000 gold away from that, and QG is still like 14,000 gold away from that, which sounds horrible in theory. But as I said, if it gets there, it just means absolutely nothing.
We're going to come down to a one-team fight game.
See, right now, we're still a little bit away from that. WE can lose 2 or 3 team fights.
Yeah, not at this point, but
Yeah.
I have a feeling that this is going to be a...
Swift.
Ooh, nice little catch
More.
perhaps, but more puts up the Unbreakable. Just soaks up so much damage.
That's such a
Ability's pretty good.
balanced, very fair.
So, that's another Baron going down. We can talk about it as much as we want, but that is Baron secured for Team WE.
So again, this is effectively just a pause for QG, not able to advance or move anything on the map unless they get like a complete wash of a team fight. We talked about this before with the first Baron though, is that Team WE, yes, they got it, but can they translate it into anything? Because you're dealing with so much wave clear.
Well, the amount of stalling that QG have done, yeah, has been pretty
They've been stalling
amazing
from
to
minute
watch.
0. And look how strong Condi is right now. He's 5 items completed. He's a full item ahead of the Gragas. And it's all damage.
You have to think about the priority of Echo. Obviously, second rotation here was going to be Gragas and Braum from QG, but it feels like QG are never prioritizing a jungle pick for Swift anymore, especially when 3 junglers are banned.
It's true.
Well, Echo was Kindred was first picked here.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously, the priority pick is going to come out from Team WE because but they will priority pick it. I can't think of the last time I saw a priority pick jungler, save for Nidalee when it's open for QG.
I feel like World Elite
They
have
went
actually
for
drafted well.
Banshees. Sad spawn.
No. Well, the theory is kind of there still. Try not to die. Shoot everyone forever. Profit.
Banshees just fell out of popularity because there are so many random spells that fly around Summoner's Rift right now that pop that. And then because of the fact that you have to be out of combat, and like combat just lasts for so long for it to start regenning. I don't like Banshees as an item.
Oh, Uzi doesn't
Obviously,
really care.
yeah. You do your Uzi.
He is. That much I can promise you. As the wave clear is actually holding the Baron buff for now. GA is not enough pressure here in the top side, even though he's got a GA. The carries on World Elite are absolutely ridiculous at this point.
They are so strong. Like, WE...
They have 4 carries, kind of. 3.5.
Bard. They have 5 carries.
And look at all this delicious farm. This is the worry about Baron buff. Just opens up a window for Uzi to keep farming. GA, whoa! Right in there. Look at that turret burn. Who said Rise can't take turrets? GA knows. That's actually kind of ridiculous.
He's just tanking it up.
Dragon 2 pretty good.
So he must have gone back and got a blue pot there. The reason being is blue pot gives you extra turret damage. So it actually helps Rise out a lot. That means that they're going to break the top side of the map. There's no way anyone can stop Xie.
I think it's the first time I've ever seen Siege Breaker Rise, but very effective. And V's just zoned off this inhib. Now the inhib's in trouble.
Yeah, V unable to respond at all. We'll see if Team WE can translate this into even more.
Oh, man.
Everything's collapsing.
Yeah, the base is just exploding right now. 957 might even get this as well. Really good 3-lane push here from World Elite.
And it's so smart because when you look at QG's comp, they need all 5 members there to make it work. They need the protection of the Cogmore. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen.
Oh, cannons. Take out the other inhib.
QG's base collapse at 16,000 gold.
Uh-oh, fight may be wrecking out. This could be bad news. World Elite going to try and close this one off. Mordred actually hits the ulti from Bar, but Uzi is still firing away. 957's going to jump in on him, though, but Moore swoops in to protect him. Uzi still alive for now. The shields are there. Mystic is still alive, but Uzi's just firing away. He'll take out 957, and he's not done. Mystic the next target, but the damage isn't there. He'll take out the Lucian, but GA's now still alive.
They won the team fight.
And they actually killed the Cogmore. GA's going to play cleanup. V took out
He's
0.
got GA.
Whoa.
Rise Kindred versus V. GA will try and swoop in and end it.
So I do agree with Spawn's surprise that they did incredibly well that team fight. In the end, they don't quite win it.
They don't win it.
The GA Rise is still up and available. Aw, V, this is going to be...
He's trying.
He's just ignoring him.
Siegebreaker Rise. This is comical.
Oh, this is...
And all of a sudden, Kindred's back.
Yeah,
right?
V can't do
Unlucky
anything.
V.
Looks like the game should be over here. Or at least close. V going to try and escape.
I think he gets stalled out. There's no creep wave.
Is there anyone left?
3 super creeps coming, though.
This is so sad.
Who's the next? Oh, the Moor's
Braum
up.
is up.
Get in there,
10
unbreakable.
seconds.
Braum is here. Oh my god, I think he did it.
Yeah, no, so they live. All right, how much farm does Uzi get before game number 2 of the Attack of the Titans comes in.
We've fallen back to the rose wall.
Yeah. This is uphill, to say the least. WE have played this game so well. Credit to a young team, old organization, young team, to be able to take the #1 place team in Group A. They're going to beat them, most likely, here.
And I said this upstairs, you know, I'm not a massive fan of Team WE's playstyle, but at some point, when they keep winning, you just have to be like, obviously it's working. It's not my favorite playstyle to watch.
It's not pretty, it's not orthodox.
But it is effective.
But it's effective.
Yeah. Uzi's 6 items.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're getting to the point eventually. 42 minutes in.
And, like, he's a tank. He has given up the idea of doing damage. He's just like, I will live. I'm going to be the Kog'Maw that lives.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Pray for Gandalf, because this is the defense.
Yeah, this is the 7th night of Helm's Deep.
This is where we
They're
hold
looking
them.
to the south. Right out with me. Get some pots. Let's go, boys.
A single Nexus turret.
Swift wants it. He's actually acting pretty aggressive. Condi getting zoned away. They force the ulti out, but a Bard ulti moves in there as well. Uzi, where is he? He's getting a little low, but he's now on the front side. Mystic are dishing out deeps, and Uzi just can't live through it all. He will claim 1 kill onto Condi, but Waterly will sweep through the rest of the fight. 3 for 1 right now. Actually, a triple kill right now for Mystic. Going to move in maybe for the Quadra. Mordred's going to TP in. They're not going to get anything else, but World Elite will claim the win, 2-1.
And Mystic goes bonkers on the back half of that fight.
There was just way too much priority put onto Condi. They were like, we have to kill the Kindred. He does so much damage. Mystic's like, hey guys, remember me? Just absolutely tears through the back end of it. QG very vocal to each other, and they are not happy. That is not how you want to start playoffs as QG. You do not want to go in off the back of a loss against Team WE.
And you just have to think, you know, Uzi played phenomenally. All 3 games, fantastic. Moore had some good games in there, but the rest of the team just looks so shaky.
Honestly, I think if Kog'Maw had like 7 or 8 item slots, that's the easiest game for Xiaogu to win of all time. But you only get 6. Uzi just couldn't keep up with all the damage. World Elite do really well to play those team fights. They tried to force Condi's ultimate out at the end there to try and start something up, but it's just too much.
And I said it, this is a huge game to win for WE, because the thing about WE is that they do this time and time again. We're going to take you late, we're going to win the team fight. And I said that that might not be a good tactic going up against the likes of EDG, RNG, even QG, LGD, because they are very good team fighting teams. WE has done that 3 games in a row against QG. They lost the first, but the last 2 games, they won handedly with that technique. And it's not pretty. It's frustrating to watch. Like, you can literally peace out for 30 minutes of their game, come back, like have dinner, maybe go for a drive, you know, just popcorn, like get everything in there. But they do win games of League of Legends. They're going to challenge for second now.
And when
They're
they close well.
The classic date night team.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree. And again, at this point, you just have to be like, the draft
Hang
phase
on,
is obviously very intelligent. What?
Is the crux of the analogy there that like it takes a while, but eventually they close? Is that what you're saying?
You get what the crux of the analogy is there. I'm not going to explain this.
Okay.
You have it. No, the thing about Team WE is they're also very intelligent. Like, yes, it's very frustrating to watch in game, but their draft phase is so intelligent. Them playing in a series, they're a very mature team, despite the fact that it's a very young roster. Again, the adjustments that they made to their compositions every single time, I have to...
And hey,
they're not my favorite, but I have to give it to them.
and when I say they're frustrating, because you know what? They are one of my favorite teams to watch. Like, if I was going to play League of Legends, like, that is what I would set up a team to do. They get so many tools. Like, when you think about it, Ryze, Lissandra, they've got Kindred in there as well. There are so many tools to deal with Kog'Maw in this game to keep your team healthy. I think they're brilliantly smart, like criminally underrated in the intelligence that they use to play this game. It's just that they always pick late game and they always pick scaling, and they don't prioritize what everyone else does around the map. They prioritize chipping away. They don't throw any like of these Hail Mary passes. Everything they do is slow and methodical, and they use vision to control neutrals like very well.
And I want to say that the big thing is most people would then look at Team W and be like, well, what are they going to do against a team that knows how to play an early game? But the thing is they have teams that know how to play early games in their group. They've got 3 of them. Snake have the largest gold lead at 10 minutes of anyone in the LPL, not just Group A. And Team W have solidified themselves over Snake, taking that the better position there. And then Masters 3 and EPA also have excellent early games. So it's not like Team WE have been exposed that they can't execute their style when they clash stylistically early game versus late game team.
And they also proved in this game that lane swap or standard lanes doesn't really matter. I mean, they took Lucian Bard one game, and they were also willing to play Trundle Ezreal in another game. So that's that's jarring nearly in the disparity of what the comps are supposed to do. But wow, Xie.
Picks up the MVP for the Rise performance. Pretty massive amount of damage towards the end. Again, every World Elite victory feels like a team effort.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was about to say. I was like, you probably could have given MVP to anyone on the WE lineup there because it's a team of B and A star players that come together and they have either an A or an S tier performance.
I will say, of all the people doing work when we do see plays, it is Xie usually that is the playmaker. He's sort of that guy that might be stepping up into more of that role for the team, but just watch these team fights on World Elite. Wonderfully played.
Yeah, I was going to say Xie 957 and
Condi, Mystic,
Sometimes.
Zero were the people that were starting the fights. And then the benefactors in this game were like Mystic and Condi. But the other 3 were really the people locking down priority targets. So I'm glad that one of the initiators got the MVP for this game.
No, I agree. I do want to give a shout out to Condi, though. Again, it was Condi's aggression on Swift in the very early stages of the game, invading the red buff, that put Swift behind and meant that Team WE always had the superior jungle control, which allowed Xie to be so aggressive in his lane because he bodied Mordred. I mean, that was a ridiculous CS discrepancy between Ryze and Lulu.
But the other thing, right, is that Swift should never... Okay, so you're going to burn a summon a spell.
Yep.
Kindred with red buff is actually impossible to outrun. Like, you can't out-body slam her. She gets too many tumbles. Just walk to the Raptor camp wall and flash towards your turret. Like, be full health. Don't have to go back. The reason that they controlled so much of that is because from that point forward, he could never go into the top side of the jungle because you've already been pressured out. You know that you have no flash anymore, and you just are being out-navigated everywhere. Swift can make the safe play there, burn the flash immediately, get towards his mid-lane turret, go towards the fat side of the lane, and then just go somewhere else and transfer pressure because from that, he heads into the bottom side of the jungle. They don't know if he's ganking. Whereas this game around, they knew they'd send him back, and that honestly screwed Uzi. Uzi from that point forward was like, I cannot win this lane because I'm going to get shoved in. I don't have the pushing power, and there is no longer a threat on of a gank on the top side of the map.
Yep.
And I'm looking at like maybe closer at QG. I have to say, like, players looking good. The game they won especially looked like things are going relatively straightforward. You can maybe blame it on Doinby missing all the substitute mid laners. They played 2 different mid laners across 3 games and could only win 1. But honestly, I think straight up for Xiaogu, and it's not just this game, which maybe doesn't matter as much for them because I think have already locked first spot for playoffs. Where's their mojo gone? They just have no swagger anymore.
They need the secret stuff.
They do. Like, they've got great players. People are playing solid or amazing depending on the player, but there's just nothing. It feels like the thing that got them to so many miraculous wins, 10K behind, it's just gone.
Their identity has changed as a team. I jokingly said it's the return of Starhorn Royal Club because it's a very Uzi-centric comp. And yeah, Uzi can put teams on his back, but he doesn't want to deal with another lucky or godlike situation. QG, they have so many tools and so many performing players, just perform with him.
And V played very well in their victory. Like, V can still, put a team on his back as well. He is able to get things done. Sure, Mordred and Uzi had a very good game 1, but V was also one of the star players, and you can see that Uzi there on your screen smiling. But it looked like it was really V that took the step backwards as the game went on, and he started getting dominated by 957.
Well, Uzi getting caught in this fight in game 2 definitely caused some issues. World Elite were able to swoop in, take the late game team fight, and then pretty much close it up from there. Uzi did live through all this, but the rest of his team did not.
Mystic, though, I'm actually watching him. He played very well over the course of this series. Team W, criminally underrated, as you said, but pretty much across the board. Like, their players, their play style.
One of those things where, hey, you know what? They made a lot of conservative adjustments in their off-season. People expected him to do good things, but maybe not great things. I think we've seen a lot of good things from the side right now, and we're starting to see a few more great.
They're a team of they're a superstar team, not a team of superstars. I
Yep.
think that's why people underrate WEs, because when you look down the roster, you do not see that player that jumps out to you, and you're like, he is like top 5 in his role even. But when you bring them all together, they are a very teamwork-oriented team.
I'm actually trying to think now where I would rate all of them in the roles. She is actually pretty high. Zero's fairly high as well.
Really? Worldwide?
Condi? No, not worldwide.
Yeah,
in the
no, so that's
LPL.
what I'm saying. So
Oh, yeah.
worldwide, top 5, I don't think they have anyone.
Yeah, 100% on that. Huh.
Well, here's Uzi trying to go in for it, but couldn't quite get it done. Chia did so much work in this team. I can't believe he lived, first of all. And look, Uzi flashes forward, and his team's like, where are you? He's like, I'm here. Where are you? Just, everyone's not on the same page.
Well, he nearly killed 3 people.
Oh,
To
yeah.
his credit.
No, like, I don't mind the play. But like you said, if they'd made anything that wasn't a split call, it probably would have looked a lot better for them. I just feel like the soul of Xiaogu is gone.
Yeah. No, I agree. And you have to think, going into playoffs, if you're a Xiaogu fan, that's going to be concerning. That said, that team, it has really high highs and really low lows, so we can maybe think that they can bounce back.
I think that the biggest thing for me is that they just need to fix their draft. I don't like Echo if there isn't any actual hard CC to start off the fight. Game 2 was a bad place to pick Echo. Poppy would have been much more appropriate for it. And I just think that V, he needs to be given a winning lane. We've already said that when he's on things like Poppy, he's able to do the work. I just don't know if without that really hard initiation out of V, they can win these games.
Well, didn't work out then. A very well played series by World Elite, does give them the victory. Don't go too far away, though. We are going to move ourselves into LGD versus Snake coming up after the break. And welcome back, guys. We're about to get into our second best of 3 here. This is our last day of the regular season for Split 1 of the LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Cast. Still joining me, Jake Spawn, Tiberian, Indiana, Frosker, and Black. QG falling to World Elite there right towards the end. Been a rough few weeks for the team, to be honest, but World Elite did play very well.
Yeah, WE are a team that I think people have to pay attention to now. They are quite young, very inexperienced, I think, going into the playoff set, although they do have Zero in their lineup, of course, who is someone that has been to Worlds and came actually runners-up against Samsung White. So I think that, like, right now when you have a look at WE as a team, they're not going to intimidate anyone, but you do have to respect them as a calculating, cold opponent that will take you late game and try and beat you there.
No, I completely agree, and we said it over and over again. They're frustrating to watch, but they have a
Imagine
formula.
how much it is to play against them, Frosker.
Exactly. They're frustrating to watch. I'm sure they're frustrating to play against. They have a formula. It keeps working, and at some point, you just have to respect them. No one can overlook them because they just took down QG. Certainly
seems like they keep improving as well, so it's been a good run for the team so far. Moving into our next match, of course, Snake versus LGD, and it's interesting for this one on playoffs. We're going to have another situation where a team is already locked in their playoff spot and their seed. LGD have locked in 4th, so they can't go anywhere. They already did what they wanted to do, went on a tear and made playoffs, classic LGD. But Snake, I believe they do have some movement here.
Yeah, they can potentially fall down to WE depending on how they lose it. So they need to keep winning, I guess, is like the easiest way to keep saying it. The big thing for me, though, is like I don't believe in LGD not having like anything to play for, because if we've seen anything about LGD, they are an emotional, like almost to a fault emotional lineup, right? So they need to win these games. I believe they're on a 6 best of 3 winning streak right now. If they're able to win number 7, that is terrifying for anyone that gets them in playoff currently, Vici.
Certainly is, but we are going to go through the Snake lineup first. Flandre, ZZR, Tank, Crystal, and Ella. We've seen them in the last few weeks. Seems like they've solidified their starters for a while now. We'll start on the top lane with Flandre, who is, I'm going to say, uncharacteristically off this season. Up and down, but mostly down.
I'm going to say just on the back part, but yeah, I'm going to agree a little bit. It's really been the story of Snake. Flandre has always been their star, but it's been this guy, ZZR, and the guy in the mid lane, Tank, kind of stepping up and coming into their own that have made and solidified Snake as kind of a threat coming into the playoffs. They are going to be your quote-unquote lane swap team. They tend to swap a lot, but it's really been their 5v5 that suffered, which was so strong in 2015, and they're just now starting to peak back to that form.
There's Crystal in the bottom lane. Good to see him back. I think his return to the team has definitely reinvigorated them and given them a few more options when it comes to game plans. Definitely been a bit more one-dimensional, but they are branching out as they've moved later into the season, as Ella been another star on the team. The quiet overachiever, we'll call him. He's an excellent support player.
He just does so much for this team and has such a massive responsibility across all boards. Engage, disengage, card carry of bottom lane. This guy's nuts. Controls team fights.
Makes you breakfast. He's nice.
Yeah.
Good guy.
Tucks you in. Waters you, feeds you, takes you for walks.
Once again, the black jerseys of LGD on your screen.
They're lucky playoff jerseys.
They have ditched the white.
Maybe that's what it was. Did they wear white to Worlds?
They must have. Yeah, they did.
They wore Team China stuff.
Oh.
But their jerseys were the white jerseys, right?
I don't know.
Look.
I'm checking. That's cursed.
Well, change of uniforms, and certainly been a change of scenery, really, and a success here for the team. Marin, Amy, Wayless, Imp, and PYL. We talked about it at the top. It felt like after the 4 from Worlds and the pickups they made, they were going to start smashing it. Took a while, but my God, have they taken over.
Yeah, and you can see that reflected in the champion pools. Look at Marin there. Gnar, Renekton, Kennen. I mean, Spawn says it best. They just start poking eyes.
There's Amy, their jungler. Seems to be the consistent jungler they're sticking with now, and he has been looking a lot sharper as he's moved back into the lineup.
Yeah.
Wayless, though.
So the reason they bought Amy in was because of his history with Wayless. They were very confident of them as a duo. Amy had a very poor start to this season, but has, since his re-emergence onto the roster, performed much better.
One man that only gets stronger, though, is this man right here. Imp has only ascended and ascended here, it feels like, this year. He was an amazing player last year. Even showed up at Worlds despite LGD's poor performance there. And I think PYL's back with a bit of that swagger as well. LGD, it's just been a transformation. They are a team possessed, looking at their seed in playoffs thinking, you know what, it's not pretty, but we're going to do it. We're going to make another run.
Like,
exactly, who cares?
Honestly, who cares? When I look at this team, I think that they can win it all. And if you had to ask me 4 weeks ago whether that was the case with LGD, I would have said, heck no. In fact, they were nearly embarrassingly bad at the start of the split. I think they were 1-6.
Something awful.
And then they went to like 2-8, and now they're 7-8. Like, they can go back to being a 500 team, which, you know, isn't pretty. But if you're Vici now, staring across from this LGD lineup, you are not happy because LGD look like they are finally back in form. No,
yeah, I completely agree. The thing is people just looked at Marn coming into the roster and they're like, this is going to be perfection right off the gate. They didn't give Marn the time to, work out the communication issues and integrate with the team correctly. And it seems like he's finally online, and LGD have just awakened with him.
Well, they've locked in their spot, but they've got message to send to Vici over on the other side of their first playoff game.
Fear us.
And Snake, they do want to win here and see if they can push themselves up a spot or two and maybe make playoffs a bit more comfy. But it's a tough ask here. LGD, they have a streak to continue. And they're going to want to look to do that here in Game 1. We are into the draft and through almost all the bans. Snake have gone with Kindred, Gragas, and Siva as their 3. And Nidalee Trundle actually the answers there for LGD.
Has dropped through so many drafts, and the huge shout out to Imp, banning away his best AD carry.
I was just about to point that out. And Imp, that's the one thing. Out of all of the players on LGD, Imp has been the most consistent.
So the reason that I love Imp on Siva is the theory of like utility. He is such a good player that he needs something to take his team with him, right? And Siva just does that so beautifully. If he gets good positioning, if he gets a couple of cheeky crits, then able to run over the top. Proskurin frowns.
That is some jungle priority.
That is very strange.
First pick Elise from Snake after a TF ban for LGD rounds it out.
But this is the big thing, is that Echo is left up. And I made this comment the other day, 6.6 patch, Echo has really solidified himself in the meta. Great pick, we talk about him, Poppy, all the time. So I feel like teams with really strong top laners, like Snake, like LGD, just got like a passive buff because they get another weapon for them to use.
Well, Echo and Braum, pretty good picks there for LGD. We'll see what Snake want to answer with.
Yeah, and I respect Echo's strength. I think that Echo is incredibly potent on the current patch. I just don't know if he's better than Poppy. This is my big thing.
No,
I'm not convinced on it. So if they're both up, I don't think you have to priority pick one.
A priority picking Elise?
Unless they jungle Echo, in which case I'm like, LGD, you should have just taken an Echo Poppy there.
That would have been excellent.
That would have been great.
Well, can't do it now because Poppy is stolen away by Tank. That should be Flandre's champion as Alistar will get locked in as well. That's a Graves, though, already locked in. That should be Amy's pick. And it's in a whole lot of Graves jungle, given how many top-tier junglers get banned in these games. Everybody hates Gragas again, it feels like. Nobody wants to play him.
So Amy still does play Echo jungle. Something that is worthwhile pointing out, because I feel like Marin, if anyone in the LPL is going to play Graves top lane, it will be that man. Keen also played in the mid lane in NA promotion tournament. He can just go anywhere right now. Imp, I'm sure, can still play Graves. He used to be a great Graves player.
The throwback. Oh, I want the Ashe so bad. See what Imp wants to play. Why are there so many champions for him open?
It's funny that you say that he's a great Graves player. I have no doubt, but his record on Graves is absolutely atrocious.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's like 6-13.
Oh, Imp. Playing with the fans,
for
it feels like.
Imp, I feel like he must have played a lot of it on Ozone.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was the time period in which he was playing.
Well, Lucian's going to be the pick. It's been a really solid AD carry, actually. I think
like maybe during their first Worlds run or something with Dade on the lineup.
Don't mention it.
Oh, man. Dandy was the only guy who really performed that year. I felt so bad for him.
Don't remind them. We'll see what Snake want to go with, though.
Let's continue that conversation. It's funny because remember they subbed Looper in halfway through the tournament and everyone was like, who is this guy? He's horrible. Comes back next year, everyone's like, he's a god.
He goes away for 2015. Who is this guy? Take it back. 2016. Oh, my God.
Looper's career. That'd be quite a fun one to try.
Maybe he can only play every second year.
Oh, my. It's just his curse. He's too good.
Charge
he can't
time.
be good continuously.
Charge time. Second Dragon Ball Z. It's got to power up.
Please do it, Crystal.
I really want him to do it, especially if Lucian's on the other side. Fight fire with fire. Don't give me this. I was going to say don't give me this Kalista crap, but that's what he's got. I mean, he's a good Kalista as well, but you don't get to take the fight 2v2 as there's Azir locked in for Tank also. Wonder if we'll see Wayless.
So we talked about...
please no.
No. There's a throwback, literally. We talked about Tank's Lissandra. I want to echo those same sentiments for his Azir play. I don't think he's the cleanest Azir in the LPL, but I think it's one of Tank's stronger champions. So what's really unique about Tank is how he utilizes Fog of War and playing around information. Yeah, I know you're looking at the
I'm
ribbon.
thinking. Oh, so actually, coming into this, I was like, if there was ever a time for Wayless to play Talon, it was actually today. So we might, get a Talon game in at some point in this series, but maybe not. In fact, it might have been
mid Maokai.
Echo mid.
Mid Maokai.
That's Echo mid.
Yeah, Echo mid.
Mid Maokai.
Wayless is a really good Echo player.
No, I know that.
I assumed you knew that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go toe-to-toe with you on that information, but for the people at home that maybe didn't know that.
Sorry, in my head before I was like, is Riven good in Zero? I'm like, no, not at all. As there is the Maokai pick. Looks like Wayless is going to get the... I'm going to leave them. You know what? We'll just chill out. We'll see what happens.
There we go. That's
all
the
right.
final roster.
Echo mid.
We made it, boys. Okay, so we do have the Echo. Oh, Echo into Azir, though.
Okay, so we had this conversation a while ago.
Yeah, we did.
And we were like, why is Echo not being played mid? And he's been buffed. He's been played in every other role.
His CD, his cooldowns decreased.
CDR is on Lich Bane now, which means it you get 40% cooldown reduction naturally, which you always needed. That's why you lost some matches, because you had to take it on your blues. You couldn't take MR as Echo. So Wayless finally answers the question. He can be played mid, and we'll see to what effect this game.
But my issue is I brought up that when Assassins were still very much in vogue for the mid lane, LeBlanc, Zed. With us moving back into a control mage game against the likes of Azir, I'm a little bit concerned. I'm really curious how he's going to deal with this.
But he's the best split push mid laner. Like, we always used to see this when control mages came in, that Echo and Yasuo came back as the two assassins because they can split push at the same time and don't fall off.
Now I completely agree with Spawn, because that's what Wayless loves to do. He gets kicked out to a side lane, and he utilized LeBlanc and Lissandra wonderfully to do this for how mobile and how safe they are for a split pressure.
They also both take teleport very well. Wayless used to play teleport on his Yasuo, teleport on his Echo, because they love the double teleport meta, so he can join incredibly quickly. And this is going to be a very important game. If they win on this comp, that's another string to their bow.
Well, let's find out here, because Snake, they've got an uphill climb potentially. LG are on the rampage. Let's see what happens in game number 1. Well, here we are for our second best of 3. LGD maybe already locked in 4th, but certainly a point to still prove, as they have been on a tear recently. Snake, a little up and down, but seem to be back on the rise towards the back end of the season. This is their last game to really prove it. We'll have a check-in with those Keystone Masteries. And Wayless on the mid-echo with that TP that you guys mentioned. And Grasp of the Undying.
Interesting.
Here we go.
No Thunderlords. Imagine if he goes tank Echo mid. That would be so
Don't make
annoying.
me excited. I'm not prepared. Oh, I love his ears.
I love the noise. Like when he actually goes full pigeon.
It's the cutest thing.
What is Echo doing?
Yeah, I just saw that. I was like, I don't think I've ever seen that animation.
He turns him into
like
a doll.
baby. Yeah. Oh, he's like a child, right? Because he goes back in time, like messes up the...
I always thought it was just a doll.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. He just laid on
That
the
is not conducive to the flavor of the champion at all.
Turns into a baby and drops headfirst on the pavement.
It makes sense. He goes back in time unnecessarily because he messes up like the flux capacitor business. And he turns back into a child. Come on, man.
Flux capacitor. We've got full Marty McFly.
Well, can I contest for this Krug camp here? First one does go to Crystal and Ella, but they can't keep it up. But very curious to see how this mid lane matchup works out. We've seen a lot of Azir. Wayless, he's a great player and a great Echo player in particular.
Show us bottom lane. Like, they have just hard zoned them, I believe.
Yeah, so we had a delayed invade coming out from PYL and Imp. They managed to interrupt Ella and Crystal, and then got the inner track back to the lane.
They showed me too late, because I don't know if they actually missed experience for it, though.
Yep.
They missed the CS, but Braum cut them off completely, and I wanted to see if 3 creeps died first, as Amy now goes for the invade from buff to buff.
I like it. Bit of vertical jungling, but should be able to take this red out pretty easily. Does have smite available, so he'll be just fine. And poor ZZR, there's no vision here on the bottom side.
But this is my problem with Elise, if that's going to be your priority jungle. The thing about Elise and why she's really fallen so far is because pretty much every other top-tier jungler is going to jungle so much faster and so much more effectively, and it sets up plays like this.
He's level 2, but he still wants to fight. Good cocoon there from ZZR to keep him up, but pressure from Wayless in mid. Amy still chasing in.
Amy boots him out of the jungle and pretty much secures himself the rest of the camps. ZZR has to go back. There's going to be a 3 buff, and Elise jungles safely but doesn't jungle quickly until she actually gets her jungling item.
The 3 buff and change by the looks of things because Amy stole the Raptors away as well. We'll have to see how the rest of this works out, though. As Wayless and Tank are still battling in that lane. Teleport used already by Wayless. This is a Wayless classic.
Double ring.
So what he does is he shoves the lane immediately, and then he burns a very early teleport when your TP plays aren't even going to be made, like there's no opportunity for it, and he gets in a cheeky back so he can continue to apply pressure in the lane.
Talking about, Myron obviously has subscribed to the school of Wayless and has done the exact same thing.
And this is always the most worrying thing with LGD. They have such good players that when you give them standard lanes, they'll just abuse the lane power as much as they can and beat you 1v1. Although Wayless looking for the 1v2, but ZZR is there. The cocoon is very good. And first blood goes to Tank.
Just frankly greedy right there. He's not playing to the side of the map which is warded for him. You look top side, there's your red ward. You look bottom side, it's blue controlled by a pink. He goes in just on the bottom side and eats it.
Yeah, and now the wave's going to push back against him, so he uses the early teleport to get the advantage, but the turret eats all of those creeps. Now it will push back into the Azir, who got the first blood. That's a nightmare start for Wayless.
ZZR actually getting a bit of bonus XP as a result of that assistance, so actually ahead of experience versus Amy right now as Flandre does TP back into the top lane. Kind of matching Myron's early TP pressure there. He's got a Ruby Crystal and a Cloth Armor, so lots of early tank components, double drones from Myron. Don't expect too much craziness there on the top side, but everything going solid as Crystal pushing in that bottom side. He loves to play up on his Kalista.
I think he loves to play up on everything.
Correct.
Now, Crystal, a very aggressive player. It was funny when Crystal first entered the league, people were calling him kind of, mini Uzi. Very similar tendencies as players.
I feel like he's almost mini Imp in some ways as well. Definitely aggressive.
I feel like where Imp and Uzi are different is that, again, Uzi excels in his target priority selection, but Imp excels in kind of skirting. He's almost like Devil. He's the aggressive Name, is Imp.
Yep.
So the thing that I explained about Imp is that Imp will start fights for you. Very few AD carries have that ability to do that. And I think that that's actually what separates him, because when Imp is playing well, he is starting team fights for his team and capitalizing it. Think back to his Twitch days where he's submarining people at every opportunity, ganking mid lane. He's a very unique AD carry in the pressure that he puts down on the map. And I just don't think anyone's ever been able to replicate that.
The reason he's one of the best, and he certainly had a good season despite the ups and downs here for LGD. Things though off to a decent start for Snake. They're 1,000 gold up after the pressure in mid lane.
Talking about Imp, he's actually in a 10 CS hole right now. Kalista absolutely bullying him.
Interesting to see as Amy does put a ward down there into that Grump blue buff intersection. He's had a decent job controlling and tracking ZZR, but ZZR, I think, was freed from the early perils of that 3 buff. Wayless, though, taking some big chunk of damage. Has to put the shield down just to try and farm more effectively, but Tank's just going to maybe go in for it. Yeah. Doesn't commit.
He needs to be careful, though. Yeah, Tank doesn't have any mana, but he's still
ZZR.
level 6.
Bigger problems, unfortunately. Wayless does have his ulti, though. He's going to go back, maybe even use it to recall. Amy's actually going to cover the wave and does take out that ward. Tank, though, still farming up nicely. That one little gank from ZZR really made this a whole lot easier. And there he does.
Going for roller echo, which is interesting.
Also using the echo relocation to get back into lane quickly and pick up this free farm.
Hey, man, 2 teleports. Pretty good.
Yeah.
But Snake back in standard lanes. We started to see this a bit more from them, at least start of the week when they were playing. Definitely back to standard lanes. Feels like they're a bit in more comfy territory. But LGD, always a worry when you have to play them this way.
But Snake have got 1,000 gold lead, right? And we expected this to be a much different series than series number 1 that we saw today. Snake definitely do like to go late game as well, but LGD do force the tempo of games. They do not rest on their laurels at all. But the early gold lead for Snake means that they might have to stall this one out a little bit longer.
Snake are a very interesting team about where they get their gold leads. I said it before that they actually have the highest gold lead at 10 minutes of any team in the LPL. and they have an 80% win rate.
Ooh.
Oh, Imp actually getting aggressed on there by
ZZR's
Ella.
here.
This is nice pressure from Snake. Crystal exhausted, but it's not going to last long enough. Imp now, he's going to force the culling out, but ZZR jumps straight in onto PYL. Not enough damage, though.
It was really good use of the creep wave from them. ZZR not even bothering to change out of spider form because there was just so much creep blockage from a cocoon.
Nice ward there as well. It does spot Amy, so Chase has to be given up there in bottom lane, but they're going to get out safely. ZZR might even stay to protect his bottom lane, who are looking to try and get a few more creeps before being forced to go back. Lots of farm actually on both of these carries right now as Imp has caught back up. This Tank still getting aggressive onto Wayless. Wayless just trying to set up these waves as best he can. Does need to sort of get his farm on because Tank's just going to keep doing this.
He certainly is, but I don't actually think that Wayless cares all that much. Sure, there is pressure if a gank comes in, but he has his ultimate at every opportunity to be able to get back down there. And we've already seen that, you know, Wayless, he lost his, like, we always talk about level 3 for Echo because you have an execute, you have a heck of a lot of...
He's doing it again.
Yeah, so he's just going to do this over and over. This is now a farm lane, and the problem is that unless he makes a huge mistake or a gank comes in, there is no way that you kill Echo.
I love it. The man that bought teleport to mid lane, really in a lot of ways last year, has brought an extra one with the mid Echo. Looks like Tank, though, going to start his own blue buff. ZZR is going to waddle over and help him, though.
But that's the coolest part about Wayless. He's not just a mid laner that plays mechanically well. I mean, for the majority of his career, obviously, he's had some lows, though. But he's so creative. He's brought so much to the LPL and its unique flavor and these unique itemizations, how he's playing specific champions. And this is just really kind of captures Wayless as a player.
And the thing, like, his Orianna is the best example of this because he used to play 3 different Oriannas depending on who he was against. He had his movement speed Orianna when he was playing against like high mobility, like against control mages. Then he had like his very heavy AP Orianna against assassins, so they couldn't burst out one of his members. And like he also had the ridiculous like Luden's Echo Orianna that he was building at one point.
The bludgeoning Orianna, where he just like stands as close to his ball as
possible, and then just swings it around in circles and like uses Luden's ridiculous old regen of how many spells you use to get like 3 Luden's Echo procs on you and like melee you to death.
It was so cool.
Wayless is such a creative player. Actually reminds me of Flandre a lot.
He also used to build Spectre's Wraith on Orianna.
And Lysandra, and he farmed the camp.
And just like farm everything.
See, these are the problems. these are the guys, these are the troublemakers. These are the guys that put that crap in your solo queue games.
The Smite TP, Shyvana.
See? It's the two brains going up against each other. I love it.
But credit to LGD, they fell behind 1,000 gold, and now they've equalized every single lane.
Yeah, but all of their gold, look at that ward line. Just straight down the jungle.
Yeah, man, got to protect Imp. Amy does spot that ward.
Apparently 4 wards.
Well, it's working out.
3, 1 died.
CZR is actually bottom side as well. Crystal actually gone for Runan's Hurricane first.
We've seen this like a couple of times now. Bork just doesn't seem to be that impactful, and when it's just a wave clear off, Runan's is superior in pretty much every way.
Chasing the mid lane though. Amy... Yep, it's about all that for that gank. He's actually just going to take the ward out. Marin and Flandre are having a battle. Flandre wins, but not for too much longer, as Marin's passive should keep him safe.
I was going to say, like, this is the thing about Maokai. Flandre doesn't have sustain in his kit. That's why he's had to go the potion. Flandre, wow. Maokai has sustain. Echo does not. Poppy, wow.
It's okay, take a knee.
Yeah, done.
Maokai passive gives him lifesteal. Works really well with his mastery. He'll be fine.
3 people bottom lane, though. They are sieging that turret.
Yeah, being zoned off here. So this turret's going to go down. Snake kind of continuing the macro trend of their gameplay despite the standard lanes. It's a little late for the turret, but almost 12 minutes in, they will break it. Get that gold lead up closer to 2K. Flandre going to be forced back in top side, though Amy looked for a gank but did not find it.
This is something about Elise that works very well for Snake, however. It's her ability to siege towers. Walk at any point into a lane, turn into spider form, have your spiderlings, press W, goes down. Snake have one of the lowest average towers of any team in the LPL. I actually think they're ranked 1st in the LPL. So that coming in spades for them there.
Ooh, Wayless, hello. Yeah, not sure he wanted that one. Does ulti out.
Gets a Raptor.
Oh, he did steal it.
NP.
Yep, worth.
For Wayless, 100%.
That's the extreme Raptor farming tactics.
If anyone farms Raptors extremely, it is Wayless.
Well,
that guy made a career on it.
As you can see, Tank Just can't really apply too much pressure. Sure, he's poking him out, but Echo's a very resilient pick, especially with that roll coming up. Imp, though, locked up by Flandre, who has just walked his way down there. Ulti is great. Flandre going to keep smacking him in the face, and Flandre just going to keep chasing Imp. He does have his flash. He's going to try and save it, but he goes down to Flandre.
Yeah, so didn't have flash available, not able to use anything there. Had the heal, but just couldn't outrun Flandre and his W, so all of a sudden they rotate into the top lane. They're going to knock down another turret, and Snake looked tremendous in this early game.
At the same time, though, you still had double TP out of LGD. Not saying that Marin could have responded, but I actually think Wayless could have very easily responded because Amy was right near the mid lane. You wouldn't have lost your tower as he was looking for the back anyway, and if he's not, Graves can swing over.
Snake, though, continuing to do good things. A little weird to see Imp die. Flandre, again, just shuffles down there and takes him out. Now a fight's going to break out here in topside. Marin getting jumped on. Rome's going to put up the door, and the TPs are going to come in. Amy's also up here as well, as Flandre has made his way in. Exhaust down onto Wayless, who TP'd up on the LGD side.
Here comes Azir.
Anything.
Flandre trying to lock somebody down. He flashes in. He gets Amy into the wall. But the damage isn't quite there yet for the follow-up. Good Fate's Call, though, gets him in. Ella
here
hunts
comes
somebody
Tank.
back. It's PYL that moves in as Tank swoops them back into the team. Crystal going to get that first kill into PYL as Flandre goes down to the Echo. But they'll keep chasing. Wayless flashes barely alive.
And it comes down basically to a 4v5. Tank shows up late to the team fight, but just in time for a massive Emperor's Divide. And they're going to grab the tower and the team fight.
Yeah, they get 4 people in the Emperor's Divide. They're going to continue to push through. Wow!
Wow, going back in for it, but he's just going to go down. Wayless, what are you doing?
Oh.
They can see your ulti.
In the end, LGD will trade. Possibly a tower wave is coming in for Imp. We'll see if anyone can get back in time for Snake, although I doubt it, but still not the trade that they were looking for. Massive gold swing for Snake.
Let's have a look at this. So double teleport comes in, but watch where Azir starts running from. Imp is in bottom lane. Azir using everything to get in here. And honestly, the start of this fight, it's just like people jockeying for position. Wayless hasn't got all that much AP, hasn't got his roller yet. Flandre goes a little bit too deep here, does get chunked out. But it's not until this moment. Tank comes in. Absolutely massive Emperor's Divide. Gets everyone. It was actually 2 members, but Quaden's off at 3rd. Then so much damage out of it. I wonder if they'll show the Wayless play. They won't. Okay. I wanted to see whether Wayless threw his Q first, because I didn't actually see him throw it. And I thought he was going to get triple procced on everyone, and that could potentially have been a triple kill, but the way he played that was just really bizarre.
Brave, and it does cost him his life, as Snake is not done yet at all. Train is chugging forward. Snake's starting to get some real energy behind this team. They take out the mid-outer.
It's bottom tower, top tower, mid tower, Herald. Reset, Dragon. Siege
Snake
top,
Esports.
second tower.
Kill Marin somewhere in there.
Yeah. Gank the teleport.
League of Legends. Yeah. I mean, it's clinical for Snake. They make it look so easy when they're ahead.
Yep.
It's just how they got their leads in the back half of the season was a little different maybe than what we're used to seeing. But back in standard lead, certainly back into the groove. Everyone's starting to step up, and Snake looking much more comfy, looking much more like their older self.
Crystal in particular really stepping up. You know, I've never been a massive fan of Crystal. I thought he was overhyped a little bit. They're actually going to contest for the Dragon.
We'll see if they can, though. LGD already in the area have started it, but Fate's Call is going to move Ella straight in. Double pole there. Finds a couple. They punt Wayless back into the team. He gets stunned up almost to death, but he's able to ulti out safely. Good push, though. Moves Marin back as he TPs into the team. But Imp is here. He's going to try and play clean up. Tiziado just needs to find something good surf in there for Tank. They'll try and lock down Marin. They will get him after a combo from Ella. And I don't think they're done just yet. Flandre has made his way down. He's going to try and lock down Amy there. Gets the ulti in there as well onto PYL. And Snake just chased forever with this team comp. PYL dies in the backsides as well. And Imp, he just can't really get away. Rappel down there, but Tank's going to move back in on top of him. He's going to try and get a trade, but he doesn't get it.
And Snake have learned how to team fight. In the back half of their split, the one fault that they've had, and they've been very public about this, the reason they're a big lane-swapping team is because they understood that they had to compensate for their inability to 5v5. They look for standard lanes, and guess what? Now they can 5v5, which means going to playoffs, this is the scariest Snake have ever looked.
Crystal taking out these Krogs. Just making bank at this point. Here's a BF sword. I did not notice that.
Bloodthirster.
I like it. Mixing it up. Who needs Blade of the Wrong King?
Typically, you do value attack speed because of how Ren works over pure AD. that I can understand the decision-making process there, especially if you want to go for like third item Last Whisper because you think Maokai is going to be a problem, and that's something that Kalista has always struggled to deal with.
Well, they're also sieging a lot of towers. It could also be an itemization because we're only going to siege towers, and the BT is going to get me more out of that than
Actually,
Bork.
so he's going for a Bork anyway. He just literally backed with 1,300 gold and was like, I would rather have a BF.
Now
Bonus
I'm just
sword.
disappointed.
Yeah. So what I actually want to talk about is tank and the ability. You mentioned, the team fighting portion of Snake
He's
that was
playing
missing.
so much better.
When their mid laner is a good team fighter, Snake can team fight. It's just that they rely on their mid lane like almost criminally a lot. Think back to you and Barker and how much work they used to have to put in.
Yep.
So I honestly think like tank is the biggest changing point for this team right now.
What did they go through? Assassin, Baka, you?
Yeah. Ella.
Caught?
Nah, running interference for
Cow.
Crystal.
He's Alistar. It's going to be okay. Tank's still applying pressure, though. Nash's is done. So is the Abyssal. Amy got chunked, actually. Tank's going to take his turret by himself. Amy's lucky to be alive as his X-Stringer pops. And now Rift Tower for Snake again. They're a team that knows how to play one ahead, most certainly. Playing the map feels so much smoother when you've already got a gold lead.
And I was going to say that's going to end up in the hands of Crystal, which means it's going to end up in one of these lanes. Question, is it going to be bottom or top?
Well, Flandre is busy bottom right now. He's going to take the Grump for himself. But it's 3-lane pressure right now. As the Sun Turret does fall in mid lane. Whalers looking for a Lich Bane in a second by the looks of things. Could still be a Iceborne Gauntlet. You never know. But it does have that Rod of Ages charging up. Essence Reaver there for Imp. Sunfire plus the Glacial Shroud for Marin. Just a little too far behind on gold right now. LGD going to have to play back a bit, try and collect their farm.
We do know, though, that when it comes down to the wire, 6 items versus 6 items, a single team fight, that LGD can pull it out of pretty much anyone. Now it's about slowing this game down, like you said, getting to that point, and rolling the dice against this new Snake lineup.
Pressure continuing, though, as Snake are going to move themselves in. LGD, again, to sort of have to chill out for a bit and make sure that they siege things up.
I don't know if LGD know how to anymore. I think that they're just waiting for Teleport to come back up from Marin, and that they will look to make another play here.
You think it's going to be the classic LGD gamble risk?
Yeah, it's just like the reason that they would have stalled at the start of this season, I would have criticized them for it because they're not a good team at stalling out the game. They just slowly lose. I would much rather them get the double teleport up, buy distortion boots on their teleporters, and then just see if they can make the play. And if they make the play, they make the play. Like, LGD are a team that I would rather see lose fast. And they were one of the teams that would forfeit, right?
Yep.
They would lose fast, forfeit, move on to the next game. Like, I don't think that they are a good stalling team.
Well, they used to be, but not anymore.
Again, it's been changes all season long for LGD. Still working out some of the kinks here moving into playoffs. We'll see, though, as Snake are very far ahead. We're going to maybe take this first game by storm.
And again, Snake have something like an 80% win rate when they're ahead at 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's pretty absurd. And they're one of the only... You can say, like, oh, well, most top teams would have that rate. No. It's not quite like that. Their lead actually matters.
Very snowbally style team. This Tank is going to take away the blue and the Grump. Does not gift that one over to Flandre. Looks like Baron is on the menu next, though. Pretty early, 21 minutes into the game, but they're more than strong enough to at least start a fight over it. We'll see if LGD are interested in contesting or not.
And this is why I place priority on Poppy so much, as Poppy is one of the best Baron tankers in the game because of the use of Buckler. You know, for a non-sustain top laner, because of how much armor she picks up and then the artificial sustain that Buckler gives you against neutrals. Just works out very well.
Okay, I've got a comp for you, Jake. We go Poppy, Kindred, Callista, Bard.
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Get that sneaky Baron in there. Don't need to have all 5 members there because you got the Poppy for the tank rather than the Echo.
This champions sound pretty good. Ooh, Amy's in trouble. Stunned up by the Cocoon, but POL is going to make the play. Knock up there onto Ella and to Crystal, but he flashes out to safety. Fate's Call still there, and the ulti's taken away for Alistar. See you, Marin. Goes straight back out of the front lines into the back lines, and Snake just keep chasing us so far ahead in gold. Whalers does ulti his way in. He takes that Callista actually on the backside, but it might cost LGD a little too much. 1 for 1, not bad.
Yeah, it's very good because they have 2 members under 10 health. What the heck? LGD able to come up with the goods in that team fight. They trade 1-for-1. Sure, they lose the turret. But this is what I mean. LGD are never a team that should take a backward step because they can do so much when going forward.
I was just about to echo your sentiments. It looks like LGD decided to pull the trigger on that crazy TP play, and Martin got a free trip out of it. That was pretty cute.
Yeah.
Right over the top of his team.
Very nice. And Imp are going to keep farming away. Space created is always good.
And the other thing, right, is that we just saw the problem with the composition right now because Crystal is so much of the gold. And you're like, how is that a problem? Wayless one-shot him. Like, ultimate into the E just killed the Kalista from 100% health.
And that has to be underlined because this is close to a 10k deficit between these two teams, and LGD came out on top on that team fight. Like you said, lost the tower, but won the team fight. Can you imagine when that gold deficit stops mattering?
Or if Wales just does it again. Echo is just such a good assassin. And this is the thing, we haven't seen mid Echo in a while. We've seen him a lot top recently, even jungle in the last few weeks. But a full AP Echo does some deeps.
And the thing about Echo is it's kind of playing against two assassins because you have to worry where Echo physically is. And then you also have to worry like where he was 3 seconds ago. So it's like playing against two champions running around Summoner's Rift because you have to be very cognizant of 2 different points in a team fight. And as a Kalista, someone that prioritizes mobility, that is very hard. Wow, Wailers. Okay.
You know,
very hard to do.
Feeling creative.
I have a question for you, Jake, because you're the big like micro mechanic interaction guy.
Yeah.
When Echo activates his ultimate with Rin stacks in him, do the stacks stay with him?
Yeah, stacks stay.
Okay. Good kind of like
that would be cool if like it goes back 3 seconds to how many stacks you have. I get where our sentiment is coming from, but no, stacks definitely stay with the poor dude.
Okay, and like I said, just that's a cool kind of counter interaction of Kalista and Echo then.
Mm-hmm.
Why does Crystal have a Wit's End?
Why not?
Because Wit's End increases the magic damage you do to someone.
Yeah, and he doesn't. Well,
and
Brent.
he does 0. No, nothing on Kalista's kit is magic damage. Even Soul Linked is physical damage.
I tried to get you Crystal, I got nothing. I like it on Kog'Maw.
Do you know why we know this? Because there was a player in the OPL that used to build Gwynsu's Rageblade on Kalista.
I remember the game.
So, no, 2 games. So Rusty and I
games.
scoured like the reasoning for this. And it was at 5 stacks at its gold efficient, which is still, the mathematics was a little bit wonky. But yeah, so I can 100% with confidence say that it only gives attack speed and MR. Passive is pretty useless for Crystal.
Doesn't it on-hit magic damage anymore, does it?
No, it removes MR on hit. So, like, it will help our tank.
All right.
So maybe he's just a team player.
Get a Black Cleaver. You know, that's it.
He's the
really
5, 1, and 2 team player, the primary carry for the team.
I don't have answers, but what I do have is a continued game of League of Legends. Looks like Snake are setting up for the Baron, so a few missteps here and there. LGD's aggression and playmaking did get them into a decent spot to sort of stay afloat in the game, but Snake still with a massive lead. Gonna see where they go next. Snake do kind of slow things down, even when they have leads, but I'm not sure they'll slow down for too much longer.
I think the fear is after losing that team fight in the bottom side of the map, like if they had won there, they would have immediately translated their strength towards Baron, but it was kind of like a hold up. This isn't exactly as we planned.
Maybe this is jungle invade, but red buff goes over to Amy, I believe.
Yeah.
So successful jungle take.
The other thing, right, is they knocked down 6 out of turrets against none so far. And then it's like, what do we do from here? Baron, it's very, very early. If we get caught there, it's going to be a bad team fight for us unless Flandre is team fighting with us. It's very hard to siege into the choke points against Maokai. We've already seen that. And Echo. So they're kind of at a point now where they have to wait for like 1 more major items. Like 4 items to 3 items is so huge for the team. And they will get to that point in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes, where they are able to brute force, but that time is not right now. There's still too much anti-dive out of LGD.
Well, Tank actually, solo mission. That Dragon Burn helping out a lot, but doesn't complete the turret.
But now where do you go, Tank?
Flash out of the way of the Braum ulti. PYL does chuck it out. And looks like Snake want to fight. They're in onto Amy. That's not a bad catch. Crystal going to put the spears in, pull them out straight away. And that's going to be the rank kill now. They're going to go straight back in as Flandre gets a massive knock up there, but him skirting around back into his base, maybe there. Marin does lock him down, and he will fall. Ulti there from Wailers keeps him safe as well. It's another 1-for-1 trade.
But one more time, how often do they have to do this? Crystal just caught out of position on the left side of the fight. for absolutely no reason. Trading when you are 10,000 gold in the lead is not a win. It's almost inexcusable.
No, I completely agree. But where Crystal is failing the team right now in his positioning, Tank is really thriving. His Azir has been phenomenal this game, and he set them up for success, and unfortunately another pick means the LGD get to have a foot back in this.
And this isn't a cheeky, like, Echo ultimate that is very hard to track and Wayless one-shotting you. He just walked into a Maokai Lucian. Like, that is not great positioning. Get rid of the Wits End. Buy yourself a QSS. Oh.
Do they both build out of now Magic Mantle?
Yes.
I'm just going to troll Spawn, and I'm going to look up the gold cost of Whitson just to...
The gold efficiency. I've got it on my spreadsheet somewhere as well. It is actually, like on Cogmore and stuff, it's not a slot efficient item, but it actually is a gold efficient item if you use on-hit magic damage.
Fortunately, Callista not so lucky on the stats there. See how it shakes out though. LGD is definitely starting to climb back in. In fact, some gold in their pockets isn't bad at all. Wayless going to take out that bottom outer. Crystal at it again. Not sure he wants it, just wants the creeps. Wayless doesn't really fancy what looks like a 1v2, but Crystal is alone right now.
He's got Lichbane. He's going towards Abyssal as well. Wayless will reach critical mass at some point. I cannot echo this. Wow, that was bad. I cannot state enough how strong Echo is late game. He, with his E and the interaction it has with Lichbane, if he gets the return damage on his Q, is in very good... Oh, the other thing about it... Oh, I don't get to talk about this a lot. Very, very rare that if you're above 40% health and someone had... Like, if your execute is when you are below X amount of health, execute goes off, it is very rare for it to be retrospectively added as they're starting up Baron right now. Echoes is one of the few. If he hits you, then you go below 40% health, the execute will apply.
Well, damage is there for Echo, but Flanders is going to start a team fight here. LGD, though, use the Brawl multi and disengage swiftly. Baron attempt cancelled for Snake.
That's so punishing.
Yeah.
Wow. Who else has it like that?
I don't think anyone. It's why he hits you so hard, surprisingly.
I mean, talking about hidden power, that's so much free gold in terms of stats that no other...
Echo, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty good champion. As you can see, Crystal does clean out the wards in the back of the Baron pit. Snake might give it another go, but they are going to have to shop here in LGD once again. Holding
Look at
on.
that shield. People will forget. AP Echo, his shield gets so strong, and his E, like...
Isn't his ulti AP ratio hilarious?
Yeah, it's like 1.
Yeah.
And his E, because the Lichbane is nearly 1 as well. He's a fun champion.
Certainly is. And Wayless is one of the few mid laners that still really makes him look good.
It's so funny because there's cool things you can do with Echo. He's actually picked up Large Rod as well. He thinks he's safe enough without the Abyssal. I'd actually be interested to see if he goes like an AP route and then throws himself a QSS in there, just because one of the few ways you can kill Echo is with layered CC. He gets very durable, even as because his heal also scales with how much AP he has, right? So he gets surprisingly durable with his ultimate and AP. The other thing is, like, Zhonya is core on him, because Zhonya's keeps you in stasis for long enough for your shadow to catch up. So when you dive into a team fight, you can put your stun field down. Zhonya's activates it. So even though you're in stasis, if
and
other people join you in the field, they get stunned even though you're in stasis. Then your shadow catches up to you, and you're allowed to go back to it. There's just so many cool things that you can do with AP Echo mid lane.
I was sad to see him drop out, but nice to see Wayless bring it back.
If you can't tell, I was as well.
Yes, I'm aware. Thank you. 3 dragons for Snake, though. Again, continuing to play the map. Wayless getting chunkaroonied by the old tank, who's reasonably tanky and very strong. Flandre found 2, though.
Good catch.
Tank moves back in. The Rylizer's there. They are going to lock this down. PYL flashes out of the way, but I'm not sure he's made enough space. Flandre goes with him for the stand behind me, but now they're going to turn things around. ZZR, he wants it too much. It looks a little juicy, and Marin, he's popped up the ulti, and no one else is getting in.
Echo cuts off the choke point. You can see how much pressure Wayless is putting on this map. Also has distortion boots. Sure, they chunk out PYL, but they don't burn the exhaust.
And the biggest part is that they didn't chunk out Amy. Amy's not having to respond to the base, so this Graves will be around for this Baron being threatened. Vision is on it. And LGD are moving in for the kill.
They're a little bit slow. Duo lane is coming now. Baron will fall down. It's about the team fight afterwards.
Baron's dead. They do take it, but Ella maybe a little bit in trouble. Amy actually moving back in, but Flandre is able to take him out. Crystal now moving back forward into Marin as the Fates call could be massive. Flandre picks up a double for himself, but Wayless goes straight back into the team for the blow up, but he doesn't get enough damage. Crystal able to take him out as PYL's the next target. Imp, he needs a miracle here, but the team's going to chase him. Imp's going to flash to safety, but Flandre picks up his third of that fight, and Imp is the last one left.
Ella is doing so much work in these team fights. That Baron coming over the wall, hitting 2 members with a pulverize, turning on the enemy jungler, looking for the steal, headbutting him away. He then immediately gets... Oh.
Ella finally goes down for all his hard work, but Snake, I think you're actually looking to push to end the game. Flandre with an awesome home guard teleport to clean him off and finish the ace. And I think they have enough here. These turrets are going to fall, and LGD, with Amy left alive, have a big defense to try and make here.
But how Snake beat them wasn't in their traditional Snake way. Everyone expects Flandre to go off to be the hard carry. Crystal, of course, had an amazing scoreline, but it was Tank and it was Ella stepping up.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was all that CC that was just able to shut down the aggression of LGD. Very much respect the way that Snake won that game, just because it was very decisive. They pulled the trigger when they had to, and that's what you have to do against a squad like LGD. You know they're going to keep asking the question. That time, Snake had every single answer.
And it's great to see them back. They were known for team fighting. They were known for mixing map play in with it. And we talked about it. It felt like Snake were finally getting back to their old form. I'm not going to say they're there yet, but they are getting awfully close, and with playoffs right around the corner.
And the thing about Snake is that they were a team that they could actually beat anyone when they played well. They just couldn't play it consistently for some reason. Like, there was always something missing. They would challenge for top 3, then they would fall back down a little bit, then they would challenge one more time. If they play League of Legends like that, they can go with anyone in the LPL. It's just whether they can string a series together.
No, I completely agree. It comes down to that consistency. In particular, Tank. The issue is an effective champion pool on him. We've seen a great Lysandre, and we've seen an upcoming Azir. And yes, it's nice that the meta effectively shifted into him and made him strong again, but will he be, like, if he's targeted, can he continue to perform like that?
But he also has Rise, right? And I just think that, like, if your champion
in
pool
the
is
meta,
4
he's
people,
great right now.
So if your champion pool is 4, like, it's the easy Hoon effect, I call it. If you have 4 champions, people can't ban you out.
Yep.
Didn't mind his Varus either earlier in the week, but these were some great highlights here for Snake. This ulti in particular from Tank, cleaning it up as Wayless does get himself killed on the back end. And once, as always, Crystal's the one playing janitor.
Ella, though.
Wayless had some, this isn't one of them, but Wayless had some great ultis this game that if LGD were even close to being even in this game, would have been able to turn it around. Sure, he wasn't one of the reasons that they weren't losing the game, because he also fell behind early, but it was interesting to watch how he played the Echo.
And let me remind everyone, Snake got this lead and beat LGD in standard lanes. They didn't have to rely on the crutch of a lane swap to get ahead, and they went toe-to-toe with some of the best players in their positions in the world.
And LGD just couldn't quite fire away this game. Imp almost able to take out TZR on the back end, but this Baron fight was well played. Ella just doing work.
Yeah, again, the pulverize on 2 members. He turns and he kicks Graves out with the headbutt. He immediately gets Fates called and knocks up another couple people. Like, Ella, just a god. He does so much for this team.
Echo the sentiment. You know, Ella and Tank, if they're able to pay heavy utility, it's going to be, like, key, because they have so many aggressive players in other roles that all they have to do is set up the play. Crystal is definitely going to clean up the back end. Flandre, he's going to do his part as well. So even ZZR is a good carry jungler when he gets on the likes of Kindred and Nidalee. It's an exciting time to be a Snake fan.
I think he justified the Elise pick there as well, because he actually did make it work.
Yeah, it was, again, the priority of taking down the towers and having Elise turn into any lane, turn into spider form, hit that W, and push it down.
Well, good looking overall for Snake. Like you said, they can be whoever they want. We'll see if they can do it again versus LGD. We are going to go to a quick break, but when we return, it will be game number 2. Snake, playoffs are around the corner. Can they push themselves up? We'll find out in game 2 straight after this. And welcome back. We're going to check out the MVP from our first game. Whoa, everything's crazy. Tank, he wins it there on Snake. He did have a great game there on Azir. Please save me.
We landed. It's okay. Yeah, gonna have to second this. I completely agree with the MVP. I think it's between Tank and Ella. Both of them stepped up massive, but Tank in particular picking up the Azir and showing that he's no longer a liability for this team, but he's actually a leader.
Yeah, and much like Snake, the MVPs have been improving in Frostmoon's eyes apparently, because they've been, I haven't heard you, I think one we've had this week where you're like, I completely disagree.
Yep.
So
most of the time I'm just like, how do they vote for this? What is going on?
Well, now see, I'm questioning how they vote for it, because if they're agreeing with you, whoa.
Have to be problems, but Snake certainly didn't look like they had too many problems there in that first game. Just so many highlights here from Tank. Every team fight felt so crisp. And yes, Tank was a big factor in a lot of them, but Snake feel like they're finally together.
Well, the thing is that before it even got to team fighting, they just generated a gold lead through crisp play. And even though we see Tank here like putting on the Shurima shuffle, I honestly think that like the laning phase in the bottom lane that Crystal was able to get ahead, then ZZR just wanders in, shoves down a turret. They do it again in the top lane. They put so much inherent pressure on the map that it didn't even really matter how they team fought, because they never team fought without being like 3K ahead.
Yeah, no, completely agree. There was also, I believe that there was a 3-buff start that game from Amy.
Yep.
Because again, it was a least priority against the Graves and was still able to compensate for that.
Wayless kind of threw that away. So like,
Yes.
like jungle mid kind of a duo in themselves. Amy did the right thing, gets himself ahead. Then Wayless is just like, here is a free assist and all of this experience to get yourself back in the game to ZZR. So kind of Wayless's fault that that part fell down, but Amy still was even, and ZZR just did more.
Again, playing aggressively with the Elise, justifying the first pick. Great cocoons, good ganks, even decent team fighting from the man. It just felt like everyone on Snake fight. And this was the thing, we mentioned it after game one. Snake really fall down because they're just inconsistent. Yes, they can be anyone when they're firing, but they don't always all fire. I feel like finally, Snake is everyone's starting to play good, and that's the mark of a great team.
I want to emphasize finally, because Snake have this notorious reputation that right before playoffs, they fall apart, just completely combust and explode. This is the first time since they're joining the LPL, they look like a top contender.
And they're going to have to carry that into the playoffs with them, and they might even carry themselves up a seed if they can take victory, particularly if it's decisive versus LGD. 2-0 can potentially matter here.
No, actually, you were close.
Parade, rip.
All they have to do is
on.
win. It doesn't even have to be a 2-0.
Is the game length a factor? Like,
Nah.
No.
can we make
They just
it a
have
factor?
a better. They
Yeah,
just
they just have the better head.
win-loss.
Yeah.
All right, well, who knows then? We could be in for the safest game 3 of our life if we go the distance. Hope you guys are ready for an hour and 10 minutes of
LGD don't play slow League of Legends. LGD are the team that is more than willing to throw themselves in for one last hurrah. I mean, we saw them just contest a Baron. Like, they trickled in one by one like the ants. And they're like, all right, cool. Well, whatever happens, you know, it's just a game of League of Legends. That's why they've always been such a fun game to team to watch.
Maybe the plan is, like, frustrate them into forfeiting. Like, if you drag the game over a certain point, they'll be like, I don't want to play anymore.
That
See
would
ya.
be Team We's strategy.
Well, we'll see if it works out, but bans are done. Alistar, Nidalee, and Poppy banned by LGD. Kindred, Gragas, and Siva once again banned by Snake. And LGD are considering stealing ZZR's Elise. What a world we live in.
That, when Elise is the contested pick between these two teams, ZZR and Amy as the junglers. Yeah, I think that's a little bit curious, but, I mean, we talked about this. ZZR used Elise so effectively last game with her tower pushing abilities. This makes more sense to me, though.
It doesn't to me. As I said, I just don't rate the Echo. It's great. Don't get me wrong, 57.5% win rate. I saw the Reddit posts. Like, there are lots of things good about the champion.
Yeah, didn't you see front page?
But I just think that Poppy is better still.
And maybe we'll find that out here, because we
Poppy's
do have
banned,
first
actually,
pick
so who
Elise.
cares?
Get in there. Take the Echo.
So now I take it back. You should have picked Echo.
Take it while there's a sale.
You know
Echo
who would
just-
be an excellent Echo player? Flandre.
You reckon? I reckon he'll build it. So I reckon he would like go Smite or something and
Smite
build it AP.
Cinder Hulk.
I was going to say, do you guys remember the last Flandre top Echo game?
He built Trinity Force. I do remember it.
He had a smite. He had Cinderhulk.
Well, he also lost.
He may have.
No, he definitely did.
Dang it.
He had Trinity Force.
Free the Shyvana IMO. Bring it back. All right. Pro McCocky. Let's relax. Potentially lots more games to go tonight.
But Tank had a Azir available. I'm kind of disappointed.
You don't know that that's Tanks at Corky.
This is true. Crystal is a big Corky
He
player.
played it earlier this week. He was it's a very Crystal-style champion. Any champion where your face goes straight into the enemy, he wants to play it.
Hopefully not quite that direction.
He actually gets to initiate in
So
some
they
ways
played
with
it
the
against
package.
WE for a victory. But in saying that, Tank also played it against EPA. So they both play it. Good flex pick.
LGD, though, maybe going to take the Echo again. Could give it to Marin, of course, but Wayless's Echo seemed fine. Wasn't really an individual champion I think we can
I
stick
think
in.
Echo was good. The aggression, a little bit unwarranted, but the Echo itself was fine.
Can't
That's
stop the
interesting.
aggression, unfortunately. That one's there to stay. But LGD, maybe just going to steal Azir away instead. Yeah,
And-
Azir Thresh.
When Azir was first released, I thought it was going to be a huge Wayless champion. Because you look at historically how well he's played like micro-intensive, like Oriana's and the likes. I thought that like that would be something that he would definitely step up on and play very well, but has been something that he maybe a little bit slower to the uptake. Preferred the counters to Azir, I think it is fair to say, than taking Azir itself.
No, I actually completely agree with this. I feel like we talk about top Azir players in the league, and Wayless's name doesn't really come up. He's kind of like cool in a sense. He's not terrible at Azir. He's just not maximizing what you can get out of that champion.
He is no little tiger or pawn, that is for sure.
We also did see Tank play this matchup already, I believe also against WE. So he's played Varus Azir, seems very comfy on it. Great amount of pressure coming out from the play. We'll see if they adjust at all, but Zyziaz goes back to Rek'Sai with so many junglers picked or banned, and there is the Varus for Tank.
I've missed you, Rek'Sai. Welcome back.
Have you missed Rek'Sai?
Yeah, I actually really love Rek'Sai as a champion, particularly for her semi-global presence on the map with the Void Rush. Your eyes got real big, Spawn.
So did Cho'Gath.
So
Got
did I.
excited.
And then I realized it was PYL, and that I should never trust him.
Resolution, though, for Imp. I do like the Thresh here from PYL. Very straightforward, playmaking champion. It's not Bard, unfortunately, but it'll have to do. And there's Gnar. Back for Marin.
Makes sense. You've got big, heavy 5v5 coming out of LGD. So Marn looks for that Gnar, finds the massive knockup. Azir's got his Sand Soldiers in there, and Imp's just running wild.
Well, Echo maybe last pick here for Snake. They do have Flandre's champion open, I believe.
Oh, just Yasuo and Flandre.
Oh, that
That's
would
all
be
I want.
so good. Has he played? So I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember. Into Acorn. Was that a Riven game? I feel like Acorn played Gnar. Because he like ran a clinic on top lane in
Oh,
one
yeah,
round
no,
of
that
game.
was
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Riven.
Riven game.
If there was ever a time for Flandre to play a carry, it is now. Not Echo. That's not a carry, so.
I don't believe it's a tank Echo anyway, so I'm fine with either. He does not subscribe to your worldly views.
Flandre?
Yeah.
No, I know. He's kind of like Pawn of the top lane. He's a mad genius, but you can't really tell if he's actually a genius.
I
or if
think he's actually
He's
insane.
actually just mad.
He's insane, but it's okay. A lot of the time, it is the Echo. That will be the pick there into the Gnar. We'll see how Marin navigates the Gnar side of the matchup. Had the Echo open, LGD considered it,
So
but didn't want to pick it this
Pawn
time.
like had a really cool quote about like Morgana, where everyone was like, "It's a counter pick, like it's just outright wins." And Pawn's like, "Yeah, you know, Morgana is really good against LeBlanc. I think it does win, but I also think that good LeBlanc players like still will be able to outplay it." And they're like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, how often do you play against Morgana mid?" And that was like his response to it. Like, it's just good because no one knows what the heck it does anymore. It's such a unique play style. And I really do think that Flandre subscribes to that like theory. Like where every now and again he would just pick something. He'll be like, "I'm going top with LeBlanc." Like top laners will lose against it. And it's honestly the fact of like, it's just a surprise factor. You're like, holy crap, what does this champion do in top lane?
Well, he's definitely the standard of surprise picks, pulling out the tank fizz, the smite top laners. Like Flandre is not new to. Let's throw a curveball.
Greg is top. 80 LeBlanc top lane. Riven. Whatever he feels like,
plays it
really.
all.
He certainly does. We'll see how he gets it done in this game, though. Onto the Rift for game number 2. And here we are again for our second game between LGD and Snake. LGD are going to move out from the blue side of the map. See if they can't claim a win and force a third game versus Snake. Snake, a very decisive, solid 5v5 win there in game 1. But LGD, a team that always loves to fight. We'll see if they go down or up fighting this time around, because the one thing you never want to do against this team is make them angry.
Keystone Masteries on your screen right there as we're actually having some trades across the map.
We have 2 different skirmishes actually happening. PYL and a Spot of Bother. Crystal also getting chunked out by Imp, so it looks like some early recalls.
120 is a magical time. If you get back before 120, you can get back into the lane before you... so back to creeps and things like that before it makes that much of a difference. Myron got in. So ZZR has not spotted the top laner.
Time to go back though. He's going to make it in time. Amy does get a ward down though. Good vision actually across this red side of the jungle. And there's Flandre. He's going to get spotted. He's hiding in that brush. Going to try and start a camp for himself perhaps. By the looks of things, I don't expect a lane swap. And based on current positioning, although actually, I've been tricked. Imp is going to swap himself towards that top lane.
And again, we talked about the fact that the wards got deep from Snake invading that single one on Flandre as well as on the red buff. Gives them the information to make this lane swap effectively.
Well, looks like Imp and PYL are going to take this Grump away from themselves. And we'll see them do some work there in the top side of the map. And move into what will now be an official lane swap. Yellow and Crystal though take the Grump as expected. And we'll see what happens from here.
So lane swap comes in. Myron's going to be able to grab the first 3 things, creeps, and rejoin the double jungle. Wayless in some trouble here. Tank actually putting down the hurt early on in this. Deathfire Touch plus Corrupting Potion. Quite an obnoxious early laning item.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup a lot last year. I'm started to see it come back as it is floated back into the metagame. But Tank seems very proficient in the counter matchup. I think missed that one, barely.
That one hit. It's burning him.
Good times. As Tank is going to move back in. Just keep farming up what he can.
Are they going to swap back? So they actually were looking for the 2v2 and blind lane swap thinking that they were going to get it.
Not today. And this is actually a gank here in mid lane.
Oh, he's so far forward.
Oh, got in.
Great hook there, but good cleanse off from Tank. Now the rest of the team are here, but PWL takes him out. Could be in trouble, though, as Flandre and Ella are going to try and take him out, but the chair's going to miss.
And Ella's still level 1. This could be trouble.
Brilliantly played from PYL, not only making sure that he picks up the CC and the first blood, but then sidestepping the Winter's Bite from Ella and getting out scot-free. Beautiful play from LGD.
Yeah, it certainly was. They were also cheating towards the right side of the map this time. We criticized Wayless for going towards the weak side. This time he plays the strong side, and it's actually Tank that doesn't really respect that. With Cleanse, you generally get a get-out-of-jail-free card, but he didn't burn the flash immediately. On the other end, PYL, he was just in there, man.
Yep.
As soon as it hit, he was over the wall.
Thought he had Ignite as well, but didn't even need to use it. Who just slapped him down for the first blood. And LGD starting to get a bit more aggressive. Makes sense with PYL being on more of a playmaker. So he pop back in the top side. Marin and Flandre having a battle for now. Feels like pretty even. As this is cute.
Squad goals.
Moving down to the bottom lane.
Big creep wave.
Certainly is, but could maybe be a problem. Great pick there from PYL. They're going to try and turn things around. Imp firing away with the damage, but the exhaust is good. PYL is going to get stunned, but Crystal has to get out. And LGD, that was effortless almost.
Yeah, it certainly was. PYL and Imp do this all the time, however. Just don't fight them in creeps. They navigate creeps and skill shots so terrifically well. And you see that it's actually Crystal that burns a summoner spell there. He gets 2 in response, but that honestly means that right now the Corki is at a huge disadvantage in the lane.
No, 100% agree, and this is LGD firing. This is the team that we expected to show up in Game 1 and the one that's been on a 6-series winning streak.
And I honestly feel like Hart was kind of like, all right, guys, what?
Problems, yep. Tank actually going to get locked up there. Gukakun from Amy's going to start things off, but poke thrown in the back of the other side.
Hart was like, we're on a roll, guys. Pick whatever you want. And then he was like, that game was horrible. We're playing our try-hard champions. And I said it, like, as soon as Myron's on Gnar, I know that this is a game that LGD, not only do they want to win, they want to really win the game in convincing LGD fashion. Because Akon's Gnar was so good last year, and Myron plays, like, a better Gnar. Like, as much as I love Akon and how good he has been historically, Myron's Gnar is elite. And I just think that this team plays around Gnar and his cooldown so well.
Obviously a very experienced and practiced champion for them historically. So makes sense that they'd look to Marin to pick up the Gnar mantle that Acorn left behind.
Tanks still getting chunked out in mid lane, though. There's Varus starting to mount some problems after the pressure. Here we are on Imp, though. He's going to get the play down. Christos to dodge his hook, but he is going to be able to do it with the flash. Wayler so takes out Tank in the mid lane. LGD going crazy. Although ZZR will get the trade.
Yeah, who cares? Wayless goes underneath the turret, gets his man. You can tell that he's been waiting a game and the first 5 minutes to do it as well. Solo kill for the Azir. This is a counter matchup.
Yep. We're going to have a replay of that. We saw his low health as the camera
He
panned
follows
back.
it in as well. It's just
Of course he's going to dive. Yeah. Cheeky ZZR from over the wall tunnel finds him, but meanwhile, bottom.
And Crystal's dead. Just ganks everywhere. LGD, we talk about it.
There's nothing to analyze here, Spawn. This is LGD doing LGD things.
And honestly, Snake, you should know better. You played the first 10 minutes so cerebrally the first time around. You were in the right parts of the map. You weren't trying to brute force. LGD are the brute force masters. Don't play this style of League of Legends against them.
I only have to wonder, but why does it always take LGD a game to warm up? But certainly warmed up now. It's been a very lightning fast 6.5 minutes to start this game. Flounder going to try and make a play here in topside, but Marin not going to make it too easy. Does flash out of the way. ZZR was looking in there.
Yeah, because the stun field was out. Also, the Unburrow was going to come out. However, the Goon squad heading mid lane.
That could have easily turned, though.
Yeah.
Flashing and buying himself time as he's about to go Mega Gnar. Good pull-up from Snake.
Oh, wow, PYL. That's just rude. He actually pauses in, like, clear vision of everything. Just trying to deny. Wow.
Oh, my God. He's going back in for it. They're going to alley-oop him right in there. Amy takes him out. It's a style show today.
I apologize, Wayless. I didn't mean it when I said that you weren't synonymous with Azir. Boy, my face is so red. If you could see me right now, I just don't understand how this is happening.
LGD, man. They just turn it on.
This team is so bizarre.
Honestly, I think, like,
I
as far as
angry.
entertainment goes, like, if you wanted a LPL team,
This is the team.
this is the team.
Well, they're going nuts. CZR stole the buff away as well, I think. Oh, no, that's his own jungle. Never mind. We're okay. Under control on the red buff.
The only neutralized lane for Snake right now is top. Flandre has doesn't even have a CS lead. Barely has a CS lead. He's hanging on, but effectively...
Not done.
Whatever.
Crystal
It
gets
never
stunned up.
ends.
Imp now exhausted, but I don't think it's going to matter. Crystal's just far too low. Although maybe Flutter could turn things around. PWL flashes in. He's going to try and take the other one out, but Imp is already low. He's going to chase in onto Ella. Ella going to give him the Q, but Imp's going to get one back here. Not going to make it two. Flandre swoops in for a double.
So what I was going to say is that it doesn't necessarily matter that Flandre is ahead because the map is going to crumble out from underneath him and LG are about to collapse. But Flandre makes a great TP play. Instead of going back into his neutralized lane, he says, I need to help my teammate. I need to stop the bleeding. Goes down bottom, picks up a double.
But the problem is, right, Marin is just going to do this. He's going to keep Flandre top the whole game. And it was Flandre that got both the kills. That doesn't rescue bottom lane at all. Imp is still so much bigger than what Crystal is. They don't get any objective off it. Like, it's a good news story. Don't get me wrong. That is a brilliant play from Flandre to save what was a crumbling map.
No, I completely
And it was
agree.
the best that he could do. But that is honestly a case of too little too late unless ZZR and Tank start stepping back up. Because that's what won game number one. Flandre always plays well.
Crystal does juke out of the way of that hook, though. But you can see just how aggressive LGD want to play in every single lane. Crystal with the package. Not quite sure why. Maybe trying to make a play bottom lane here. But I wouldn't fight these two right now. They are feeling very comfy in the 2v2.
Itemization right now, they're
Actually
okay.
ahead,
Yeah, because he has the sheen as well as the ingredients for a phage. But as soon as another back comes in from Imp, it's going to be a little bit scarier.
Imp is just greedy, right? He doesn't want to go for the crit cloak or something like that. He actually just wants good ward. Is that
Yeah,
what you're pointing at?
it's a really classic ward. I think a lot of people have forgotten about this one just because of the changes of vision in its Season 5. But placing it at the tip there when the brush is pinked, obviously you're never going to have control of the lane where you're able to move forward and take control of try, that you can clear out the pink there. But you can also make sure that you're safe.
Well, PWL going to clear Snake's pink ward here in the bottom side, so starting to get even less safe here in this particular lane. Things have slowed down just a touch, though, so we tick over 10 minutes. You can see Evander still building up, but LGD apparently put the brakes on. Although ZZR sneaking into this bottom lane. Looks like he's going to recall pretty quickly, though. Just puts a tunnel there just in case.
Yeah, once again, fishing for Tank. seems to be an area of the map they are confident they can go back towards. In fact, 3 out of the 5 deaths right now are tanks.
Amy, though, also getting pressure down. Good wards, actually, from LGD. Nice and aggressive. This tank does have to play back. He's lost that mid-outer, which is very bad at the early stages of the game. We'll scale up, though, but I think if Azir comes with you on the scaling, that's usually not what you want to do.
The other thing, you want to win lane against Azir as a Varus. That's why you pick it as Imp.
Crystal wants this, but I'm not sure he really should. Does pick a fight. Imp blows the culling.
So I like that use of the culling from Imp. It actually pressures up the lane a little bit more, gets him that free back that he's been looking for.
Also gives Amy space on this dragon.
Yeah. And, you know, PYL does the right thing, actually comes over. He can lantern him out of the pit if he so chooses.
Nope. That means recalling anyway, but that was comical. Looks like he's roaming back mid, though. PYL, we talked about how strong his roaming was last year. Definitely 2v2, underrated in a lot of ways. But ImpYL's a potent bottom lane.
Someone caution pings Wayless, and Wayless just pings on his way again top. He's still pinging it. This is hilarious.
He's coming, and the wards are set up. I'm going to start this up here as Flandre is actually going to fight him. Now granting some rage. Flandre does good damage, but here comes Wayless, and I'm not sure Echo can run anywhere right now. Does he have his ulti?
No, he used it to get back to lane.
Well, he's going to get taken out. Does phase dive up to a creep, but the kill is going to go to Wayless.
Yeah, so that's why actually he made the roam up towards the top lane, because he used his ult to get back into lane, because he's trying to build this CS lead with a couple of kills that he has. Tank tries to pick up some small raptors over that wall, does so successfully. It's a great way to get a cheeky 3 CS as Varus. But once again, just echoing how much the Azir player wanted that gank in the top lane. He was caution pinged like twice and just kept pinging on his way.
Well, comes through for him because he managed to pick it up, and with that, he's going to go back and build out his Nashor. So Wayless definitely in a very healthy spot. See if we're going to see him continue to roam around the map. There's the TP.
TP's in. Only really just has the Iceborne Gauntlet here, but he's going to try and continue applying pressure. Flandre had that great TP to get him that lead. Even though the CS is even, he does have the 2 kills. And you can see he's really trying to stay ahead in this lane because he knows his team's probably going to need him come mid-game.
But the problem is that Marin can just teleport top whenever he wants. Oh, Imp.
Good damage there from the culling, but the door is going to stop him. Ella, though, now going to get plucked out by PYL's hook. And Imp just follows in for some extra deeps. Ella is awfully low.
And the whole squad is coming bottom lane.
Here come the goons.
There's the Elise. Teleport also available if they so choose to go for this. You can see Flandre's heading there already. They need to get the heck out of dodge.
Well, PYL, I think, flashed over the wall. And now Wayless is going to move in onto Crystal. Ella's already dead to Amy. And there's another kill as Wayless gets another Azizia. Whoa, buddy.
There's no reason for you to be there.
But they are slowly collapsing. Flandre is still coming down. Wayless is low. If they leave him in the brush, he might fall down.
Oh, knock up. Needs the damage, but doesn't have it. Lantern's over the other side. Zizia is going to die. TP in from Marin?
Yep. So he matches the rotation out of Flandre. Top lane's pushing in. He's going to deny some CS as well. Flandre can't get back top in time. They take another turret. And this is LGD's game. Fighting fire with fire is like throwing gasoline on this side. Like, there is just no way that you can go with them.
Flandre, they're going to try and do something here against Imp, but 2 members of LGD still down here as well. Imp should be safe for now. Flandre, again, really trying to make a play here, but no play to be made.
And if you're looking at Snake, you're wondering, like, how has this changed from game 1 to 2? They got the advantage, then team fought in game number 1. This time they're trying to team fight from a deficit. And there's just no way that it's going to be successful against a side that plays the way LGD do.
We also have to go back to the fact that in LGD, when they were, I'm not even going to say losing those team fights, it was from a 10k gold deficit, and they were either winning or going even in the team fights.
Definitely a team full of talented players, and they're starting to show off a bit here in Game 2. You have to think Crystal's actually going to swap towards the top half of the map because it's probably a bit safer for him to try and get that farm. 2 outer turrets down already. Wayless, though, he has been out of mid lane so often looking for roams and still keeping up nicely on CS. Snake, gold lead actually mounting up pretty massively so far. 4k up for LGD at under 15 minutes. And it just doesn't get any better. Amy's going to even steal this blue away.
This is actually something really unique to LGD, is that they don't care about the Rift Herald, but they're going to take this turret.
Hook, Cocoon, damage, good flay actually, but not enough. Flandre finally free to the CC, phase dives away.
Get a flash out of him as well. Marin going to look to defend this.
Scoops, creeps into the tower, does take him out. Oh, Ella's here.
Everyone's
needs to clear it. Three-man gank, sorry, as Marin He's going to get stunned up by the Braum passive exhaust down there as well. Winter's Bite needs to follow in, does get it for the slow. Hyper kind of getting cancelled off there. Crystal flashing forward. He really wants to kill, but Imp there to save him in time, and they get nothing.
Yeah, they might actually lose something here because the chase that comes out of Lucian and Nah is huge.
Imp not done. He flashes in. He really wants to make the play. Tank though.
Varys.
Flash ulti there. Takes him out with a Q.
So fantastic play out of Tank there. He was camped the beginning of this game so hard, but able to make the play that his team needs, relieve some of the pressure, overextension out of Imp, but what a huge hero play out of Tank there.
No, completely agree right there. Imp, relentless pursuing and charging forward into Fog of War, just did not keep track of the one player on the enemy team that he needed to.
Imp, though, starting to show off that he just still wants to be aggressive no matter what. And you can see LGD sort of feeling themselves a little bit in this game. We'll see if that slows down now that Snake were able to get some trades. But something tells me I don't think so. I think no matter what happens, LGD are going to win or lose this game at the same pace. Breakneck, for anyone wondering.
I thought for sure, though, that LGD were going to collapse onto the bottom side. Wayless and Amy both made the rotations down there, and Imp had a way of pressuring forward. But a really good collapse in response to Marin in trouble, sending them back to the top side. And that's kind of been a big difference between this LGD and past LGD, is how they're working around their top laner.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Top lane was kind of a... Flame had to completely change his style when he was playing on the LGD lineup. Too more self-sufficient. We saw him a lot on Rumble, for example, last year. However, this year, time around, it seems that they are trying to allow Marin to be a carry when he needs to be. And I think that has actually made LGD a little bit of a better side because they went to Worlds where, you know, people like Smeb, Sunday, Marin, all were not on LGD's lineup. Even Huni, and they were able to do work. So always had a very good Worlds as well.
It's just one of those things where LGD is really a team made up of carries. Putting them all together at the same time has not always been their thing.
this morning, by the way?
No.
Soaz is quite possibly one of the best playoff buff players
Oh, yeah.
ever.
The Origin playoff buff
Did he
is
just
strong.
have the... Because I saw that Origin made it in. I was like, well, they must have had the game of their lives.
H2K, beat H2K. Shout out to Soaz. That guy went berserk.
Clutch, we'll call it.
Yeah.
He's a very clutch player.
He is.
I think a lot of people actually really underestimate
Playoff buff?
Not playoff buff, but veteran status, experience in high pressure games. You know, when QG and RNG went to IEM Cologne, no one looked at, you know, these players that don't have any experience on an international stage, and they're playing against some of the most veteran players in the world. It's a big factor. Soaz has been in that position so many times. I think every single time in his career that he's had a chance to play it, that guy knows when to show up.
Marin jumps on the Scuttle Crab as they return back to the game. Dragon going to get attacked here by LGD. They have one already, so this second one should make their pushing power pretty significant. We saw what Tank could do with the buff last game on Azir, and with the way the game's going, LGD have plenty of pressure in all three lanes. Snake really still holding on, but they are staying afloat. The gold lead hasn't shifted too much in the last few minutes, and itemization starting to get completed, but still behind.
There's some big items to be purchased, however, if you are LGD. You could see them, they were trying to get some backs in there. Azir looks like he's even on gold, but he has 3 kills, so you know that he's got a big shop to come in. They're actually looking to make a trap here for Imp. Try and relieve some pressure potentially from Crystal.
TP is available for Marin as well as Flandre, so they can easily join them.
Good hook again onto ZZR, but it's just for poke this time around. Imp, though, playing up towards him. Now going to move the culling and actually hit Ella with a decent chunk of it. ZZR up here as well. Tank's even rotated in. Snake have to pull pretty much everyone to try and defend. As Amy also joins LGD here in the top lane. Unfortunately, it's just buying time in other lanes. Flandre and Marin still going at it in the bottom side.
They just want the top lane tier 1. Like, they've pressured it for so long. They sent 4 members up there. They tried to defend it, but... Oh, wow.
Good plans. Wayless just goes in for the play. Wants to try and take out Tank. He'll flash in. He will get it. 1v2.
I was just going to say, 1v2 and Wayless finds the kill. That was classic pawn. Instead of going backwards, goes forwards.
Here we go again. Good hook onto Ella, but he can't quite pull him through the wall.
He's dead.
He is dead, though. As he ignites down
heal.
the heal out from Crystal, though, does save him. But Amy, flash. He doesn't have flash. He does have flash. Flash. No flash. I'm upset. I expected a spider form flash.
Yeah, here we go. Marin looking for Flandre as well. Chases him through the turret. All 3 lanes. This is classic LGD.
It's because they get information about where everyone is. Remember, these are all really aggressive laners. As long as they know what the risk versus the reward is that they're taking, they'll go forward.
I feel like they do it anyway, but they do it much better.
Yeah.
It's refined now.
We tried to
Yes, it
stop
is.
that. They're going forward recklessly. But Myron also steals away a cheeky blue buff for himself. I want to echo the sentiments of like the pawn theory. You saw that ZZR thought he was going to retreat there and went over the other wall. He's like, haha, you got your retreat. And he was like, I'm not going that way, buddy. Like, you're mid later. He is now mine.
And Wayless is having an excellent game.
I'm not trapped in here with you.
Yeah, it's really the classic, isn't it?
Yes.
Phantom Dancer picked up for Imp, and right now, they just look cozy in every position. You know, I said that they looked like they had big shops. Well, that wasn't a Zonya's completion. That was an outright Rylai's Crystal Scepter that he just went back and picked up. He had none of it.
No. And now he has all of it. And Wayless, the strength he has right now, 4-1-4, absolutely massive on the Azir. Black Cleaver now done for now. LGD just have good things happening in all of their inventories. And with the way they're playing, Snake, Gold Lead's only getting worse. 7K up now for LGD.
Here's a random stat that I want you to go get. Like,
Okay.
not right now. The percentage of win rates that LGD have when Myron buys Distortion Boots is his second item. Because I feel like when Myron's at his best, he always completes one item, as now Amy caught out a little bit, and then goes back and just upgrades Boots Distortions. Because he recognizes that if he can get around the map more than his opponent, he will just make play after play.
I will get you that stat.
Thank you.
I have a spreadsheet of their finalized items.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, we'll check in later. As PYL still roaming around. I'm very surprised ZZR didn't get hooked there.
I was about to say, yeah, I'm very surprised that Proskeren keeps those weird stats as well, but I'm not
No,
really.
that
I've
does
seen
not
the
surprise me
spreadsheet.
at all.
The spreadsheet's like 6 tabs, and she's like, this is your useful tab on the front page. This is all the other stats that I use, and I'm just like, whoa, there's some things in there. I just want to know when they take first turret. Do you want to know which turret it is? No, I don't care about that information.
But it's important. Things get deep.
Oh my god, Wayless at it again.
Speaking of deep.
Andre trying to battle this Azir, but this is his massive Myron here as well, but ZZR's going to join on the backside. Knock up might be enough to take out Wayless, but I'm not sure Wayless fancies it. He does go down though. Tank gets him with a snipe.
Finally, his over-aggression punishes him. And Tank is the
Collect the
benefactor
loot.
of that, which is actually big. This Varus starting to even himself out back into this game. Unfortunately, though, my one issue is that Varus is a mid-game power spike champion, and I feel like he's like now even with the clock, whereas Azir is still ahead of the
See,
clock.
I used to agree with that, but I think Deathfire Touch actually made his late game much better than it previously was. I still don't think he's hugely scaling, but Deathfire Touch gave him like an extra 100 damage on every arrow he gets onto an 80 carry.
Did we ever finalize how that worked in terms of
It's
the
single target. If it only hits the 80 carry, it's single target.
But in terms of like denying your itemization, like for for armor, because it'll do magic damage, or vice versa.
Yeah, actually, I don't think we did. That is the one micro interaction I don't know. Turley, I know you're watching somewhere. You'll let me know. Freak's really good at things like that. So what we're talking about right now, maybe someone else knows, is whether Death by a Touch on your AD actually applies magic damage. Because the way I read it, I believe it does, but I just haven't jumped into a game and actually figured it out.
Yeah, and it would make a big difference on a composition like this, or a double 80 carry composition in general. With Corki, because you have split damage, but think of it this way. If you have double 80 carry, then the enemy team only has to build armor, but if you have Deathfire Touch, which is applying magic damage, then it's compensating.
They at least need one, because we see a lot of like. I have a sneaking suspicion that Jhin Varus is going to become a very good composition, especially if people keep running Azirs. Jin's a very good bully lane. Varus wins that mid lane matchup, and they both run Deathfire Touch. So late game, they like hit you once each and then shoot you, and it does so much. And that is a Titanic Hydra being built up by ZZR.
After a Randuin's Omen. He's got all the crazy items. I love it.
No, so Amy's got the Randuins.
Sorry, he
Love
does too.
Randuins.
Oh, you're right.
Because Repel into Randuins is actually a very good catch tool for Elise. Titanic Hydra, on the other hand.
Slow. Whoosh.
I think I accidentally assumed that ZZR was playing Elise again.
Yeah.
Which is not correct. You are right, though. Titanic for ZZR. Apparently, he needs to apply split push pressure. I'm not convinced. We'll see what happens.
He's got semi-global presence with his little neural network of tunnels.
Yeah, it's also a useless tank item.
He's going to break dance with some creeps, clear the...
We'll see. We shall see. It's no go going, Orksai. If you are.
Too deep. LGD, though, collapsing on this bottom side tower. We'll see if Snake can get back into position to stall it. I'm still concerned that a dive is about to happen.
Looks like it. PYL
Yep,
actually goes
there
in.
it
They find
goes.
Flandre, but he ulties out.
PYL gets ulted up.
Oh
Myron
my
in.
god, Marin. Huge scoop binds two. Doesn't quite connect to the wall, but that might be enough space for the turret. It's not. But LGD just going in.
They just didn't have a creep wave. Like, everything went to plan except for prepping a creep wave, and now Myron in trouble.
This isn't part of the plan. Marin is going to hop his way out.
All I was staring at is that single ward behind towers. Like, they're not. They are. They went. They did.
And nothing happened, so, you know, still 4,000 gold, the advantage right now for LGD, but you have to say that Snake has done a very good job of matching the lanes, getting good assignments, and making sure the turrets are not falling down. As I mentioned last game, however, it is quite difficult to take these turrets at only 25 minutes into the game. Snake were even further ahead and struggled with it, so you can understand the frustration that LGD are currently displaying.
Wayless also following up a storm, takes his blue, moves over, takes the Gromp. He must be at 3 items or very close to at this point because he has a mountain of CS. Although Tank is keeping up nicely there as well.
Well, Tank's had a lot of free waves just shoved into him simply because LGD have been unable to crack that second tier of towers other than the top lane. So mid's just been a pretty easy farm fest when Tank doesn't have Azir flashing on top of him.
It certainly has. They really need the tier 2 so they can start pressuring Baron. They just can't shove the waves out far enough right now to get the vision they require of the quick rotations that Snake have been able to make in between the lanes.
And I think Snake, honestly, have actually sort of not pulled this game back, but they've slowed it down enough.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah.
can open up some space.
100%.
Done a great job. They also have a really nice scaling comp. You know, Corki, because of the mix damage, is potent late game. IE is being completed, and that just means that one crit will absolutely ruin the day of anyone on LGD. We always talk about Echo. He's 40% cooldown reduction. The chase potential out of Flandre if a team does go awry is just so high. And then you always have to look at Varus' mid game. 3-4 items. Varus is an absolute monster.
Well, Snake not going anywhere quickly, especially in this game. All right, again, a deliberate team as Wayless is he's really showing off today on Azir. Got a blasting one as well, actually. So might be going for Abyssal. We'll see what he does with the item. Could be a Void Stuff third as well.
I want it to be a Void Stuff. I just think they're building up so much magic resistance right now. Aegis has been completed. Spirit Visage in the top lane. Marin can't clear out that wave quick enough, so it's back down to a 3,500 gold lead for LGD. But Snake have done a very good job of clawing this back.
And they've done it pretty classic Snake way. Keep the side waves occupied. Make sure you push things out. Maybe ZZR and his Titanic Hydra has something to do with it. His Gromp is getting massacred.
Well, he is farming really quickly, so that's one thing I will say for ZZR. I don't know if Rek'Sai translates gold the best out of every champion. Doesn't really have any scaling, so to speak, built into the kit.
No, she pretty much just becomes a CC bot.
Crystal.
Unburrow bot.
Well, ZZR definitely can show some presence, but I did fancy Crystal's back forward into Marin there. Pretty tanky though on the old Gnar.
I wish that LGD would actually consolidate some of their strength right now. I feel like they should have been in siege mode a little bit earlier. Last time we saw them group up to siege, they, like you said, misused the creep wave timing with their TP, and now they've had to just wait for that summoner to come back up, and which is why we've had a lull in LGD being proactive around the map.
They were also kind of playing the map upside down because Baron was never really the objective, and Myron was in the bottom lane the whole time. So I feel like they should have had Myron on the top side of the map and should have been pressuring the blue buff away from Tank because he is all of the wave clear right now.
Wonder if it'll cost them though. Amy trying to get cheeky for a steal, but ZZR lining it up. Whaler still in the area, but Crystal does get the red buff. Dragon up in a minute 10 or so.
Neither team really wanted to commit to that because, oh, there we go. Nice arrow there. Burn damage coming out. Package is available for Crystal, but Mega Gnar was in the bottom lane and has teleport available, so each team was kind of respecting the other, jockeying for position. Minute on the next dragon, you feel like that will be a huge objective because it's number 4 for LGD. Everything's been uncontested so far on that side of the map.
Crystal is actually going to use the package and try and push his wave out pretty hard. Open up some space perhaps towards the dragon area because, like you mentioned, Snake likely have to contest here. Varus doing plenty of damage with the Last Whisper built up. It's kind of got 3 items if you glue 2 of them together, but hasn't completed either of the Last Whisper. Actually, hasn't.
No, he has. That's an LDR.
Ah, never mind. I take it all back.
They need to get into this dragon pit, though.
Yeah, I think
like
they've
now.
actually left this a little bit too late. Vision is just starting to go down. Ooh, good poke damage.
Well, this is, again, the big concern is that they need to be on top of it, laying down their vision because it is a poke-based composition with Corki and Varus. Need to make sure that they can see the barrel of fish that they're shooting into.
Plenty of bullets, though. Ellis has to get plucked out by the hook. Damage on the PYL still. This poke is brutal.
Yep, certainly is. Their comp is in full flight right now. Flandre starts it up. They are aware there is a ping onto a ward behind the Baron Pit. See whether they go for it.
Dragon to Snake. Yes, it is. ZZR takes it, but LGD going to try and start the fight. Flandre going to zone them out, though, but Marin's made it in. Flandre actually fighting everyone, but he has to ulti out to safety. Decent damage on. They're going to try and run back and poke. Great ulti onto Marin there by Tank. And that might just be enough disengage.
I really like the decision from Snake here to just take the Dragon and walk away.
Well, they got poked down more, so they can maybe go back as the cooldowns come up, but LGD... they'll fight for the blue. I believe Crystal got it.
Yep.
So Snake protect that as well, and they get out safely.
And this is kind of the problem with Lucian. We keep going back to it time and time again, but if he ever gets chunked out, low-range AD carry can't really lifesteal safely up. So Imp had to exit that team fight, even with the Merc Scimitar picked up for some lifesteal. And they're just doing so much poke damage at the moment. Tank is an absolute monster.
And this is why, again, it's so important that they get into these river objectives, Baron, Dragon, lay down their vision so they can hit their poke. Like you said, Wayless and Imp were pushed out of that fight so early. But Flandre's cheeky little, did you see his dash? And then he immediately flashed back out. It's like, no, Flandre, come back. We're leaving.
Well, I actually think it was an Iceborne Gauntlet slow as well that slowed down
to try to give them the clear getaway.
So he was just trying to create space because Myron was getting hyperprocs. And the thing about Nara is not only does he slow himself down, especially with Phage, slow other people down, he's speeding himself up to continue that.
Whoa, playing here into Tank, but he flashes out of the way. Good ulti there again to disengage, but Amy's going to line it up. Jukes to Kakuno, and Ella now's the one in the front lines with problems, but ZZR going to move back in. Flandre going to try and re-engage as well.
Wow.
But massive play from Wailers is going to take out Tank. He's got himself a double already as they're straight diving this turret. Flandre ultis himself out to safety, but Amy takes out ZZR. Flandre trying to stun them up, but he can't quite get it done. Imp's going to take out Flandre, and Crystal looks to be dead as well. LGD under a turret, complete an ace.
The clean ace, and one more time, Wayless goes massive on this Azir, able to clean up the back end of it. That's going to be game for LGD. We're going to game 3.
In the end, it doesn't even matter. LGD just do LGD things. They're just crazy. The switch flips, and hey guys, you want to perfectly dive a tower and pick up a clean ace?
Well, that was honestly like, they hurt when they poke us. Do you know what we're going to do? We're going to hard commit. And they go in, they flash walls, they dive turrets, they pick up the game.
Nexus down, LGD will take game 2, and we push ourselves to a third as Snake. You feel like they had it all ready, and then game 2 started and it went horribly wrong from minute 1. LGD. The only question for this team has to be, why do I not see this every game?
Well, you have nearly. But apart from that anomaly of game 1, LGD for the last 6 sets have been playing League of Legends in a very similar fashion to that. I think that the Sivir bans are slowing it down a little bit and that the Azir was a pick that kind of swung it back. But I honestly think that LGD's League of Legends in the last 3 weeks has been phenomenal. I'm going to credit Snake more than discredit LGD for the fact that these games are very, very close and Snake were able to take game 1.
No, I actually 100% agree with that. Snake are definitely turning up. Their team fighting's getting a lot better, but unfortunately without the gold advantage that they had in game 1, so a 10k gold advantage in game 1 for 5v5ing LGD looked great for Snake. And even games in game 2, and Snake, like LGD just ripped them apart.
And even beyond that, I think that LGD also recognized that Tank was kind of the X factor in game number 1. And PYL just put a big target on it. It was like, if that's the guy that's going to beat us, like, we're just going to camp him from minute 1. He roams mid like 3 times in the first 5 minutes of that game. And Wayless, to his credit, took that gold lead and then completely exploded onto Summoner's Rift.
It's just PYL's Thresh doing work, and the rest of LGD making absolutely massive plays. Looks like we are going to get a game 3, and LGD, if you play like that, it's going to be a real fun one. Don't go too far away. Snake, we'll see if they can push them through, or LGD can take it out. After the break, we'll have game number 3. And welcome back. We'll check in with the MVP from our last game as LGD did pick up the win, and it was Wayless with fancy Azir play.
I, again, 100% agree with this, so maybe everything has gone wrong and Frostgrin shouldn't be agreeing with the MVPs. No, but not only was it the ganks on tank to put him down, finding him as the target as the Axe Vector, as you said, but also the denial pick away, immediately taking the Azir and putting it on Wayless and him stepping up.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that the good thing about Wayless is he's this unorthodox mid laner, right? Kind of like in the Echo, the same sentiment as Pawn. When he goes backwards, when he should go backwards, he goes forwards. That really screws with junglers, because he's stepping into a lot of these ganks, and especially on someone like Azir, where you have so much terrain control, he's just able to create situations that he necessarily shouldn't have been able to.
And he did it time and time again.
This is the last play.
This play, savage dive. And LGD was the right play. You said it. For getting poked out. Hard commit and dive.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny. We were talking about how we don't consider Wayless an Azir player, but definitely showed up.
Wayless just plays anything he wants. He's such.
He has a style as opposed to a champion pool, right? And that's my excuse, because I actually made that statement. So I was thinking the whole game of, how do I dig myself out of the hole? That was the line I came up with. What it means, I have no idea. But, quote me on it.
He's a play style, not a champion pool.
Yeah, I have no idea what it means either.
I'll back you up with some stats. So Wayless played some of them. The close-up. Wayless played some of the most unique. I don't even know how to phrase this.
How many champion picks he had unique?
Champions. There we go. He plays a lot of champions. He's got a massive pool. So there is some truth to this.
I think that he had 17 unique picks last split or something like that.
Pawn was 23. And then you was, I'm not even joking, Pawn was 23, you was 20, and I think Wayless was 19.
Okay, yeah, because I knew he was high teens, right? Pawn kind of gets the mana picks that we speak about, where EDG is we'll pick a series comp, and Pawn, you can play whatever the heck you want.
Yep.
But Wayless actually just plays everything.
And that's the thing. There is a chance. We talked about it.
Oh, the
Talent.
They finally won a game. Maybe Wayless gets his talent game.
I feel like they'd have to be up one game in game 1, and then game 2 he'd get the talent
Well, that
game.
sounds like you don't have faith in his talent.
Ask Wayless how many mundos he gives. 0. Absolutely none.
He may not, but I'm sure Hart, corporate Mundo behind them in the cute striped shirt would mind.
Well,
I still think we owe him a bow tie, by the way.
I believe so.
We should sign him a bow tie and send it to him. We don't just sign the bow tie, but we can sign it and send it with a bow tie.
Well, Gragas, Siva, and Na as bow tieless Heart will try and get his team through yet another draft. We've got Nidalee, Alistar, and Elise now banned from LGD, actually. So apparently Elise is the new Kindred, because that's what's left open now. Surprise! There's Kindred.
But this means they can take Azir. And I think Azir into Kindred is something that we've seen a lot. And the Azir kind of ruins Kindred's day.
Yep, and that's because you just Shurima shuffle them all off the Kindred ult.
It's beyond that as well, right? It's because Kindred's range quite low. Azir, especially once the Rylai's is picked up, just does so well at controlling that zone. And then, once again, with the Shurima shuffle, she just can't jump through it. It makes her, miserable.
Do not pass go.
Yeah. This, on the other hand, would be weird.
If he times it right, there's some strong possibilities for the old Nunu.
Oh, full
I would
AP
be a
Nunu.
fan of Azir Nunu. I would be all about that.
Yeah, but they have to take the Azir here.
Yeah, they would have to take it in a double rotation.
I think Amy's just messing about. Echo's open, but I think Poppy might be more of the pick here for Marin. Actually goes to Graves Poppy, potentially. Not long left for LGD.
Okay, we got it.
Okay.
Nope, this makes sense. We talked about this first game. So the thing is you have 2 primary top laners open, Poppy and Echo. We've called Echo the pseudo Poppy. We've said maybe Poppy's stronger because she can shape a team fight. We're going to take both of them, and we're going to put Echo in the jungle.
Or Poppy as support. There's just lots you can do.
We're going to flex everything.
Yeah.
Poppy mid, get it in there.
Echo mid. Wayless has already played it once.
Yep, and looks fine.
Honestly, flexing everything is probably the best way you can say this. And what I'm waiting for right now, you talk about cool Azir Kindred interactions. Echo, full AP, 6 items. Kindred is like, I'm just going to chill out in my ultimate. Echo's like, well, that's 3 seconds, buddy. Thanks for bringing my shadow in here. Bang.
Even Poppy into Kindred's okay as well for a similar principle. So there's lots to go here for LGD. I do like the double top lane picks, but of course they're flexing one or both of these champions in different roles. Snake, though, is going to move back to what they know. Take the Lucian out away from Imp. Crystal's just fine on the pick. And, of course, pick Braum, because when he's open, you want to take him.
I suspect that this means that they're going to be looking for the standard 2v2, picking such a strong duo lane, and we're not going to see the Snake lane swap.
Animated heart. See him moving behind these players. He's turning away from you, Wayless. Pick the Talon. Oh, he can't stop you.
LGD, we see your Braum, Lucian, and we raise you.
Could be Ezreal mid as well. Wayless has played it this year already.
Yeah, he goes the armor penetration, the flat penetration Ezreal build that like at 3 items does so much damage.
I like the Bard though, PYL. I love his playmaking champions. We saw it on the Thresh.
He was playing Bard before it was cool.
Certainly
as well.
was.
Season, what was it,
nerds
like
with it.
week 3
Yeah.
of summer 2015?
Oh, please. No. No, I mean, it's fine. Jin's so cool though. All right. Ezreal instead there for Imp.
It could be the Ezreal
yes, I know.
Wayless. A lot of flex still coming out.
Liddity definitely hiding a lot of their picks.
So we know who the support is in the top laner, I feel. It's going to be Poppy top, support Bard.
Yep.
Anything else, your guess is as good as mine.
Well, Tank might have to mix it up. Actually, never mind. Aziria's still open, but he might default back to something else. Feel like Snake back sort of up against the wall here. Might want to default back to combo picks. Flandre also has to mix it up because those 2 major bruiser top laners have been taken away. Even with Gragas going away, it's kind of funny. He actually does like to play that as another bruiser.
I was going to say Gangplank's still available for Flandre, and he's one of the few guys who has continued to play him in the LPL.
Might have it here. Lysandra Gangplank feels very comfy to me for Snake. And I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to lock away, unless their minds change right now. Nope. Those are the picks.
Tank is sure. Flandre he seemed a little unsure, but Tank was like, give me the Lysandra.
So I love the Lysandra. The Gangplank is risky because we always mention this, but 0 tank line apart from the Braum means that Ella and Crystal have to get ahead of the clock because you need to start funneling some resources. Like I'm not talking about goal kills and creep score. I'm talking about assists, early rotations, get him active around the map because that will help him out in being that solo tank. I'm not talking about any of these picks. So let's look at what Snake's composition does well. Great zone control, great catch. Gangplank ulti into Lysandra ulti is huge crowd control. Like what they're putting together. On the other side of the rift, we have a very, if that was an Evelynn lock-in, we have a very EDG-esque comp.
I still have no idea where any of these champions are going.
It's a top lane Poppy, jungle Graves, mid lane Echo.
I wanted the support Poppy, the
I did
jungle
as well.
Bard, the top lane Graves, and the mid lane Echo.
Well, not today, unfortunately. As the last lock-in was the Graves for Amy. Going to take it into that Kindred. Not bad. I like it. Again, I feel like whenever LGD pick champions, it's like, I don't really mind what they pick because it's how they play that really shows off. And
this is about winning lanes individually. And
Actually,
isolating.
they have a really quick lane swap. Like Graves, Ezreal, Poppy. That is an insanely quick lane swap. Like they can shove turrets incredibly quickly. Isolate, get your 2 teleports into split pushing lanes so you can deal with the Lysandra. They do have multiple ways they can play this. I'm expecting standard lanes as well. I'm just saying that if the situation was reversed and this was Snake's comp, I would be like, they are lane swapping 100%.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm just ready for big plays. PYL is on the Bard. It's a signature pick in a lot of ways for him. If LGD play the way they've been playing last game and recently, feels like things could be tough here for Snake, but they do want to claim this win and try and push themselves up a spot in towards playoffs. See if they can get there. The coaches, they will shake hands for the final time in this series, and we'll get under Summoner's Rift. And we're off for game number 3. as LGD fired back hard in Game 2 to force this final game after Snake had a pretty handed win in the first one. Tough to say who's going to win here because LGD, they're just such an explosive team, but Snake, they have shown a lot of promise as they've ascended further and further up the ladder towards the end of the season. They've got maybe one more spot to climb, and this is the game they need to take it to secure their best possible playoff spot. LGD, they're already locked in for 4th, but they do not want to break the streak because momentum is very important moving into playoffs.
Oh, look at the Poppy skin. It is glorious.
I hate that skin.
What?
It's so ugly.
At least it's not Ragdoll Poppy. That skin is the worst.
We do have an invade from either team, so Marn spotted out Snake pressuring forward for their lane swap wards. In response, LGD swing down and place their wards.
What is your favorite Poppy skin, Frostgreen?
I don't think I have one.
What?
No, I actually really like the where she wears the metal suit.
Blacksmith.
Yeah.
She's a little bit dirty.
Yeah.
What about you, Spawn?
That is my Poppy skin.
Really?
So people at home probably don't know this. I was a huge AP Poppy jungle when, what was the Runic Echo? No.
Runeglaive?
Runeglaive was a thing. I would play AP Poppy jungle with Runeglaive. I had like an 85% win rate
He
on
plays all AP support Alistar.
With Smite.
With Smite.
Yeah, it's great.
Just as an introduction to Spawn.
Yeah, but yeah, Poppy, AP Poppy jungle was great. You could one-shot people.
I understand the power.
And then we changed her, and now I'm sad.
I do want to touch back on this, though. We had the exact same invade from LGD this time around. They interrupted the Krug. A single Krug did go over, and then they cheated the inside track and made sure that Braum and Lucian were zoned off the lane.
We can see the Raptors there. Apparently not completed.
This time, Amy skipped the first step of taking his blue buff and going to red buff, and just took the red buff.
Oh, good binding there on the bottom side. Ella going to tag PYL, though. Could be dramatic here in the bottom side. But not just yet. Tank going to keep doing what he's doing. For reference, by the way, since the rework, Lollipoppy is top tier, in my opinion.
Chocolate bar.
Chocolate bar, man. So good.
Yeah, it's quite good. And good response here from ZZR. He recognizes that, he hasn't seen anyone on the map. He knows what happened last time. So he just goes straight away to Amy's raid, takes that one away. So it is going to be 2 buff stars, a little bit of horizontal jungling. Flandre putting in work.
And this is the thing, Flandre, he doesn't play a carry too often unless he really feels like he has to come up big. I think it's fitting in Game 3 with, a potential playoff seed on the line that Flandre does go back to more of a carry. His gangplank is excellent. And ZZI is also shadowing him here in the top lane. Crystal has trouble. Great binding from PYL. That ignites down. Yep, Imp's going in. He wants to try and kill Crystal. The heal's down, but it's not quite enough. Imp actually has been stunned up, though, and Amy, he's going to try and make his way down. Lissandra's in. Tank goes for it, gets the double snare, but he can't quite take out Imp. He is going to go down. Imp gets himself first blood, and now Wayless is here as the Magical Journey is going to look for Ella. Slow there from the Meeps. Auto's not enough, though.
Imp played that so well, particularly sidestepping the Lissandra Q off of the his allied champion.
Oh, that was so good. So double snare comes in here. Imp goes over the top of it and tries to get the kill. Good heal, saves Crystal's life. So he's out. Imp, however, flashes, gets behind, and then sidesteps. Right there is what Frostgreen is talking about. Weaves in all of the spells. Dangerous game, OP. And Flandre even burnt teleport on the back end of that, so he doesn't get the cheeky first back that we always talk about, where you're able to get the free teleport, and he's got a mana crystal. So nightmare thing is if Myron goes back, gets something a little bit more offensive. Even if he just goes back, gets a ruby crystal, he's going to be so much tankier and stronger in this lane.
Yep.
Didn't get what he wanted, Flandre.
Dark Seal mid lane. Oh, Wayless.
Is it he a man after your own heart?
He actually doesn't have a refillable potion either.
He doesn't.
So he's just man mode.
That is for a Magias, mate. That is not 6 synergy.
I see which game we're getting for Game 3.
Yeah.
The pace has been set.
Yep. Breakneck once again. 11, if you will. Wayless on the Echo. Just so confident. Good TP in as well on the bottom side, as everyone was pretty much involved in that bottom side.
This is
exchange.
So Spawn actually hates this when we do like analogies of like cars for teams.
Oh, please no.
I feel like LGD at this point are just like straight up Mad Max.
Well, that's not a car, that's a movie. Quite a good movie as well, so I'll leave it. I'll allow this one.
I just feel like you got all the, whatever those boys are called, hanging off this crazy rig.
Wayless gets caught out by ZZR here.
If LGD had a band, their band name would be Crazy Rig. I just want to point that out there. 100%. It's their Korean pop band. Bit of a rock metal influence. Never mind. Lost on you people.
Yeah,
We'll be okay.
completely.
Top lane though. Myron looking to get aggressive because Amy's in the area.
Standing on a ward, though.
Thankfully, it's LGD's ward.
You
Or is he
know,
standing on a green ward?
He's also standing on a green ward. It actually just timed out. It was a trinket.
Well, good play there from Flandre as Wayless is back. Gets aggressive. Tank knows. Just puts the W down. Trying to keep him at bay. Doing a decent job so far, but Wayless's bloodlust will not be sated. The Dark Seal is hungry. It wants your power. I'm not sure Tank can hold on for too long.
I was going to say, this time around, Wayless not just dashing into a free cocoon as he did in game 1. So very different context for this lane.
And there's a free teleport that we're talking about. It's actually a Balmy Cinder that gets picked up by Myron. See whether he's able to stop Flandre's back, because you know it's inevitably coming out.
Good poke on the bottom side, though. Crystal and Ella able to poke out PYL pretty significantly, although Copper Coco is going to do wonders. Gets himself a nice chunk of health back.
See, I love Bard with Ezreal because I feel like Bard as a support just really compensates for Ezreal's first back because his auto attacks are still potent and powerful simply because you're so low level.
Oh,
good ulti, and here's ZZR again. Wayless is going to make it back, though. Amy's here as well. Good timing this time from both junglers.
Yeah, it certainly was. Wayless able to make it work. I was just scared that the Gangplank ultimate was going to come out and allow them to catch up to the Echo. Flandre does burn teleport to get back into top lane. He gets a huge shot. Sheen and cooldown boots. 20% CDR already. Means we're not going to see any tricky Essence Reaver builds. It will just be the straight out, I want to kill you with an IE build.
I like it. Flandre.
He turned me into a believer, by the way. I have this conversation a lot. I thought that Essence Reaver was really, really good on Gangplank because you could build defensive boots, and defensive boots gets you through a lot of tricky lanes. And then Flandre started building things. Oh, let's hold that thought because someone might die here.
Maybe, actually. Flandre going to burn the ulti. Marin actually hits the back end of that Q, but flashes out of the ultimate damage.
Yep, so good flash there because he definitely was in kill range. All right, let's just
Gangplank Essence Reaver.
Give it a time.
All right, we'll chill out for now because Amy and ZZ are having a battle. ZZ are looking to win, though. Amy getting some damage down on the back end, but Kindred is very strong in a duel. Flandre, ooh. This is juicy.
So the reason Flandre is actually a little bit hesitant is if Myron throws his buckler at the barrel, he gets the reset, which means he gets that surprising shield, which is not kind of fun if you're Flandre. But Myron will be forced back and has to respect the damage. See whether they teleport Wayless or something into the top to save the creep wave. In fact, they just keep Myron there. All right, cool. So Essence Reaver Gangplank. I thought it was really great. 40% cooldown reduction just seems to make sense. But the flat penetration after we change the barrels just seems to be so key for Gangplank off Youmu's. And then you can get cool things that increase your attack speed and make you do lots of sick damage and burst in a split push situation. As Imp's still going berserk
Nice
here.
ulti. Very good block by Ella, though. Lined up nicely by LGD's bottom lane. Crystal and Ella are starting to really feel the heat.
But here comes a dive.
No door, yeah.
Yeah, Amy looking for it. Oh, good bite ulti onto the turret, but they can't quite dive in. ZZR's in the right place, right time here for this one. Does get latched up, though. Damage is coming back in. He's forced to use Lance Respite. Everybody from LGD out of it, and Tank, he's going to try and make a play, but Wayless cuts him off at the pass. And now he's going to just move his way back in. Tank just can't do too much here, but Ella goes straight in for it. Not done, though. PYL still looking for another latch. Not going to get it. Everyone is so low, but nobody's dead. Good self-ult from Tank. Wayless ults himself out. And somehow 8 people down and nobody dead.
Everyone is so low. Flandre wishes he had his ultimate. Ella flirts with death there.
That had to be a misclick.
Did Wayless flash? He did. As Myron takes out Flandre. Action everywhere, and Myron is the only victor of that whole exchange.
Well, he gets to go aggressive because everyone's losing their minds in the bottom lane. I have to give props to Wayless, though. Catching Lissandra before she's able to connect on the Glacial Path, that would have spelled disaster for LGD.
Yeah, forced a self-ult as well, and then uses his ulti to get back to safety. Of course, much lower cooldown. We've seen how much he can repetitively use it. This is the top lane.
Flandre.
Yeah. That's the replay we get. It's the buckler.
So it's a buckler with the potion. Corrupting potion.
True.
OP.
You can see Flandre's face there. He's like, yeah, okay, I messed up.
Well, both of them were in kill range, and that's why I said one of them will die. I just guessed the wrong member. I thought Flandre had him.
Always the buckler snipes, man.
That's what happens when you, like, I guess, gamble against a world MVP. It just makes you look bad.
I like it. Clean snipe there with the shield. This Tank does return back to mid lane. Wayless has got his blue buff, though, so things looking okay. Talking about skins before, by the way. I do like that Whalers changed skins after his first Echo game. Is that the other one is cursed?
Yeah.
I must take this skin instead.
It's like their uniforms.
Yes. LGD. They just know too many things that I don't, clearly. As Road of Ages is going to be the build again, so Whalers not going to change that. Tank, though, will get his own blue buff.
He has a cricket bat in that skin.
Yes.
As an Australian, that makes me incredibly happy.
He, like, cricket bats the time machine thing.
Like,
yeah.
Plays a nice pull shot. Straight over mid-on.
I like the sound that the bat makes on the ball.
I like that that's your contribution to cricket.
It's cricket. I watched it once.
It was fun.
It was fun.
I agree.
Haha. We've got it.
So, Amy, once again, looking to influence this top lane. They go in for the gank.
Not sneaky enough. A good knock up there from Mara. Flandre locked up by the Poppy W. Nowhere good to go. He pops the ulti, but Amy's just going to shoot him in the face.
Flandre, frankly, just getting really sloppy up in this top lane.
And even using the ulti is sloppy because they should be looking to cross-map right now. I mean, Kindred's down there. Tank's heading in. The ulti from Flandre, he's up in like 10 seconds, would be really useful in what looks to be a potential dive situation. But using it just out of frustration almost.
No, 100% agree. It's not like that would have saved his life. He was going to die either way.
Well, Snake can't afford to get frustrated. LGD have actually quietly built themselves up 3 kills to nothing. The gold lead as a result isn't massive because they're not shoving their advantages hard, but naturally winning at Snake's game 1 pace, I'll call it, feels like a good thing for LGD. They've done what they needed to do, but it feels like they've sort of reset and righted themselves after what was a very hectic game 2 and an unfortunate loss maybe for the side in game 1.
Wow. Ult's back to lane, straight away goes aggressive. But yeah, I echo the sentiment that, this is LGD not taking objectives after their kills, but getting the advantages through the kills with a really nice scaling comp of themselves. The fact that Flandre is 20 CS up nearly and is on Gangplank is good news for Snake right now. But Myron has got the tools to deal with him, and once again, Distortion Boots picked up.
I'm putting this in my spreadsheet.
Whalers still getting aggressed. Stone does get ulted up by Tank. DZR also here as well, but the TP is coming in from Myron. Amy's here as well. Wallbang straight into the wall for Tank. The Lamps bite down, though. He's going to keep them alive, but Whalers still chasing in. He wants to heal. He's playing very aggressive. He'll go down there to Kindred, but it's a trade.
It certainly is. They're still going, however.
Oh, good bite ulti. That actually might be enough for follow-up here. POL lining up the shot. Does get Ella. Myron locks down ZZR and takes him out, and Amy is juking everything. Ella puts up the door, but he can't escape it. Double kill for Poppy.
PYL, the hero, to walk in on the back half of that with a beautiful Tempered Fate into the Cosmic Binding and gives it over to LGD.
And not only that, Myron walks around someone to ensure that they have the tackle in the right direction. Just overall, beautiful play out of the top lane and support of LGD. Let's take another look at this. So they go aggressive on Whalers, ult him up, but he's inside his zone already. Will be able to live, and Myron ensures that ZZR has to use his ulti. Whalers comes back in here, just does so much damage with the E, able to pick up the first kill. And from there, it really is Bard saving the day because ZZR comes in, forces the flash out of Amy, but look at this. Gets it, Myron walks around him, gets the stun here. Myron picks up 1 kill, tackles Ella back in the opposite direction, elongates that distance between the turret and where he wants to be. And I honestly feel like when LGD were playing horribly, it was like, we trust PYL. We're giving him Bard so he has initiation tool. Now they're playing a little bit better. It's like, Myron, you can also have an initiation tool. You are promoted to Poppy duty.
Oh, Flandre dead again, though, as Myron takes him out. That's his 4th kill of the game.
And that is why. Because Myron has started playing world-class League of Legends one more time.
4-0 in 2. Absolutely 100% agree. It's nice. We've talked about how the top laners have really defined LGD and their playstyle historically. And I think Myron, they weren't ready for his playstyle initially, needed to get him, integrate him into the team effectively.
He's greedy. They need to learn how to play around top lane again. They no longer have a self-sufficient top laner.
Exactly. That's the thing. It's funneling gold and resources into it as opposed to leaving them on their island.
Well, it's paying off because he's playing exceptionally well in the last few weeks. Dragon, though, does get snuck away by Snake as ZZR is able to take that one out. And I think get some Devour stacks out of the deal as well, so pretty nice. But 7-1 up in kills for LGD. Gold lead, actually still not that massive, only 1,500 or so, but it's the confidence that LGD are playing with that probably scares Snake the most.
And you're waiting for the game to explode, more importantly, pastry time, because they're ahead without taking any objectives. That's no turrets. That's an organic 1,500 gold lead just from kills. As soon as they get some turrets, this game could snowball out of control.
And that's what Snake have to try and stop here. But LGD's aggression starting to ramp up. They're getting items and making some picks for themselves. Imp with an Iceborne Gauntlet already, actually, on bottom side. Decent pressure as Bard's also applying additional help. Amy, though, donates blue over to Wayless, who unfortunately lost some of his stacks in the last exchange. PYL, though, just poking. CZR waiting for
He's
him.
in trouble.
Stuns there. That's a good one. And that's going to be a kill for the Kindred. Now Imp has to get out, but he gets straight on top of the Coco. Ella actually blocks the ulti. Imp, though, just keeping them at bay.
Yeah, the Winter's Bite catches PYL right on his hip there.
He picked up a meep, I think, underneath the turret.
Was it worth it?
Yeah, I think it was. If you're a Bard
The
player,
chime grid.
understand. Yeah.
Always gets him.
Well, what are you going to do? Like, just leave a chime sitting there? Then the meep goes to waste, man.
Marin and Flandre having another battle, by the way. And Flandre is not winning these exchanges. Flandre going to get slapped down. Marin just diving him straight up.
And he gets the teleport.
Doesn't even need flash, which he had. Just so tanky.
I'm going to say it one more time. Poppy is still the best top laner. I just don't... Her kit is so loaded. The percentage... Oh, Wayless is dead.
Good ulti, Wayless. No, he ultis himself on the spot. Not enough CC duration. And now Tank actually might be in trouble. Crossby Undying procs again for the Echo, and Amy's still shooting him away. Wayless going to live. He's awfully slippery.
So Wayless actually ults, like, himself, makes himself untargetable, and dodges a skill there. Otherwise, he 100% would have died. But Tank a little bit unlucky, never lucky. And as I said, as soon as these turrets start falling, the game's going to burst wide open. Marin now in some trouble.
Nope.
Exit on Crab.
Good tackle on the Scuttle Crab. We'll get him out of range. But that's a 4,000 gold lead now that LGD have just from taking 2 turrets.
And they don't even have their core itemization. Like, aww. That's what's scary about this
Never
comp,
lucky.
though, is you have the Roa, the Lich Bane's, I mean, he just got the component, the Sheen there. Ezreal still is only sitting on 1 item. This isn't even LGD's comp when it's supposed to come online, when it's supposed to be strong.
This isn't even my final form.
Exactly.
Look at this.
They're about to go Frieza.
That was adorable from POL. He's like, we're coming.
Imp
Maybe.
is like, you know what? I don't even think they're worth it anymore. Give me the farm.
The minions may be worth more. I will take those instead. As Marin almost has an Iceborne Gauntlet finished up as well.
And I almost feel like we talk about a lot how we rotate duos around the map to take turrets. Marin was like, we need bottom lane turret. Get me in there. I'll take it solo, guys. Don't you worry about that.
Full offensive landsman mode at this point. He's just tackling everyone.
He's got a Sheen. He's ready. Get that chip damage.
Oh, he's ready.
5-0-2.
Wayless also down here. So Crystal and Ella not having a fun time. Turret going to die, I think. Marin even might set something up here with Echo. But don't pull the trigger. Need a 1 or 2 more autos. Turret holds for now, but probably not for much longer.
Yeah, double teleport is available in your duo lanes on the top side of the map with the jungler. Is 2v5, not very fun. So they do make the right move, back away out of that situation. 1v2, however, sounds like better odds to me.
1v3?
Yeah, he's Poppy. I'll give it to him.
Probably not going to die. Oh, he wants it to. Going to get stunned though. Crystal moves in. Good dash. Buffers it for a bit of damage, yeah. Idea was there, but he's so tanky.
He doesn't look too phased by it, honestly. Here goes PYL.
Hello? PYL going to get... Oh my god, he ults himself. Interesting way to start a fight. He flashes out, but Tank's right there to take him out. LGD, though, are going to try and start something as Tank ults himself on the left-hand side. Wayless, though, dishing out deep as Imp makes it back to the safety of his turret. ZZR going to have the ulti burn as he's trying to 1v1 Imp, but Imp is winning. ZZR is going to go down as Ezreal was able to take him out. And Amy and Wayless just chasing people down.
You know, I'm going to say planned from PYL there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Here we go.
Thank God, no home guard. Imp, though, getting low, but it's not low enough. Flandre is actually able to take him out, excuse me. But Amy takes out the gangplank on the other side, and this is the pincer. Wayless flashes out of the way.
They're holding them off the turret.
Clear
Just
the
take
creeps.
the turret.
Here we go. Amy's going to take it. That's going to be a dead Bard. And Crystal, I'm not sure he can get away from this. He's going to have to try and dash over a ledge and get real creative. He's on top of a ward, though. Going to get slammed into the wall and taken out.
So in the end, LGD will get a ace as well as the tower. Maybe not the cleanest dive that we've seen
Ace
from them.
for 2? You're fussy today. Ace for 2 in the turret. LGD come up massive in that. It's a 5,000 gold lead right now.
I just can't get over PYL's like entrance into that fight.
Well, let's take another look at it.
Messiah!
So he comes in through the magical journey, immediately sets up, it's effectively like a long-range bait. But he is immediately blown up by Lysandra. This then becomes a very split fight, so it's a 2v2 and then a 3v2. But the problem is Imp is massive right now, and they just start to rip through.
Yeah, exactly right. I like the in the bottom of the screen, you can see that Myron, once again getting ganks, punts out the Lysandra, so he's going to be all good. I like the comparison to the Messiah. That's honestly what that play was. That was a TF comparison. And they start up Baron because 4 members went bottom lane to try and deal with Myron.
Yeah, Myron didn't even die either, so ultimately there from Crystal. Probably not going to steal it Wayless for a bit of burst, but Amy is able to smite it away. And that's LGD with Baron.
Oh,
Under 21 minutes in.
You cheeky devil. He just backs in the pit as well. Talking about a team that has swagger. That is this team.
Yep.
Bard ults the turret to keep it alive.
Don't even touch my stuff. Don't even look at it.
And Snake is struggling to find a way to keep themselves in this game. Yeah, there are some top members of the team here.
Just unassuming. Amy is having a career game right now.
This is the thing, though. Yes, he's doing ridiculous amounts of damage, but Imp only sitting 2-1-1, like a pretty awful scoreline for Imp in general, is trucking people.
Just doesn't slow down, much like the rest of LGD. And this game is getting out of hand.
They just do so much damage,
Yes.
and they don't care about turrets. And they just keep coming, and I don't know why.
That's because they want you dead. They have a win streak to defend here.
On the bright side, Snake have Gangplank, and he doesn't really care about Baroned up creeps, as you can see him dismantle that quite effectively. That's unlucky.
Myron was like, I think he warded, but I didn't see it. Surely he didn't miss the brush.
Doesn't matter. Myron's just going in anyway.
Yeah, that cannon creep, dead. Never have I seen a cannon creep die as much since Warlock Flash Twisted Advance one at Worlds. I think that was a caster creep, actually.
So gank though. Echo returns. Is he going to ulti back? Wayless. This. Okay, no. That would have been far too much swag. Blue buff though going to get taken. LGD just have complete control of the map. That gold lead starting to rocket up. Myron and Flandre fighting again. Once again, Myron is winning. And Flandre, despite the fact that he almost has 2 items, just can't fight. And this is why I thought Gangplank was going to rotate out a bit. He's just good late, but early is really rough.
Yep, and unfortunately for Flandre, this was exasperated by the fact that he was dove repeatedly by Marn and Amy.
Oh,
Crystal,
here we go.
That's not a safe spot. Wayless diving through a couple turrets. Doesn't have his ulti, but he doesn't die. Calculates perfectly.
Was it calculated?
I believe it was. As Amy takes that Crystal off screen. Bardolt's going to miss, but Zyzias forced to use the Lamb Trust Bite. Tower's dead as well. LGD just running a train on this last game.
In full control right here. We'll see if they're able to break the base. I doubt it. I actually don't. Actually, it's hard to say. It's LGD.
Yeah, so let's take another look at this. Myron runs in. Flandre thinks he can make the play, but just gets tackled and destroyed.
It's so brutal. As I say that, they broke the we literally
Yeah.
Don't worry,
back
no
in
one saw
bases.
it. No one saw it.
The train never stops. LGD, why stop? They have so much momentum going for them right now. Snake, honestly.
Look at them. Look at the little blue portraits around their base. They're just like huddled next to their nexus. Here we go.
Here we
Imp's
go.
going back in again. He wants to kill Crystal. Needs one more auto. Does take him out. LGD just so far ahead as PWL actually. He's going to go down along with the Graves as Amy
here
also
comes
falls for
Marn.
the shutdown. Sees Zialo in trouble as Imp's just styling on everyone. And Marn comes in for a late bit of cleanup. Double for Imp. Kill there for Wayless. And Tanky's got to book it out of his own base.
Run away, Simba. Run away and never come back. Just let it die. Tank, no.
Wayless going for it. He wants it. Needs the ulti.
Oh. Is that when you go full Mufasa?
Yeah.
Well, the base is dying. Nexus turret's down. I'm not sure if LGD are done. I
They
think
should be.
It's me or them, I think they'll say.
Well, Crystal's back up.
Aw.
I think that this is overzealous is the word I'm going to use.
Ask Marin how much he cares. Im's actually going to die though as Crystal takes him out. Maybe he cares a bit more now.
Well, Myron still doesn't care. Imp should have cared.
Crystal?
Yeah, I'm not sure you want it. Crystal doesn't think he wants it either. That Nexus turret lucky to be alive though. LGD did so much damage in that push.
The base is in ruins. They have 2 towers left to their name, a single inhibitor. It's bad news. Snake
Banner.
fans are sad.
It's just so insane what LGD do when they get rolling. The amount of momentum that this team gains is just ridiculous.
point, Crystal.
Because that's a massive Baron power play. Crystal, stop leaving your base. It's not safe.
There's only 3 of them alive.
Bard will kill you at this point
He
in the
actually
game.
has Banner of Command and Eye of Oculus, so it's not very far out of my imagination to picture that scenario happening. But I just want to talk about how quickly LGD accelerated this game. We were talking like 11 minutes in, no turrets had fallen. Sure, they had some kills,
This
but it
will
was only
happen
a
within
couple
the
of
last
thousand
like
gold.
7 minutes.
Yeah, they've turned on the pressure since about 18 minutes. You're exactly right. They won 1 team fight. Snake's response was to try and kill Myron in the bottom lane. And Myron absorbed all of that pressure. They sent 4 members down. He doesn't die, and they take Baron. And off the back of that, LGD just completely tear Snake apart. And it really has been on the top side of the map. You know, we can talk about Imp as much as we want, but that is a Merc Scimitar picked up for Poppy in the top lane.
She's 6-0 and 6. Marn put on a clinic. And yeah, Amy assisted in that, but there were so many 1v1 kills. And it's not like Flandre's a bad player. I mean, there were very clearly mistakes. But, like you said, Marn returning to world-class MVP form. And it's about time.
Well, this is, I think, playing with his food here. The rest of OGD will arrive. Flandre has to go through the Lamb's Respite. Wayless actually using it as well. He's dead. No, he ultis out. Huge amount of heal there as Imp actually takes out Ella. And Marin just going to hit Crystal. Oh, doesn't get him, but doesn't die. Marin is far too tanky. And this Nexus, awfully exposed as OGD charged down for the last few. Tank ults himself. Zonizes himself and now ults himself. But a TP back in there for Marin. They're going to try and clean this game up. LGD just run over Snake in this last game.
It's just a massacre at this point. They don't care about the structures. They want the kills. They want the stats.
I think he might have the last one. They need to die for it, though. Imp, the last Mystic Shot lands. He goes in for it. Imp.
Wayless stole it.
Oh, my God. I think he KS the Penta, but the win is there for LGD.
It certainly is. Wayless dives into the fountain. Amy has a grin on his face like I have not seen in a very long time. 7 straight best-of-3 victories to close out the season for LGD.
And we talked about this. They're an incredibly momentum-based team. Yes, this game didn't mean anything for them in terms of the seeding. You know, they don't move up on their ladder. They're still going to have to go through the full gauntlet run for the playoffs. But having that 7-win record, having the momentum of this game styling on a team like this, LGD are happy, and when they're happy, they're incredible.
And now they set up the date with Vici. Vici, a team that looked great on the back end of the season as well. They're starting to get Lung and EasyHoon on the same page. LGD look fantastic as they take their bow in the middle of the stage. Black t-shirts doing some wonders.
Aww. Marn, did you see he motioned for Amy to step to the side?
Aw, MVP Amy.
That was super cute. Good job, Marn.
Well, he had a good game there himself, and I think Snake think about that game. They look back and say, we won game 1. It just seemed so easy. And then it just all fell apart. And moving into playoffs, we talk about form being important, especially when big matches are coming up. How do you think about a team that, like, pretty casually loses game 1 and then just rolls you? How scary is that?
Well, it was a pivot. I actually going to give some credit to Hart here. You know, Snake obviously had a game plan that focused around the Elise. They knew that ZZR was going to get targeted out. It's something that we've seen before. But what we hadn't seen is Snake also match those bans and then get the last power pick jungle in the Elise. LGD turn on a dive, they prioritize it themselves. Game number 3, they actually get it off the board completely. And it seemed like that was the one strategy that Snake had really prepared for this. And they didn't expect LGD to pivot in the way that they did.
Yeah, and kind of expanding on that even further, going to game 3, when the Elise wasn't a priority pick and it came down to the Kindred, LGD still had a very prepared strategy on how to deal and counter the Kindred pick.
And Amy had an excellent end to the series, I think. Like, he's definitely been up and down. He's arguably the most least consistent member of his team, but Amy's rise back to power almost and back comfortable with his team, comfortable with Wayless, has been a lot of the shifting that the team has done. LGD, I know they finished 4th again. We're going to keep saying it. This is a playoff team that's just so dangerous because no one really knows how good they are.
Yeah, and well, we have seen the peak of LGD, I feel. When they were able to clean up EDG and QG on the way to a summer final, it's not very often you get to do that. With Myron on the team, I agree. We haven't seen them get back to that height. But this team, when you look at throughout like their carries, like Myron, Wayless, Imp, I understand that people are going to say Wayless, like Gold 5, Plat Evil. Like, there are so many memes about this guy, but really is a world-class talent. Like, he was bodying Pawn in their 5-game series. It was Deft that pulled them EDG out and eventually won MSI. People always say LGD were a summer team, they've had to get a pentakill to beat them in spring. Like, this is a team that just keeps coming at playoffs.
No, I completely agree. A lot of people don't really understand the full spectrum and scope of LGD's reign of terror. They've been a dominant force for a very long time in the LPL, and it's nice to see them kind of return back to that dominant force and show that peaked ceiling a little bit.
And I think that's the worrying, because they clearly win and lose in a very dominant fashion. I think they're starting to lose games, I'm going to say with a bit more class almost. Like, they are losing, but it doesn't look nearly as rough as it has been in the early weeks. And again, it is the ceiling I have to worry about. LGD, don't forget, they were defending champions for the LPL title.
It honestly feels like LGD lose a game, and then they kind of just like, come on, guys.
They take the weights off.
Yeah, and they're... What was that? Like, just get into the game. It's so bizarre. Like, you saw it, Imp, when they were right in front of the Nexus Tower going to the Baron. He just stops, and he taunts.
Well, it is Myron that gets the MVP. A massive Poppy performance, 6-0 and 7. Team fighting well, solo killing, drawing everyone into the bottom lane, never dying. Just Poppy things, but just Myron things as well.
And you have to look at the class of opponents that he's doing it against as well. Flandre had a fantastic game, number 1. Myron was able to stifle that, especially in game number 3 where he stood up. I think that he's class. Like, everyone that has watched Worlds, has watched Myron, knows he's class. I actually want to take a visit over to Snake now. I believe that they're going up against Invictus Gaming in the finals, being now the 3rd seed, IG being the 4th seed from Group B.
They get a point advantage.
They get a point advantage, but talk about like weird mismatches. Tank versus Rookie, but then you have Crystal versus Rain. Like, that is a skewed power shift in that matchup. And if Tank play the way they did in game number 1, that cerebral, like, clean League of Legends, I don't know whether IG have an answer to that. Because IG play frantic League of Legends. Like, Kid is running around trying to put out house fires half of the time.
No, and I agree, but I think Invictus Gaming, not to say that they have the same ceiling as LGD, but they also kind of have like a similar style where we're just going to dive this random tower, we're just going to look for these scrappy team fights. It's not as well engineered or prepared as LGD have shown when they're on point, but Invictus Gaming can just do those random outplays because they have the talent on their roster.
I think the thing for me with Snake is that they've shown us a lot of different things, especially in the back half of the season. And I think they've shown they can outplay people, but they can outthink you as well. For me, the worry is that Snake just don't do either of them consistently yet. And they're still growing as a team. Unfortunately, when it gets to playoffs, you kind of have to be like, well, if I'm still growing, that's probably an issue because I kind of need to play now.
Well, Spawn was talking about the mid lane matchup and the bot lane matchup, but the featured matchup, I think, is the top lane. It's going to be Zatai versus Flandre, and it's probably the most evened matchup on the map. But I also think it's the most important in terms of how these teams snowball.
And see, if Zatai... if Flandre is a mad genius that is closer to genius, Zatai is a mad genius that is way on the spectrum of mad. Like, he is left field mad. And he actually just outright copies what Flandre does.
Yep.
Flandre picked Trundle 2 games in a row. It was permanently banned against him in playoffs. Zatai played it, I think, 5 out of the 8 games in their summer playoff / promotion tournament run. Flandre brought back Gragas top. Do you know what Zatai played the very next game? Gragas top lane. He honestly looks up to Flandre and just like takes his picks.
And that's the thing, Zatai is just such a creative player. Has always been able to play a bunch of different stuff. Definitely a sweet matchup to watch there at Snake. I think no matter what, I've had such a great season. I'd be curious to see how they push through because like Froscuro mentioned before, they have typically poor finishes to their seasons, but they've also had poor playoff runs.
Yeah.
So now they have a decent end to their season. So I'm not so sure about the playoff run.
But no, but this is amazing. This is like the best that Snake have ever looked going into the playoffs. If for those Snake fans or people who aren't Snake fans who don't remember, Snake used to have a mid laner named Baka, and he was pretty much known as a Xerath one trick. And Snake stomped through regular season in LPL. But the thing is, everyone keeps looking at their team like, just ban Xerath. That guy doesn't play anything else, and it's the champion that carries them. Woe and behold, we get into playoffs, suddenly the Xerath ban comes through, and Snake have 0 options or other compositions to fall back on, and they just crumble. This time around, Snake have shown so many different compositions, so many different styles. They're a lane swap team. They played standard lanes and beat LGD in game 1 with it. Like, if you're a Snake fan, awesome. They're a dark horse.
You know, not even to like discredit Baka, that wasn't the only time it happened. When they had you as their mid laner,
Yep.
you was starting to play more aggressive League of Legends. You was famously someone that if you camped would shut down and play very reserve style League of Legends when he was on EDG especially because they were such a great late game team fighting comp. So he would just absorb this pressure and they went exactly back to that. Crystal and Flandre and Martin at that point are pushing up lanes. People would camp you, and he would have to absorb all this pressure, would go back to his old style of League of Legends and just leave this big hole in the middle of the map. And it kind of did the same thing. So every single time they get to playoffs, their mid laner is kind of found out a little bit. And Tank is a person that seems to be bucking that trend. He's actually got better the longer he's been on this lineup.
He has, but playoffs are always a good test of a team's strength. And I think Tank will be very much tested, especially considering the quality of opponents that he'll expect to play against. But LGD, again, I am so worried if I'm Vici. If I'm sitting there and their coach, their player, Waterboy, whatever, I'm like, why do I have to play these guys? What is this? I barely made it in here.
I mean, frankly, it comes down to Endless and Caveman versus PYL and Imp, and that's terrifying. Caveman has certainly stepped up, and he's starting to be kind of a power point for Vici, particularly on the Braum and the Alistar picks. Plays also a really good Bard, but Endless is just not the same caliber of opponent that someone like Imp, Name, Deft, and Uzi. And he's going to have to go through all 4 of those if Vici want to run at this.
And see, the other thing is, I do the opposite when I look at Vici. I just think that this is Dandy versus the world. Because Easy Hoon, like, probably on his best day is better than Wayless. I'll give him credit for that. Easy Hoon, classy control mage player. But we've seen that it doesn't really matter what Wayless does. Sometimes he can just pick Echo and run around the map. Lung, Marin, huge discrepancy to Marin. I think that Marin is way better than Lung. Lung is a great tank player, but Marin has all the strings, and the Nari is going to be huge for him. Because if he bullies Lung around, that is a huge tank player gone. Dandy is literally the person that has to lift up the early game and get them to mid game. If they get the tank to mid game, Easy Hoon to mid game, they have a very good shot against LGD, but that lies like solely on Dandy.
Dandy also has the best matchup. I mean, like you said, Easy Hoon versus Wayless, but Dandy versus Amy, that's your only.
Yeah, that's a wash.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we'll have to say, of course, as the playoffs come out, but I think LGD, their story's just been so great. Yes, they had a shocking start to their season, but now at the end of it, we sit at week 10, they've made it, they've locked down their spot, and I think we alluded to it in that series. It feels like when the weights come off, LGD just power up. There is nothing scarier to me than losers bracket LGD, if that makes sense, because they make the deepest runs in playoffs.
Well, they did it the right way. We criticize their infrastructure. They go out, they get Acorn, they get Heart. They actually put some time into building up infrastructure around their team. They look shocking. They're dropping game number 1s, but now they're able to build back into it. What was an emotional team actually looks slightly positive, as we saw Marin being very, very nice to his jungler. It seems like a team coming together. Their cats are amazing as well. You should check those guys out. But I honestly think that LGD, as far as like, if you want to peak at the right time, they probably needed to go through the hardship after Worlds to mature as an organization and get to the point they're at now.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting concept, this idea that, everyone's so hard on LGD for not having the consistency and not being that world-class team that we expect them to be 24/7. But other than their Worlds performance, LGD have stepped up exactly when it counted, at least domestically. Every single important match, every single playoff run, every single title looking for the MSI spot, like that's exactly when LGD needed to step up.
And I think, again, despite finishing 4th in that group, they are looking very threatening. Snake, on the other hand, I just want to see a little bit more, because I feel like the X Factor's gone a bit from their team. I think overall they've actually improved as a side since last year, but I saw Flandre on Gangplank. I love his carry play from last year, and it's just not the same.
Well, same criticism for QG. That switch that they flick when they're 10K goal down and win a team fight. Snake used to have that as well. It's why it was so fun watching the two teams play against each other. They've both just lost that spark.
Well, we are going to toss over to a break, but when we return, we'll have our last best of 3 of the night. Should be a fun one there as well. We're going to battle for pretty much promo rel seed we have locked in our playoffs, but it's going to be M3 taking on EPA. Don't miss it. And welcome back, everyone. It's our last best of 3 of the regular season for Split 1. And we are going to see M3 go up against EPA. Still fans there hanging out in the studio. My name is Julian Pesci Time Card. Joining me this time is Indiana Frosker and Black Spawn. He's gone AFK. Not sure where he's gone, but glad he could join me for the final BO3.
No, I'm really excited to be here. Now, the fact of the matter is this is going to be the last best of 3 for the regular season of Spring Split. But there is still a lot on the line for both these two teams. EPA and Masters 3 will be going into the promotion tournament against the LSPL teams, as well as OMG joining them down there. And whoever wins this match can set themselves up for superior seeding. So you're looking at 5th place.
Which is, as far as I'm aware, much easier as far as your promotion back into the LPL next season goes.
Your bracket is significantly easier.
Yep, so it makes sense. These teams, of course, also fighting for not last, which is sometimes a prize that you do want to fight for. In general, though, these two teams have shown us a lot of great moments, but have struggled to maybe put it all together.
But the things that I want to talk about
in a full series
is when they show us these great moments. So Masters 3 actually had kind of their peak during the middle of the split. Savoki, in particular, stepping up on the Tom Kinch. And we talk about kind of creating this blueprint, if you will, for success. The Jinx, the Tom Kinch pick. They were undone as people figured out their draft phase and we started to see more bans come through on Savoki. EPA, they started to have their peak at the back half of the spring split, and they've been on the rise. So Masters 3 was kind of like flat, peak, drop again. And EPA have just been going like this.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. We are going to start with their lineup as well. That's a lot of players. Only fielding these 5, though. Gimgoon, Crisis, Republic, Moon, and Soul. And as you've said, it's only been better, and the changes across the season have certainly made an impact.
And the guys that you really want to look for, although Gimgoon is a significant member of their success up in that top lane, are going to be Crisis and Soul. Those two pairing up have really been the difference and the make it or break it for this EPA squad.
And there's Crisis, excellent jungler. Kindred looks good. Gragas looks really good, I have to say. And you can see he's played it a lot in his last few plays. Still plenty of strength there in the EPA lineup. Republic, their other solo laner. Fizz game in there, nice and cheeky, but very solid mid laner.
Yeah, effectively mostly a control mage player, though. We do see a couple of cheeky Fizz and LeBlanc games. I'm not going to go full hard on Republic. I think if you set him up, he'll finish it nicely for you. Moon kind of in the same boat there, but again, Soul. He's about to come up on your screen. This guy is a legend.
He is an absolute beast here. Mauling people on Trundle. Big plays on LeBron. Big plays on the alley. Soul's just been great. And he, joined the team 2 weeks ago, maybe?
I think about 3 weeks.
Okay.
And Spawn talked about this at the top of our block. It was so risky to pull off Jay-Z, the shot caller and primary support of EPA, because he was kind of the standout player other than Gimgoon, to switch it up to Soul and to find the success that they did.
And somehow it was an upgrade, which was certainly a good look for the team. We'll pop over to the other side for their opponents as we'll have a look at the Master 3 lineup. Definitely lots of different iterations of this team since forming last year in 2015 for the LPL. Again, up and down for them, but they've got some great moments, and that man right there, Savoki, he's wonderful.
Yeah, we've kind of had a bit of a rotating roster for Masters 3, particularly in the jungle and the top lane, and that's caused a lot of their inconsistencies. But again, it's just about that bot lane. PentaQ and Savoki, and when they're on point.
Well, XY, YOLO, and Raphael will round out the other 3 there, as we'll have a look in the top side of their map. It is XY. Not too bad. Just fine, I guess.
He's kind of a role player. He'll do a bit of everything, but primarily on those tanks. I like the Maokai pick for him. His flanking teleport plays are kind of where he finds his strength. YOLO is more of a carry-oriented jungler. I like to have him on high-impact champions.
Well, he used to be a solo laner as well, so shifted down, I believe, replacing Scenery, who was at the jungle point at one point. Raphael, though, the other Korean on the team, paired in with YOLO. He is just a Victor main. That's, like, I know we can play other champions, but in my mind, I look at him and I'm like, you are just Victor Lord.
That is effectively it. PentaQ, PentaQ is super aggressive. He doesn't really like lane phase. He likes to kill people in lane phase, and so it's really important that Savoki, his support, is set on a playmaking champion to keep him safe, and that is a Kennen.
Yep. And I think he has Lissandra as well in the pool, right? Like,
yes.
He's a crazy man.
He'll pick up anything as long as he can keep his AD carry safe.
Yep, I mean, he's played Tom Kench. That was actually the most successful we saw from Savoki, able to save PentaQ in a lot of sticky situations, and he gets himself into quite a few, which is fun to watch. But Savoki's just a big playmaker. That's actually maybe the matchup to even look at if you do want to feature one, is these supports are actually awesome.
Yeah, Savoki versus Soul. And this is the thing. Masters 3 and EPA have been around for a while as organizations. energy pacemaker. They continuously kind of bounce between LSPL and LPL. They're no strangers to the league itself. Masters 3, of course, formerly known as World Elite Academy, brand shifting. It's kind of this idea of these players won't probably stay on these rosters, but they'll move on to greater and bigger things throughout other clubs. And so find the players that you like and follow their careers.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here because this is our last best of 3 of the season just before playoffs. Unfortunately for these teams, neither of them can make playoffs, but seeding is crucial moving into promotion/relegation. Nidalee Lulu are the first 2 bans there from EPA. We'll follow up with LeBlanc and Kindred there on the M3 side. And there's Tom Kench. Continues to be taken away against Savoki.
The respect. Yeah, you can't let him have that champion. It's funny, we talk about like putting his AD carry on a leash, and Tom Kench was just the perfect pickup for matching PentaQ's aggression because he wants to go aggressive. You literally just eat him. We're going this way.
Yep, say no.
Calm down.
Yeah. It's like a hyperactive kid, little PentaQ. As he is banned by M3, EPA will now consider Echo. In fact, I think they've already locked it in. They
yeah, it was
have.
an insta-lock from Gimgoon. Naspan has been very vocal on how he still thinks that Poppy is kind of the superior top laner, which I agree in the context of Poppy can change the course and shape of a team fight by just ejecting X number of people out. But this is definitely a Gimgoon champion. Give me the power, give me the duel, give me the playmaking ability.
And that's what it is for me. I think Poppy is such an excellent champion because she's got just so much going on. She's super solid, super safe with this a great kit. Echo to me is just the more powerful champion by the numbers, right? And he's shown it, given how many buffs the guy's got in the last few patches. Gimgoon, he is just so much fun to watch. He's a crazy duelist. He loves to outplay people, super mechanically solid, team fights well. Definitely a player to watch. On a champion like Echo, we'll have to see what he can do. For M3, trying to line up some pretty straightforward picks here. Lucian's been a staple of all the LPL AD carries, and Gragas is contested. Certainly, YOLO intelligently takes that one away from Crisis.
I don't know. The big thing is yes, I agree that Crisis is a big Gragas player, but Graves, I just feel, could do so much more work for YOLO, especially his style of play. Again, he's a big carry-oriented jungler.
Would almost be fun to see Graves be taken for Crisis here, and they'd almost swap styles for game 1. But Braum is open. Braum is almost always taken when he's open. Sol is more than happy to take the strong champions away, even though he did have a lot of early success on Trundle when he first entered the LPL. But we'll see what else EPA want to take. It is going to be Braum, and I think the Graves is right on the money there.
So the other big champion for Crisis is actually Kindred, and it's really her ability to farm the jungle as quickly and effectively as she does. Graves obviously isn't going to match it to the same extent, but it's the same type of idea. He's going to be faster than Gragas, and he's going to open up space for Crisis to challenge YOLO 1v1.
And his general aggression and gank pathing has been quite strong. You can force stuff on Gragas, but with Kindred, you more have to set yourself up in the right place. I think he was like 6-0 against World Elite at one point in a game. Unfortunately, they lost because they could not convert mid to late. But Crisis, when he goes off early especially, just creates so much pressure and momentum for his team. So we'll see if he can do that on the Graves. M3, though, mixing it up. Savoki, always one with a surprise from support. Jana's not the craziest thing he's done all split,
6.6.
but it would be different.
Was it 6.6 or 6.7 that Jana got
You are
nerfed?
asking the wrong type of custom.
Oh, okay. Well, thank goodness.
Ask me how many patch notes I've read this year. The answer is 2.
It's fine, because he doesn't lock in Jana. He is going to go to Trundle, which fits much more in Savoki's playstyle, personally, because, again, it's not just your disengage and your ability to keep your AD carry safe, it's your playmaking potential. And we've already said, Sol's a phenomenal Trundle player.
Yep. So not going to get it here. The EPA, I'm going to see if they can lock down a couple more picks for themselves. Looks like Siva is open. Haven't seen a whole lot of Siva today. She's been absent.
Yeah, I find that really strange, actually. But I think people are, I don't know, prioritizing the 2v2 duel, especially in the games that we've had. The thing that I like about Sivir is that she's being picked in tandem with Ryze, and the reason why is the issue with Ryze is he needs someone to augment him to go fast, gap close, and blow someone up.
Well, Republic should be taking that Ryze into the mid lane, so it could be Gimgoons as well, I guess, if they want to get flexible, but pretty powerful carries there in the top and mid sections of the map with a good support crew behind them. We'll see what M3 do with the last pick in their draft. Oh, we did not consider top lane Trundle.
Yeah, the flex pick coming out there as Jana once again shows her head. I'll double check, but on a very recent patch, either 6.6, which is the one that we're playing on, or 6.7, Jana did get nerfed. Her shield ratio went down for the flat AD that she gives, as well as her heal on the ultimate.
Poor Janna.
I know, it was just kind of like... And we don't, only nerf for competitive. It's obviously for all ELOs, but I just feel like out of nowhere, just with the bat, BAM!
Well, the thing is, whenever Janna's too good, it's like just out of control, because Janna is such a strong champion. But it is Maokai last pick, unless Savoki's gone straight off the deep end. Looks like XY will be taking that, and it is going to be Trundle support again. So
pulling an E-Gym.
No shenanigans, no E-Gyms today. Instead, it'll just be the Maokai in the top lane, where we usually see him. And instead of XY, seems like tank play is where he wants to be.
I really like this adjustment of going towards the Maokai in the last pick, simply because you see the Rise and you see the Sivir, and Maokai is going to be such a great answer to the splash damage against both those champions.
Well, good stuff there, but EPA, in fact, both these teams known to get off to pretty aggressive starts and snowball from there. Feel like the correct parts of the map are enabled. Feel like if Moon and Sol can hold on, especially if Moon on a pretty self-sufficient AD carry could open up Sol to maybe make some plays. We've seen Sol and Krysa start pairing up as well on the EPA side. But Savoki, he's always ready with a big play of his own.
No, 100% agree, but as we step back and look at these compositions, pretty standard run over the top of you fight comp coming out of EPA, power picks across the board. You do have some tools on the side of Masters 3, but it comes down to execution.
Well, execution's always a big question. We're going to find out how they're both looking here in game number 1. And we're out onto Summoner's Rift for the last best of 3 of the season for us, Skurin.
We made it.
Not yet. Don't say things we can't take back.
Technical difficulty. Bam.
Look, if something happens, I'm holding you personally responsible.
I'll take the responsibility as the Keystone Masteries do pop up on the bottom of your screen just to quickly touch through them. Everything's fairly standard. We've seen a lot of rises trending this pattern. Anything else sticking out to me? Nope.
Well, good to see that Storm Raiders isn't just for the top lane rise. Mid lane rise is going to take it here as well.
I believe Faker actually kind of started this trend.
Unsurprisingly, I imagine he did. But I like what's going on here. Rise hasn't seen too much play today at least, but definitely picking up popularity. People are figuring things out. He seemed very excited.
I just noticed the Maokai skin.
It is Maokai.
Have I gotten to cast Maokai before?
I don't think so. I think he's new to this patch. If we've changed recently.
Adorable skin. I'm very excited that he's in this game.
Well, now we just need a Vel'Koz. That will really make everyone's day. Might make mine at least, so we'll see. But standard lanes here, I definitely expect this from a lot of the teams. They have shown some proficiency in the lane swap and is relatively straightforward to pull off, but I feel like these two teams, especially with the supports they have, they really just want the 2v2.
No, yeah, I completely agree. What's really interesting about the bottom lane is that it's the only lane that has 2 people in it, which of course, but it's how the lane is divided and where you stand on the side of the lane. So it's divided horizontally, and teams can actually mess up their superior 2v2s if they stand on the wrong side of their counterparts. So for the Trundle Lucian lane versus Sivir Braum, I actually would like Sivir to stand on the side of Trundle, although she's standing on the side of top of Lucian, just because it's a bit trickier to spell shield, when she's level 3 of course, to spell shield the Light Slinger rather than the Trundle damage, because Trundle has to walk up to you and he has to chomp you, and it's a very easy spell shield. Thanks mate, bye.
Yep. Ooh. Shenanigans. YOLO actually getting onto Crisis. Raphael flashes in. Crisis forced to flash out. One more auto is not enough.
So unlucky, but so very aggressive. Raphael immediately pulls the trigger right there, flashing over the wall, and just doesn't connect with the Phosphorus Bomb.
I like it, but it makes sense because Crisis was trying to take the Raptors away, being very cheeky on Graves. Does have Smite, so I think he's going to keep jungling here.
I know, didn't even miss a beat. Immediately ran back to his jungle, so not much loss, but 2 summoners down on Corki, but with a jungler who's set behind, should be okay to be aggressive in this lane.
Well, YOLO actually going back now. Looks like he took maybe a little too much damage in the trade. Republic, though, farming up a Storm. He's going to have to wait to scale, but Crisis, not level 3 just yet, but he still held the smite. He's starting blue buff. This is bold, but he's Graves.
Yeah, and that's the big difference. You know, for the amount of damage that Crisis took in that exchange versus the amount of damage that YOLO took, and Gragas is the one that, okay, tap me out, I have to go back and heal up, but just the power of Graves Farm, which is what we were talking about in Champion Select.
Well, Crisis looking good. We'll see if he can convert this smallish farm lead into anything, but Republic's taking a beating here under this turret rise. Does need some time to scale up, and Raphael just pushing in aggressively, playing very far up on the Corki, because he probably knows Crisis is busy farming.
Exactly. Goes back to the fact that you just flashed on top of the Graves. He's not going to come gank me. Sent a message, message received. Good
word from Savoki as well. Does spot the EPA red buff, so has some vision over that side of the jungle. Kim Goon, though, playing up and aggressively, just like we expected him to. And Maokai is going to struggle.
You immediately gave me a look.
Of the lane. What did I say, Proscurin?
Wow. Jinxed it. So we do have a bit of a pause going down. I'm sure we'll be clued in onto how long this lasts.
This happened yesterday. It was okay. I believe it's all going to be good. It's a brief delay as we check everything out.
Again,
YOLO.
LPL uses a promotion system, very similar to what the LCS used to use. There is no auto relegation, so teams like Hyper Youth Gaming, Masters 3, EPA, and OMG will get the chance to continue to fight for their way back into the LPL.
You're lucky, by the way. I see hands on keyboards. Looks like they are playing League of Legends again, so
Oh, God, I was sweating.
Get away with it this time. So it looks like we are going to get ourselves back into game. Oh, maybe not, actually. They could just be doing the gamer thing where you just hit your buttons even though they don't do anything.
So I got the chance to meet Crisis when I was in China. This is an excellent time for story time.
It is.
I was trying out players for a North American Challenger team, and we were going to have Chinese players imported. We ended up with a Chinese mid laner, and we were looking at top laners, and Crisis was willing to role swap for us into the top lane when we tried him out into the house, and I just remember watching him. He was learning Aurelia at the time, and his orb walking, animation canceling, and just overall mechanics were so incredible to watch. But what's even more amazing is he never watches his own screen. He's always watching someone else, and I imagine that that's probably tenfold in the jungle just as you're moving in between your camps. He's a very map-aware jungler, and he wants to make the very aggressive forward plays.
Well, can certainly back up those mechanics because he's shown them off in a lot of recent games. They do pop back into the game. Froskurin is safe for now.
Oh, made it.
Well, you're going to take the Scuttle Crow out, though. It's real dead. The Gragas damage is pretty strong. Moon, ooh, barely juking that Q. Did spell Shug one earlier as we pop back in. As YOLO coming for a visit here in the Midland Republic. Not going to be happy about this particular invasion. But it looks like Corky's still playing up. YOLO's probably going to have to get deep in with a flash for this one.
It's going in.
Yeah, Raphael goes in for Republic. He's running the wrong way. I think he's trying to run away from the jungler, but it's not quite the right direction. Does flash over. And no follow. Good summoner burnt there.
Yeah, that was so excellently played by YOLO. There's no need to flash belly bop. I mean, if he does connect, naturally he's going to win anyway, but the fact that he forced Rise through his pathing to walk across such a massive creep wave, take all of this damage, and almost die to Raphael by himself, because the chances are he flashes belly bop, Rise is just going to have a nicely timed flash and get out of it anyway. He conserves his summoner spell and still wins the lane.
Well, Republic, of course, has to get out, so he has gone back home. He's going to teleport back to the lane, though, as I think YOLO also got some additional value stealing away that wolf camp. So it does take some of Crisis's jungle as he visits mid lane. Republic back now, does have a tier. He'll start charging that one up. And I imagine Raphael's going to have to go back relatively soon. Look for his first component. Moon and Solo trying to space this out nicely. Siva doesn't really like direct engages, but a nice peel there from Savoki's going to start one. Soul puts up the door, though, and everything's A-okay.
Yeah, Moon doing a good job. Obviously confident in his ability to spell shield Lucian's damage and was standing on that side of the lane for the majority of these trades.
Just some more farming happening, though. Looks like nice and even between those two. It's actually Gimgoon once again that's sort of opening up a CS lead up against the Maokai.
There we go. This is what I expected. Never mind, they trade back immediately.
It's one of those things, like it's a dynamic thing, right? Like you clearly have things you want to do.
Yep.
But you have to make sure you're always standing there. It looks like gank on the top side, though. XY starts it off with a twisted advance. Gimgoon, he's made some great escapes before. That's another one.
Manages to find the parallel convergence on XY and walk out of that nicely. And YOLO still sitting on his flash body slam. So
Belly slam.
Belly slam. Not pulling the trigger, not as successful as his mid lane gank because Gimgoon walks out without burning a single summoner.
Might have to use the teleport to go back, although he's actually staying for a little while longer. XY ducked off to ward, and that gave Gimgoon a bit more time to clear out some creeps. But given the current position of the wave, he's going to go back shop. Probably TP straight back to the lane. Oh, Savoki gets his back cancelled there by Sol. Nice chair straight to the front of the face. And there it is. TP onto that top creep. Gimgoon might even fight. He's actually gone for Glacial Shroud first. So we expected the tank Echo. It's kind of sad to not see Gimgoon do something crazy, but he's a big Poppy player. Echo seems to fit right into that wheelhouse.
Yeah, and they're very similar champions, like you said, being very sticky. As Ultimate is actually popped by Republic, but he's not able to catch Raphael on a nice Valkyrie.
Does get the snap. So a bit of pressure. Crisis was ready to convert, but Graves kind of only adds damage to that gank.
Crisis hasn't... He's kind of been in a hole for the first 8 minutes of this game so far. Not awful. He's not down in CS. He's actually... no, I was going to say he was slightly up, but Gragas was actually on a camp. He's just cleared his Raptors. But not as successful, you know, not getting the ganks. YOLO just feels so much more impactful around the map so far.
Certainly does, as YOLO actually going to take that red buff away. No donation time this time, as Gimgoon setting up yet another play on the top side. XY going to get himself into the thick of it, but actually winning the back of the trade there with the ultimate. Gimgoon, though, very nice time later. FaZe dives in as well. This guy's just so good in duels. XY, I thought he might have had it, but Gimgoon shuts that down.
Yeah, we'll see if he sticks around the lane. Looks like he's going to go ahead and pull the trigger for the back, not going to rely on the Maokai passive to get him through these rough spots. That's totally fine. He has his TP, so he's looking for that cheeky back and picks up the Bomby Cinder.
Yep, and there's the TP back in. Gimgoon used his already, so perfectly fine for XY to make the same lane trade. This is a common feature I've realized of Echo play when you TP to a lane. They'll just W you, take some free damage, but XY's got a fresh shop in. He's going to be just fine.
It's pretty rude. Again, he's also got the Maokai passive behind him to help get him healthy in this lane, but it will be a 2v2, except EPA no, and the others don't.
Yeah, XY actually already too low. Crisis with the ultimate ready to go. Does fire it up, but he misses just the edge of the Maokai. YOLO shows himself, but YOLO again has all his cooldowns up and doesn't go in for it.
Yeah, that time around, I'm not on the YOLO hype train.
All right.
Pull the buttons. You've had
Push the buttons?
Yeah, you've had it. The gun has been loaded this entire time. I was totally fine with you just threatening Rise with it, but now you just got to pull the trigger.
Well, perhaps that lack of decisiveness will cost them a few kills, because no first blood just yet, 9 minutes in. Gold nice and even, everyone farming up a storm. But I feel like EP are at least happy with that on their side, particularly with the Rise scaling up.
Yeah, again, so where their power spikes are going to be, Rise naturally is going to scale into late game, but it's really going to be 2 items, and then depending on if Masters 3 get ahead of the clock, if he needs to be reliant on that third item, the Void Staff, to break through a lot of the MR that comes out of the enemy team. Hold on, though.
Savoki stunned up there. Sol going to apply that passive, but just some trade damage there. Siva, not so much kill pressure, not too bad, but Trundle's going to be pretty healthy at this point of the game. But a nice trade nonetheless, making sure they can't ward for free.
Yeah, I don't think there should be any kill pressure in this lane.
Not 2v2.
Well, yeah, especially with the Trundle, as he immediately just walks forward, presses R, and gets all of his health back. What was I talking about? Oh, right, the power spike of the composition. So Rise is really looking for 2 items, maybe 3, depending on if Masters 3 get a snowball ahead. Sivir, of course, is looking for 3. She's using the Warlord's Bloodlust to bridge her Essence Reaver Infinity Edge build. I tried to deep dive on it, and YOLO's like, give me one more chance, Mom, please.
We've seen this before. Oh, actually maybe goes in now. XY is going to get the bait in. Twisted Events is good, but here's the TP now coming out from Rise. They're going to try and turn this around. 2v2. Cast from YOLO will disengage him, but XY, it's a time winder. We'll get out this time, though.
So they do manage to burn the TP. That's good, but again, YOLO almost choosing the wrong lanes to gank. It should be an easy gank for Maokai to set up Gragas because he's going to Twisted Advance on top of him, but it's like too little too late. You should have pulled the trigger the first time that you were up there with the cask. Now that you haven't, Echo's very slippery, very hard to kill. I feel like the only kill pressure is actually in the mid lane. If you gank bottom, you have the threat that the double TP is going to come down.
I mean, one's burnt now, but you're right. Normally, even Gimgoon just coming could maybe tip that over, so YOLO trying to set up some sort of tent in top lane. I think I understand given how far ahead Gimgoon is getting in the lane, but it's not unsalvageable just yet.
No, yeah, it's not too far gone. It's just, if you're going to be up there and alleviate pressure, that's fine. But if you actually want kill pressure, it's in the mid lane.
You got to do the buttons, man.
Yep. Otherwise, the TP disadvantage is really just going to smack you.
And then Gimgoon's going back. Probably not burning the TP this time. Could burn the ultimate. We've seen a lot of that today from Wait, this is mid lane echo, and he does.
Yep, the Echo relocation. Trademark, Frostgren.
Yep. And this is the thing, like, don't really need it in the early game. Your ultimate doesn't add too much.
Especially not against the Maokai. That's a farm lane.
And there's Republic continuing to shove up. Raphael with the blue buff. Just going to auto some creeps down, but everyone's just having a fun old time farming right now. And I think this is a pretty expected pattern for these two teams. They want standard lanes, although Soul's actually caught. Does have to flash out, but the Brawl multi will disengage. Stand behind Republic, and that's enough to get him out.
Yeah, back comes through for Soul. He picks up the Sight Stone. He's looking to place the deep wards, but it was a really good response from Masters 3. Like, hey, the support's not in this lane anymore. I'm having an inkling that he's going to try to walk into our jungle and place some deep wards in river. We should catch him out.
Good catch, but no kill. First blood still eluding either of these teams. Crisis, though, nice deep waters. Gimgoon's just getting turret pressure at this point. Might even be able to force him all the way out. Crisis actually moves aggressively forward towards XY. Now Gimgoon's also going to move up as well. Raphael, though, has joined the mix. They're going to try and collapse in onto them. Crisis taking a little too much damage, but Gimgoon blocking them all off. He gets stunned on the other end, and Gimgoon flashes forward for first blood. Crisis still has to dodge all the rockets, but I'm not sure there's help coming. It looks like he gets away.
Massive play, but he's going to walk into YOLO.
Republic, though, is going to cut him off. And he's the gatekeeper. Crisis should be able to get out safely. Very well played, EPA.
Yeah, and a great rotation from Republic to make sure that YOLO can't clean up on the back half of that. But it was particularly Gimgoon. This guy is such an incredible top laner. Formerly of Zenix Storm, has kind of taken down top laners throughout the LPL. Just another notch in the belt.
I miss his Fiora, but his bruises do look fairly carry-oriented as well because he just keeps making plays. Moon, though, putting the spell shield early, and that's going to force aggression. M3 will teleport down as well as XY looking to lock it down. Siva ulti pop. Sol needs to block this, but a good flash. He's going to move it all okay. Stand behind again, and XY gets nothing there.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a little bit slow to the punch right there. Poor Maokai expends so much because that was a TP burned in desperation bottom to try to even up what's been happening to him, and he's going to lose all of that farm on his tower, making that slow walk back up there.
It's only 600 gold up for EPA, but could get worse here, especially if this tower goes down. Yellow is up there right now, trying to protect it.
It's not even just protecting it, it's just trying to be the, you know, like, I'm not going to get the farm, you might as well try to get ahead. But look at the discrepancy, 126 to 100, and that's just about to get larger because Gimgoon is in full control of this lane. Level 10 to level 9.
Ice One Gauntlet on the way as well. Does have the Spectre's Cowl to shake off some of that magic damage from Maokai. And even Crisis wards his jungle, smites away the wolf, and then just straight up takes the camp and leaves. Oh, he didn't leave one. Gonna take the pink ward instead. Oh. Ends up leaving one, but pink ward more important.
He needs to be careful. He can get collapsed on. We do see Raphael in the rotation.
Not sure he minds too much, but could be in trouble. Sol trying to block up again, but Raphael actually may have caught him here. Sol, though, does pop up the Unbreakable, and Raphael can't quite chase for a kill. Not with the Republic hanging around.
I'm actually really surprised Republic didn't threaten him coming back into the lane. I mean, he doesn't have so much mana on the rise, but definitely still quite powerful. Oh, no, it's the Trinity Force. I just checked the itemization. He doesn't want to deal with that.
No, Corky definitely at a good performance point here. Savoki does get stunned by Brom's passive. Slapping down the ward, though. Savoki will collect credit for the ward kill. Not that it matters too much. As Crisis is continuing to jungle. Warrior already done. Iceborne now done for Gimgoon as well. And Republic is very close to the roll. He's going to pop the ulti and clear the wave. Time to go home for a shopping trip. He's got TP if he has to get back ASAP as well. And the scalings are starting to get there. This mid-game looking good for EPA.
And that's really the best thing about Ryze and a double TP composition, especially when he's against Corki, who's forced to take into either the exhaust or the cleanse, kind of depending on his matchup, is you just get free backs. And people really underestimate how important and crucial it is to have good back timings and what it can mean for the power windows and timing objectives for your team.
That was the thing I like most about Wayless's initial Diana play, is that he showed you can take matchups that kind of aren't great and actually just bridge your lane matchup by getting an item earlier. So it's not even just that your back timing's better, it's you get to do things that you cannot do otherwise with your recall.
Uzi's the other big player who is just so good at understanding the best time to back, so like Spawn says, he's never in a power trough.
If only he took teleport. Get real crazy there in the bottom lane.
Then it'd be even worse.
He would never be defeated, no. He probably needs to combat someone up. No flash. Just get in there. Doesn't need it, right?
YOLO's trying to set a trap. I feel like they keep trying to set Soul up when he goes for a roam on wards.
Well, no success thus far, but it's been a pretty slow burning game so far. 16.5 minutes in. EPA, though, feel like they're in somewhat control. Gold lead will indicate some of that, but again, not opening up just yet. M3 certainly plenty of play to this one.
I think they're in control in terms of setting the tempo and the pace of the game. This is exactly how they want to play it, but Soul caught.
Yep. Does get away, though. That pillar's not enough to disrupt him.
And this is kind of what I mean. Masters 3 are attempting to make these plays, but EPA just have really great reactionary responses to it. And this is fine to play a slow, more controlled pace of the game because they have the answers late game. They have the Echo, they have the Rise.
Yeah, Gimgun again, just really punishing XY at every possible turn. Time Winder phase dive. So much damage as the passive proc to combo will go. And he's 30 CS ahead of this Maokai. And almost looks like a solar kill and flashes in. He wants it. Twisted advance to try and shake it off. But that's a beautiful parallel convergence. But oh no, Gimgun. Still going to get it, but the thought was there.
He tried to have the swag kill right there with the ultimate, but misses. That said, Masters 3 trying to look to trade this dragon for their top laner's life. Doesn't look like it's going to be contested. So they get something in response.
Ooh, Crisis still going to get blown up here on the other side. Exhaust down. Republic swooping in to save him.
Oh.
But a very nice cast gives Raphael the alley-oop kill. Now Gimgun's down. He wants to hunt for someone. Gragas actually caught off in the jungle. YOLO went the wrong way.
That is not your base, good sir. A best case scenario right now is an execute.
Well, he's going to maybe take the Wolf Camp with him. Does hit it. Does smite it away as well.
No, the other tower.
Still getting chased.
Oh, the indecision.
Oh, actually now Zavoki may be
around.
caught out. I think he's going to live.
Yeah, he's out. It's because Gimgun got caught up. Oh, good job from the rest of Masters 3. Saving Private YOLO. Wow.
Yeah.
What a name.
Well, living up to his name a bit there, but gets out alive. Nice little play there as well to give Raphael a kill. And that Trinity Force boosted damage, you can see plenty of power now for the Corki. Gimgun, though, has to be the worry. Because Echo is the kind of champion you don't like hard carry a game on Echo, but you can carry a game most certainly. That's the nice thing about these bruisers versus maybe some of these tanks. And Gimgun, he just shows up on every champion. I feel like, again, carries and fighters, that's where he wants to be.
And again,
don't give him the tanks.
People ask, where did this guy come from? Who is he? He used to play on a team with Coco and Swift. I mean, he is not new to a high caliber talent.
Certainly not. Using the swag play on bottom side is actually a turret take for M3. It's the first one of the game. They'll get the outer. They'll even the goal pretty much back up. But Gimgun, he's working on this turret. Don't you worry.
Yeah, he's pretty much could have taken it at any point that he wanted, but he wanted to kill the tree.
Mm-hmm. Deny some more CS as well. Continue growing that lead. As a Korean player, of course. Maybe taking some lessons from Grandfather Flame. He gets to be grandfather, right?
I don't know. He's still playing. Maybe if he was retired.
Well, that tail's dead. PentaQ cannot defend it. Probably doesn't want to fight Gimgun either because he's 2 levels down on him.
I feel like Flame fits more into this idea of like Diva Flame rather than Grandfather Flame.
It says Flame. Oh, PentaQ. That struggle streak. Crisis is here as well.
Oh,
Gimgun
no.
still with the ulti straight onto his face, and the ulti from Crisis is good damage as well. They're going to get another kill almost onto YOLO before XY can join in. And now XY's sort of trapped as the passive procs from Echo. Bottom tower
Soul.
goes down as well, but Soul's going to try and turn it around. Gimgun, though, not afraid of anything. And EPA turning cross-map play.
Yeah, but this is the big thing. While all of that is happening in the top lane and Gimgun is continuing to make these plays 3-0 on this Echo right now, EPA are just shoving it up bottom and taking free objectives. Here's the replay, though, and this is really all just about Gimgun. PentaQ, like you said, on Struggle Streak, gets caught out. Echo just does so much damage, and the TPA too little too late out of XY. Thankfully, they didn't lose more in that exchange because Gragas and Maokai were so tanky.
Bottom tower goes down, unfortunately, so EPA get a couple kills on the top lane and 2 turrets in the bottom side. Republic going to turn it in onto Raphael. Raphael did not win that trade.
I don't know why Republic actually backed out of it, though. I feel like he turned away sooner than the Valkyrie came out.
Well, he's alive, but no exhaust for Raphael. Made that actually very risky for Republic. Maybe respecting someone in the back. Savoki was there. But Republic's now going to get himself the blue buff, and he's starting to power up here. Archangel's on the way. Almost done. So that's a nice poke there from Raphael. And all of a sudden,
That's a little better.
Republic gets punished. They're going the short way back towards mid lane. Nice ward there from M3 to spot that out as Moon. He's going to go ahead and take the red buff. I believe it is time to group with your Sivir.
Yep.
Ooh, maybe even more than that. Savoki has to flash. Chase in there as the on the hunt has been popped. There's the stunning onto Savoki. Damage down from the Boomerang Blade, but a nice exhaust could save him. Damage still there on the other side, though. Moon's going to take him out. As Soul got low. YOLO also tied up by the Rise. EPA health bar's looking a little unhealthy in some places, but another pick could convert into yet another turret.
I mean, effectively, YOLO just helped out the enemy team by casking them on top of his ally. That was sad days.
Unfortunate. And Gimgoon, I think he's happy to dive here if he feels like he's got a window to. Good damage onto the turret. Crisis actually going to tank up some turret shots here. Oh, the kitten is chasing down. Gimgoon coming from the top lane to try and get some pressure, but M3 have moved in to, I think, successfully defend this. Although Gimgoon's back. Straight another Pendacute, wants to try and lock him out. Damage is absolutely ridiculous. Moon's going to take him out with a ricochet, I believe. And now YOLO's in trouble, the double there as well. Now they're going to keep going in for the dive. Gimgoon can ulti out to safety, but he doesn't want to. Straight into the face of the enemy is the plan. YOLO goes down to Crisis. EPA all over M3.
And the thing about Sivir is, yes, she goes through a mid-game power trough because she needs 3 items to kick off, but they're so far ahead of the clock, and the way that she augments the rest of her team through the speed, getting Ryze on top of them, making sure that Gimgoon can get behind lines.
Republic going to go in, and Savoki might go down for an ace here. At 23 minutes, does live, but barely from the Boomerang Blade. It's just 2 turrets and 4 kills instead.
It's just too easy. I mean, frankly, you look at EPA's composition, they have so much more versatility for them. We are going to get the replay. This is a Blade arena, but look at the damage that Gimgoon does on the back line. Not just zoning people out, but just blowing everyone up. And fighting in such kind of a small, condensed area, not that the lane is typically more open, but how close they work together just allows Sivir to get that splash damage.
You can see again, just dive after dive. Gimgoon didn't even need to use the ultimate at the end of it because he's so tanky already.
The thing is when you're fighting against Ryze and Sivir, again, due to the splash damage, Maokai's a great counter, but you almost have to treat it like against an Orianna or a Malphite. You cannot stand next to each other. Everyone has to spread out and run in different directions.
Yeah, preferably. You know, Maokai just absorbs all the damage. It's nice if you can block some of your team, but preferably you're not getting hit in the back lines. Ryze and Sivir, though, don't really discriminate when it comes to overall damage.
I'm going to blow everyone up.
And Gimgoon also doing pretty good amounts of it as well at this stage.
Well, he's so far ahead.
Yeah, he's an item and a half.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Oh, okay, maybe just an item.
Well, it's really important because he's the tank, and against Maokai, maybe it's not as punishing because it is a Maokai, and that Maokai naturally on his kit will be able to give his team some power back. He's like a low econ top laner. But if it was any other top laner, the fact that he has kind of both resistance or core resistance items completed because he has the Merc Treads as well as the Spectre's Cal, which kind of compensates for the fact that it's not a full Spirit Visage yet, and then the Sunfire, and then the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Gimgoon also has a shop to get in, I think, as well. So he's probably got extra money stashed away in those pants.
Nice pants.
They are very nice pants. Plenty of room.
So where do you sit on the Aladdin versus Sora Echo skins?
I assume Academy is the Sora one.
Yes.
I actually quite like this skin.
Prince of Persia.
Shh. Looks nothing like it. Yeah, no, it's a great skin.
I really
I still
enjoy
can't believe your favorite Poppy skin is Blacksmith Poppy.
It's so good. She's wearing she looks like a Digimon. Doesn't she? Now you can't unsee it. She looks like, Digimon Fusion. What's his name? The little red guy?
Yeah.
Where they wear, like, the armor.
Yeah, look, I'm kind of in the same ballpark. I gotta be honest, I didn't watch a whole lot of that show. But
see.
I'm with you.
You definitely are a Pokemon guy.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Never in my life.
Checking quickly in on itemization, though. So Ryze is fully online with his 2 core items. He's got the Roa, which should be stacking up. Actually, it should be fully stacked about now, as well as the Archangels upgraded into the Seraph's Embrace. Now, this is what we were talking about. If Ryze is ahead of the clock and the enemy team has not had their MR in place, which they technically don't, you have a single Spirit Visage, and you still don't have the Aegis up and online, the Void Staff really isn't needed. Obviously, he's going to itemize into it, but this guy is ready to go and ready to blow people up.
We've seen it. The damage is massive here from all the carries. Moon's also fastly approaching Infinity Edge, and that's where Sivir just starts overtaking games, really. Like, the thing about 3-item AD carries, it's not like 3 items and that's it. It's like 3 items and then like it gets better. And you can see Moon already. These poor creep waves, man.
Well, the thing is Infinity Edge is effectively going to double your damage output. That's the easiest way to think about it.
Well, enough damage already. Could be scary.
I like the Phantom Dancer choices.
We have seen so much Phantom Dancer Sivir in the LPL. I'm sure it's like a global trend as well, but it's a very popular item.
We've seen a lot of Static Shiv as well, though. And I understand how well it synergizes with her kit, her ability to stack it quite significantly faster due to the On the Hunt, as well as her innate passive. But I enjoy the Phantom Dancer, and I enjoy the dueling potential to make sure that she's always going to be a step ahead of PentaQ.
It's just deeps everywhere. Warlord's Bloodlust changes so much about how you can play your carries. And Moon, now Infinity Edge completed. Poor PentaQ will not survive very many hits. EPA, though, haven't been too active despite their massive lead. 8,500 gold up.
And it just comes back to this idea that they did it so quickly that it is still relatively hard this early in the game to continue to siege into these inner towers.
That's actually a great point, because I feel like we don't hit on that enough. Death timers, they got adjusted, like 30 minutes is like surprisingly difficult.
Yeah.
But when you still hit a mid-game, like before 30 minutes, getting a pick when the map is this big actually doesn't do as much as you would like for you. And it's kind of too early to take Baron, so it's a weird Twilight Zone as Soul does get the hit down onto the ultimate. YOLO evaporates before my eyes. There's now XY's in the mix, but I don't think he's going to survive for too much longer. He will go down as Gimgoon fighting 1v2 versus PentaQ and Savoki. Going to try and take on the whole bottom lane himself. It looks like he's going to slap him down. Ulti's ready to go, but he is going to save a heal there for Moon. Will keep him in the fight, but Republic wants it. Flashes in, one snare needed, and that takes out 4 from M3. In fact, Savoki may not survive either, but for now, he will live. No, Gimgoon's going to dive him. Does have the ulti ready, needs a few more slaps, but has to get out early.
And that was the biggest thing. The heal was used on Gimgoon for him to continue to fight. He had his ultimate the entire time. Unfortunately, isn't able to get the clean ace, but picks up 4, picks up towers, and is looking for the inhibitor.
And we said maybe the pick isn't enough to push the game over at this point, but a 4 kills and almost an ace certainly is, as the top lane inhib turret and its inhibitor will be broken in 2. EPA are so far ahead in this game. 13,000 gold up.
One bright spot for Masters 3 is that it was the top inhibitor, which means that they won't be able to play with a Baron pressure point across map. So bit of good news for them here, which is why Savoki is like running towards that Baron pit to make sure that he can get the wards down. But unfortunately, are you going to go for it, mate? He is. He's swinging around. He's like, oh, they're backing up like 30 seconds to clear out this pink ward.
I have absolutely no vision. I hope I'm guessing right.
Yep.
But Savoki is certainly good intuition there from the support player. He's going to clear out what vision he can, but EPA might not even need it. Dragon's up in a minute too, so they can also take that. It's probably a bonus objective at this point in the game.
Yeah, I feel like Dragon will probably be just kind of the easy pickup just because there's no reason that Masters 3 are going to go near that. It should be free. Might as well take your free advantages. But Baron is the power play. You see the pings going down. They need to set up the triangle vision. YOLO, it's not worth it.
Gimgoon ganks the red buff. Almost steals it, but doesn't get it that time. Damage, though, is immense. In fact, pretty much all of the carries have 4 items. That includes the jungle graves.
But here we go. They start the Baron right now. This is fighting in a small area against Maokai.
Yeah, EP have to be a bit careful, but no one from M3 can get in. Oh my god,
Got
YOLO
it!
stole it! But now the fight's going to break out. Soul tanking up what he can, but he's a little too low there. Moon's actually doing massive damage on the front lines. Savoki's going to shred. He's not that tanky. Gimgoon goes straight into the front lines once more. Raphael looking for backup. But XY lives through the carnage somehow, and M3 will disengage. XY is going to fall down, but no one else should be living here, and I don't think Gimgoon can catch anyone. YOLO just walks up slowly and takes it.
You know what, YOLO? That completely compensates for you not pulling the trigger earlier. What a god-tier cast to keep his team still in it. Still on the back foot. Still a very uphill climb, but this should be 4 minutes where they get to breathe easy.
Bit of extra gold, bit of power, and like you said, opening up some space and time is what they really need. EPA, though, do fall back to the Dragon. Have to be a little bit disappointed with how messy they approached that Baron fight. Idea was certainly there, but YOLO just swags it up here.
Yeah, and it's...
Oh, it was actually not even a cask. It was just a barrel.
Wow.
Yeah, fermented barrels.
That is really unfortunate, but the rest of the team fight will continue to go through, and it's just really the power of, that we're not going to see it, the power of Savoki and his ability to disengage on Trundle.
Crisis actually not have smite there.
It's his power of disengage and his ability on Trundle.
All right, I'm going to go back and check that later, but I had a quick squeeze at the replay just towards the end. I think Crisis may not have had smite, which would add to the problems of trying to take Baron.
It was taken by a barrel.
The question, of course, is why are you taking Baron without smite?
That's really unfortunate.
I digress. That's a conversation for another day. EPA still very far ahead. There is kind of a delay on the game, as M3's Baron should buy them some breathing and farming room.
On the bright side, Moon has completed his Infinity Edge, so this... Oh, wow, he's completed 4 items.
Yeah, he's had it for a while. He's really strong.
I haven't checked in on him in a minute. Hot minute. Sorry, Moon. Checking on you more recently. But yeah, this Sivir is up online, ready to crush faces.
Yep.
Take names.
That's why I was so surprised everyone from M3 lived in the last exchange.
He didn't get a lot of bounces in that team fight.
Oh, PentaQ. Troubles. Very big troubles. Good Brawl multi. Crisis actually can't finish him off, though. Needed one more auto. But that might be enough chunkage to try and take out a tower here.
It is a big wave clear factor in terms of the culling, but they still have the Gragas. They still have the Corki.
And Baron up minion's going to kick him out. EPA.
Get off my lawn.
Don't convert that pick. So, lawn bailed from. Oh, that Boomerang Blade. It's a sad day. Gingoon, though, secures the cannon. Moon's like, give it to me. He's like, no. My cannon. EPA. Sorry, M3 still dealing with these creeps, though. But, again, Baron will last for a little while longer. Got about 40-ish% of its duration left, actually. So, still some time, a few minutes, perhaps, to collect the farm as it approaches your lanes and reset a bit.
Fun fact about the Baron, if you... this doesn't count anymore. It used to be that when the game didn't tell you when Baron was taken and you had to guess the timer without information, you would click on your enemy and each corner of the Baron buff as the timer goes down counts for 1 minute. Because Baron's spawn is...
6 minutes?
7 minutes.
7 minutes, yes.
And 4 and 3.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and that's how you would determine it.
So they have like 1 minute 45 of Baron left.
There you go.
Nice.
But now the game tells you and you just Z.
Doesn't tell me how, no, it doesn't tell me how long their buff lasts for.
No, it doesn't tell you how long the buff lasts for, but it tells you when the Baron is
I don't care
taken.
about
And
that.
then you can quickly
I
determine.
have other things to help me there. No, that's cool info. I've learned things today. It's been a
I
wonderful
used to
day.
be a support player and take timers all day.
I just took timers anyway. Yeah, I feel that pain. Actually,
Control A, Control C.
fun fact. When you had to like manually type them out in chat,
Yeah, did that.
one of my mates, oh, never mind, YOLO, big play. Straight into Gimgoon and Moon, but Moon doesn't go down, and now he's going to turn things around. Damage is there, but they're going onto the turret for it. Crisis ultis himself out to safety, gets a bit of splash damage on the way back. EPA, though, not quite able to break another point in this base, kind of struggling to close out a bit here.
Well, they're, the breathing room, the Baron, stalled them out a little bit. They just kind of need to reset the map, reset the mentality, go back, spend your gold, pat each other on the back. It's okay. Round 2.
Moral support, very
Moral
important
support, yeah.
when it comes to closing out games of League of Legends.
Right now, their back timers just really haven't been together. They've been trying to get these really cheeky picks, but Master 3 slink away with 1 HP. We saw that on Savoki when they tried to catch him out.
They can see the scoreboard, and they definitely know they're ahead, but again, they can't see the gold as Republic.
See, it's stuff like this. Just
Zooming in.
Just stop. Group is 5. There's no reason.
Let's go back up now.
Look at where Graves is.
He's busy.
Doing what?
Not sure.
Going for a picnic? Taking a stroll? The long way around? The scenic route?
Very scenic, but top and Hib's back, so
Get in there,
EPA won't
Crisis.
force the fight. Crisis a little late, but he'll make it just in time. And now the fight could start again. This is a good spot for EPA to try and pick something here. M3 might just choose to give this up.
See if they can get some chip damage. Savoki trying to do work. Watch the cask.
No cast this time, though. EPA do surge forward and take out that inhib. So sort of back to where we were before. Baron up in a minute 30. Top inhib down. Dragon up minute 20. EPA, very familiar looking position now that Baron's worn off.
And we talked about this mentality all the time. As a coach, I used to tell my teams, don't die for that single inhibitor. If you take the fight right there, unless it's the perfect engagement and you go down, like if it's 100%, you have no idea that you're not going to win, you lose the game. Give up the inhibitor, live to fight another day, add 10 minutes and give yourself another chance.
Well, M3 happy to relax for a bit. EPA, though, have to group up for these big major buffs that are coming back up. They stealed away the blue, but Dragon and Baron are actually up very close to one another.
Sorry.
It's all right. I'm going to clear this out, though. You can see how much damage he's doing. It does have Lord Dominic's regards built up. Pretty much every ricochet is clearing a creep wave by itself.
So satisfying. Masters 3, though, they're starting to catch up in itemization. Still not quite there, but as we get closer and closer to kind of that 60, 65k gold mark, again, League of Legends is a race to a point.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, it doesn't matter if you're 100k gold ahead of your enemy, as long as we all have 6 items.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, are Masters 3 any better in that scenario, 5v5, or in pound for pound?
Well, I have to say right now, because it's just been some cheeky picks and skirmishes, really. And a buff steal by YOLO that's been some of the good stuff that's come out from them this game. Dragging them over to EPA. That's their third, so give them a bit of extra speed to dash over to the Baron and take that, because I'm sure that that's their next objective. You can see Crisis, though, definitely embodying more of that carry-style jungler. I said it before, he has like 4 carry items. He's massive. Serek's Gage coming out last. He's going to be full builder real soon. The Rise also getting stronger and stronger with the Abyssal Scepter and the Void Staff, with I think a Rabadon's or a Zhonya's to come, depending on what Republic wants.
I'm glad that he's doing his thing, that he's being that carry. I really just wanted to smite the Baron, though.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely a part of his job that he maybe didn't do last time. Raphael, it's a big Q to the face.
TP comes in. Here comes Gingoon.
Whee! Nope.
Nothing. Baron spawned. We're up and ready. We're going to start it round 2.
Time to start another fight. Crisis can confirm he has smite this time to start it off. Baron is actually quite low. The damage is there. M3, though, are looking to fight.
YOLO seems to look like his only intention is to steal. He's not on the same side as his team. He's behind the pit. Now he's translating.
TP down from M3. Savoki stunned up, though. XY in the middle of it, but Savoki is going to go down to Republic. Soul getting low in the front of the fight, but he's token up decent damages. Gimgoon goes straight into the back, but he's forced to ulti out pretty early. Damages there. The Republic gets himself a double kill, and now flashes forward looking for Raphael. Gets himself a triple. Does go down to PentaQ, but the damage is going to follow in. And that's 4 for 1. Sorry, 4 for 2 there for EPA.
But the biggest thing is that the work Gimgoon put on creating space between the front line and the back line of Masters 3's composition. By rushing forward and zoning off 3 people, it gave EPA's backline enough time to turn on Maokai and burn him.
But death time is pretty long as well. 15 on Savoki, about 30 on XY. Might be looking to end the game. YOLO can try and stop something here. But EPA are at least moving in for a Nexus turret or 2.
His cask will be coming up soon, so we'll have the possibility to at least reset on the tower.
Gimgoon's actually tanking turret hits, but he's just trying to be annoying. Savoki here now as well, but I think EPA can maybe end the game. Nexus turret's down. Gimgoon has a GA. Don't forget to use his ulti to get some resets. Moon takes out Gragas. That's another kill. An actual ace completed right towards the end, and the Nexus goes down for EPA.
And this is what we were talking about in Champion Select, kind of the power spikes and peaks of both of these teams. Masters 3 seem to be at their best in the middle of the season, but it's the last day of the spring split, and EPA are on top.
Gimgoon, man. Can't stop singing his praises, but honestly, the rest of the team played great as well. I feel like a lot of what we've seen from them, Christ's aggression and strong ability, Moon being a super solid 80 carry on the Sivir, Soul actually underperforms for me based on what I've seen from him already, but still a solid game. At the end of the day, the right parts of EPA fire. They're in the laning phase for maybe 15 minutes, and then it just looks good from there. Gimgoon dominated his lane 1v1.
Yeah, and it's just really unfortunate that EPA haven't been able to have this form since the beginning of the split. Can you imagine if they started with this roster, how different Group A might have been?
And that's the thing. A lot of these teams do know how to play with a lead, and a lead they had. Got a little stuck after the Baron steal, sort of unseated some of that momentum, but pretty much all upside here as they collapse so well. And the Rise Sivir combination is just too much work as Gimgoon pretty much solos out of dual lane here in this fight.
And we talked about how Republic isn't really the standout carry of EPA, but the thing is if you have so many playmakers around him and you put him in these situations to succeed, he will pull the trigger and he will do the cleanup work.
Yes, and the role players on EPA follow their leaders very well, which is actually something that sounds very simple and is much harder than it sounds.
But I think the meta works so wonderfully for that. Yes, Ryze is a big power pick in the mid lane, but a lot of it is these control mages. Azir, Ryze, things like Varus coming back. Whereas the top laners are getting the primary engage or playmaking tools. You have Nautilus, Maokai, Poppy, Echo. And so it's nice for EPA that kind of their standout or star players are the top laners, and that their mid laner just has to be that role player, because so many times it's reverse. I mean, you think about the classic like SKT, their big player is in that mid lane, and just the top lane has so much more power in terms of we start this fight now, and this is the pace of the game, and this is what we're doing.
And that's sort of been my favorite thing from, honestly, this season of League so far, is that the metagame has been shifting quite a lot, but it's actually been very fluid with the way it's shifted. If you look back at the top of the year, you can actually trace like how we got to where we are now. And there's, been picks cycling back and forth. There have been changes here and there. But I feel like it's a very flexible game right now. Yes, certain picks are weighted in certain spots, but teams can play the way they want to play. It feels like finally different styles have been really enabled at the top level. And EPA to say, you know what, we've got a good top laner and a pretty good jungler and a pretty good support. Let's put power there, take the good picks as they are, and they're able to execute very easily.
No, my favorite aspect of this is Azir. I feel like he pretty much encompasses that entire idea, this fact that Azir comes back in the meta, it's much about control mages because we're in a structure-focused meta, so you want to be able to push down towers as quickly as possible. Obviously, the control mage is going to be able to slow that down, but the counter picks that have risen because of Azir, things like Varus, like Twisted Fate, and it just opens up a completely different playstyle because then you start playing with the double teleport. Azir can't go into a double TP meta because he's just so fragile, and so you get like these really cool sub-metas.
Yep, there's been lots of great stuff happening, but we have more League of Legends to play. Don't go too far away because the EPL looking dominant. We'll see if they can close it out with style over Empty Enter back. Game 2's coming up right after the break. And we're back for the MVP of our last game. EPA did take the win, and it is Gimgoon on the Echo that claims a 4th MVP.
You know what? Good job, MVP. Tonight has just been meant from them. I completely agree. He was really the linchpin that got them ahead. He got the 1v1 kill up top, continued to apply pressure, put the Maokai behind. And why it's important that the Maokai was behind is because it opened up a power spike for Ryze at 2 items as opposed to 3. Again, if Ryze doesn't have to go or doesn't need that Void Staff online before he starts doing the massive damage because your tank line didn't get their MR up and online fast enough, just makes him that much more viable and gold efficient.
And I think for me, whenever I watch these teams play, clearly, you know, there have to be teams at the bottom of the table. EPA and M3 have occupied some of that spot. But EPA especially, and a lot of these teams, they're good at getting leads generally, early on, but I think they convert really well. Like, it's not just that your individual players can make plays and you can get ahead, but when they start winning, they tend to win as a team. Like, they'll just collapse together. And you saw that from EPA in that game. They were just constantly diving, looking for picks, finding team fights, and executing very well.
And this is the thing, with the addition of Moon, Soul, and Crisis coming back or being new to the roster, they seem to understand and be able to translate their mid or their early game decisions into mid game. And historically, that's been what LSPL teams have struggled with, is that mid game decision making or late game decision making. They just look like a completely different team. You know, we've been talking all night about like the soul of QG and you know, the soul of LGD. EPA, if they had just had this from the beginning, they could have had a playoff run.
What is this? As we're back into the draft. Why is there a Skarner ban?
Well, it is the last game of the LPL, possibly. That's all I got.
What?
Are they spelling something?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure they banned LeBlanc in the last game.
Skarner,
Which makes sense against the Republic. Did they just like misclick? I don't know. Nidalee Lulu, the other bands from EPA. Skarner, LeBlanc, the two bands there for M3. There's a Kindred band. I actually think they misclicked.
They're completely normal except for Skarner.
Do they know something I don't?
Crisis doesn't play Skarner.
Don't. Kim Goon. He's ready. Tom Kench though, and that's insta-lock in Echo for M3. Very similar looking pattern. Now that M3 has swapped over to the blue side.
Okay, this is interesting. It's not too, again, this is what Spawn would say if he was on the desk. He'd be like, Pastry, it's not actually a big deal that they get Echo in the priority pick. I actually don't agree it should be a priority pick because Poppy is also on the board. They're going to get one of these two power picks. It's my Spawn impression.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, Azir and Lucian do go over to EPA, but I would take it off Kim Goon. I don't mind it at all, but we'll see what he wants to take into the matchup. Especially now that he's already had some time to beat XY in that first game.
It's totally fine to first pick Azir. There are some counter matchups. We were talking about this before the break. You know, the Twisted Fate, the Varus. You see the Varus being hovered right now, but the thing is Azir's either going to win the lane or he's going to neutralize the lane.
Play Victor Raphael. I think it's actually
drop the base.
Fine into Azir. You can definitely catch him off guard and kill him with a bit of support CC especially. And Braum, it's the pick that everybody wants. This is also quite good into Azir for a different reason. I like it. YOLO back to Gragas. Braum there again for Braum this time for Savoki. Was if YOLO can be a bit more aggressive with his flash.
More importantly, the fact is they don't need to pick up Varus in this rotation. They can continue to see the rest of the composition before they really pull the trigger on that. And they might as well take away another priority jungler since 3 of them have been banned, including Skarner.
The most priority of junglers. Skarner.
Someone's going to tune into LPL for the first time and be like, Skarner, what have I missed?
I think this is the first Skarner ban of the season. I just want to put it out there.
Yes.
I don't believe there's been any other Skarner ban. No one has played Skarner, of course, because that would make sense. But Alistar and Graves will be the picks in there for EPA. Pretty much the same comp, actually. I guess some adjustments, but Christ is going to go back to the same jungler at least.
Yeah, tends to find his comfort pick on either Gragas, Graves, or Kindred. He's a Kha'Zix main. I was looking forward to the return of Kha'Zix, but Crisis has let me down. Maybe promotions.
Maybe.
Again, this match does matter for Masters 3 and EPA. Obviously, their playoff chances are dead and in the ground. But seeding for promotions is what they're looking for, and whoever takes the 5th place will have a much easier side of the bracket getting back into the LPL.
That's what they're playing for, 5th and 6th in their group. M3 down a game. We'll see how they round out this draft.
And the promotion tournament, I believe, is going to be OMG, Hyper Youth Gaming, Masters 3, EPA, and then 2 LSPL teams.
Makes sense, but see what M3 want to do, because they're not there just yet. 5 seconds to lock in these picks, though. Ezreal Corki. Ezreal Corki.
Poke comp with Disengage from Braum and Gragas.
Yep.
Likewise, you have some hard engage with the cast and stickiness with Echo.
I think if I ever see Raphael play a melee champion, I'll just die. Because, like, I'll be so surprised. He just loves playing back at range. Like, Victor, there's probably Lulu in there that he could have picked. Corki, yep. This is where Republic's like, I got it. Oh, he's playing Azir. Damn it. I was like, get in there, play Yasuo. Not today.
You're really about the Yasuo.
It's good into Corki.
Poppy.
Pop when he gets shot in the face.
Does she still have the same voiceover after the rework?
Like
where she's like, Valorant.
I don't know, because obviously it's in Chinese, so it'll be different on this client.
I was asking about the English one.
I have no idea.
I have voices turned off on my clients.
Why?
So I don't have that. I almost said something. So I don't have that rude person on the enemy team who plays Zed and just spams laugh.
I see.
If you turn off the voices, you can't hear them. So I see his little dance animation as he does it, but don't hear him.
Do you get them in...
Have you ever laned with Lux support and just listened to her spam that?
Yes, it's awful. Have you... They're not disabled in client, like a champ select, right?
Yeah.
So when you go into Dynamo, you get like the champion quote?
No, I don't.
select
'Cause
the
I have
champion?
voices off.
What are you doing, man?
Listening to music.
You like bad Poppy skins. You're turning off Poppy's voice. I feel like you got something against her, but Gimgoon's going to show you. He's got a good Poppy.
Gimgoon does have a good Poppy as we, again, take a step back and look at these compositions. They're actually very similar. More pork. I ate some dim sum for dinner, so pork's on the brain. Take it away, pastry time.
Well, the coaches are shaking hands. We're already off. And the players are going to get under Summoner's Rift. Let's go. And we're back as M3 will move out onto Summoner's Rift for the second time this evening versus EPA. EPA, pretty solid first win there. We'll see if they can continue that, or are they going to get pushed to the limit and move over to a Game 3. Lots of similar stuff on either side. Some adjustments here and there, but again, you said it in the draft, comps seem very solid on both sides.
Yeah, and it's, again, about identifying what the core of the compositions are, when they're going to find their power spikes, and where they want to fight. So looking at the core for Masters 3 comp, it's going to always be the Ezreal and Corki, because that's what defines it, is the poke comp. Everything else, I mean, you can pretty much adjust anything else, and it's still going to be a poke comp. But it's nice that they have the disengage from Braum and Gragas, so where do those champions find their power spike? It's going to be on their mid-tier itemization, Trinity Force, Iceborne Gauntlet, things like that. Where do they want to fight? They actually want to fight in the river or around towers. It's very vision dependent. Fish in a barrel is the way that I like to phrase it. As long as they can see the enemy, start laying down that poke from afar, they're all good. On the other side, you actually have quite different power spikes. A lot more bridging champions, so I feel like Masters 3 are kind of like a one-punch team with this comp. Like, we have a pretty sizable window of opportunity to end the game, but if we don't, we're going to get outscaled. I know that Corki and Ezreal do decent damage late game, but for me, compared to what an Azir can put out, it's just not on the same page.
That's always the worry. Azir, good laner, great champion, does a lot of different things, but is a pretty good insurance policy as well on top of it. So makes sense why he's been such a popular champion. See how Raphael navigates it in the Corki matchup. Pentakill and Savoki, though, busy taking down the Krugs. Moon and Sol working on the Gromp. Pretty similar clear times for those early camps in the duo lanes. Well, we are once again going to get standard lanes, and that just does not surprise me. I feel like these teams, if we go to 3 games, they'll have standard lanes every time.
Yep. Big thing, though, is that Pentakill and Savoki are going to be in... never mind, because they got the level 2.
Oh, very nice shifter from Pentakill. Barely has time to level it up, but is able to get out from under the pulverize. Gets stunned on the end, but clears the distance, more importantly.
Yeah, that was really close. I was going to say Ezreal and Braum have the advantage level 1 and level 2, but Alistar got it quickly, tried to go for the all-in.
Republic as well, also getting aggressive there in the mid lane. Trading blows early, does win the trade and push the lane in towards the turret. So we'll see if they can continue. In fact, Raphael taking a beating here in mid lane. Azir going through that mana pretty quickly, but he's chunked out Corki massively. Now Crisis looking for it as well. He's got red buff, he applies it onto YOLO, and YOLO has to bail.
The thing about Azir...
It's a level 2 Graves.
He jungles real quick.
YOLO's level 3.
He jungles real quick.
Oh, this could be a problem, actually.
He's trying to make the most out of the pressure that Republic has right now.
He's doing a good job. In fact, Raphael might even just
going
die
to.
here. That's a heal burnt now for Corki.
What I was going to talk about is kind of the proper way to fight Azir in lane. I feel like too many players have the idea that Azir throws at the Sand Soldier, I need to back up or move out of the Sand Soldier's range. Typically, like, advance in the opposite direction, retreat, tactical, run away.
Summoner.
But what you should do is you should actually duck underneath it, because Azir, especially at these low levels, is very fragile and very immobile. So if you get on top of him and he doesn't have his Sand Soldier because it's way back there, he can't do anything.
No, really does struggle here as YOLO is looking to go for a gank. Crisis though tailing behind him. There he is. Raphael, they're getting low. Republic out of mana. TP in from M3 as well. But there's the answer from EPA. Gimgoon going to join the fray, but XY's in. Gimgoon, though, going to try and block him off. Actually gets XY straight towards the wall, but he does not stun him. EPA, no kills there. M3 do well to get away.
Massive party in the mid lane, and it was almost Gimgoon that turned that because he was able to displace Echo farther up the lane. But fortunately for XY, he's able to escape with his life.
No stun and no kill. But Republic actually... Now with Echo in his lane, does want to push out an extra wave if possible. Crisis back on the counter jungling. And he's going to take away the Wolf. That is just rude.
These junglers have been rude to each other all series.
And bottom side, more action. So Oki putting up the Unbreakable. You can see Moon and Soul also want to get aggressive. EPO, we talk about it. They're an aggressive team. Even Azir, the champion that's more than happy to just kind of push lanes in and let it farm out. Raphael's taken a beating early on, and Azir's going to go back with a pretty significant CS lead.
You have to bring out your inner pawn when you face Azir. Step forward. Don't step back. Watch that guy freak out because he'd be like, I'm the god. I'm Shurima. And then suddenly you're like right in his face. He's like, oh, God.
I feel like there have been two schools of thought fighting Azir. It's outrange him or out-mobility him, right?
Yep.
Because he's got very limited windows to do both those things. Fortunately, Corki kind of does neither in some ways.
You could go super ham.
Rocket him. I mean,
Just
yeah.
dip in there.
Valkyne, I like it. Bottom lane pressure, though, YOLO once again, but no flash this time around. Very nice destruction from Sol. He does flash out of the way. 4 members from M3 bottom, and EPA's bottom lane dodges it.
Yeah, Raphael also loses a lot of time in that mid lane. We're starting to see a pretty sizable CS discrepancy, and now he has to walk the long way around because scumbag Republic. You're not walking through this brush, buddy.
Oh, XY. Also
Get in
low
there.
here. Oh, just misses the stun. Good flash from XY, though.
But the thought process, like the line that you see Gimgoon taking, because he's like, okay, my kill opportunity is if I nail him on that tower.
Crisis on top of a ward, unfortunately, but this dive.
YOLO's trying to get there in time, he's trying to get off the tower in time.
He's got to book it. The wave's not going to make it, though.
He's got it, yeah. He's fine.
Maybe just a push starts. There's options here, certainly, because XY does not have his TP.
And it's not like Gimgoon's like shoving in the lane very quickly. He's actually taking his time with it.
Well, Crisis gets watered, but he'll bail out. And that's a free back time for Gimgoon as YOLO's going to attend to the CS that have pushed up now. Smites the cannon. I like it.
Republic in full control of this lane, though.
And that's true, honestly, of the EPA solo lanes in general. Even bottom lane actually winning by 10 CS, pushing up aggressively. But both Gimgoon won his lane in game 1. Now Republic, Gimgoon, and kind of Moon and Soul are also winning their respective lanes. I don't think bottom lane's quite as clear-cut just yet, but pressure from early from 2 of the solo laners.
Yep. Bottom lane's going to have to swing open a little bit more as Lucian's finally going to get his first back. Again, Ezreal's not actually weak in lane until we come to our first backs, and you just the discrepancy of tier versus the likes of Cole BF Sword. That's about to be not fun. Bad news bears.
It is, certainly. As Lucian does go back and get that exact item, Ezreal collects a bit more farm and equalizes that CS difference. So they'll be even for now. We'll see if something else opens up as a nice phosphorus bomb there from Republic. From Raphael, it does chunk out Republic. Thank you, those two. As Crisis moves in onto Savoki, who's walking through his own jungle, trying to get some vision down. Blue taken by Raphael, though, and Crisis, again, just so rude.
I want to quickly touch on backtimers again. As you see that Soul and Crisis are on your screen, it's actually really key to communicate with your jungler when you're going back, especially...
Oh, surf in. Raphael in trouble. Crisis flashes in for it. Does want to go for it. Azir is able to pick up first blood.
And Republic's had full control of the lane. That was bound to happen. I mean, he's effectively been passively losing it. Unfortunately, no one is coming to save him because every single lane is winning, and YOLO is just trying to put out the fire.
And Republic is 30 CS ahead of his lane opponent now, and that tower takes a beating in the process. YOLO is going to move in and collect the CS again, but he's far too late to do nothing but collect these creeps. And again, Gimgoon still looking good here on the top side. Actually doesn't have a CS lead, but you saw the pressure he was able to put out. Spectre's Cal now. We'll see if Gimgoon can continue getting ahead in his lane. And YOLO's just been absent from a lot of these exchanges.
Yep, but I want to quickly kind of touch again on this idea of backtimers because we never really get to talk about it. It sounds really bizarre, but when you see your jungler back, like this may have actually been why Crisis sat in that top brush for so long. You sit there and you watch but he's been in that brush for about 15 to 25 seconds. You know, he's wasting a lot of time that he could be jungling. Or his support could be saying, I'm, you know, X amount of gold away from a Sightstone. I'm about to back in 10 seconds.
Well, Moon in trouble actually on the bottom side. Does he hit a Mystic shot? Republic, yeah, it is Raphael over in there, but it's actually not enough. Moon lives.
Okay, and I had to sit up because there was a glare on my screen. It was actually just the slight sliver where that mini equalizer or the packaged Valkyrie did not cover. So good job for Moon, and a lot expended for Masters 3 to not get anything, which means, again, just another passive lead. Look at Azir. That CS lead is continuing to expand, and he's getting massive chip damage on the tower because Masters 3 are all-inning on the bottom side.
At this point, he's going to naturally take it as his CS will get tonight in there, and that is a big loss in mid lane.
This is a 2K organic lead from Masters 3. None of these towers have gone down. This is simply win lane, win game mentality.
And just the 400 gold from the first blood, so huge amount of difference in farm as Republic gets the blue buff. The pain does not stop soon for Raphael as Gimgoon goes back in plain sight. Gets himself a Kindle Gem.
I just want to point out that Gimgoon understands classy Poppy skins. This is my favorite Poppy skin.
She thought it was Blacksmith.
No,
that's
it's
Skull and Hammer.
Oh, I don't know. It's the one with the armor. She looks like a Digimon.
Good play from YOLO in the mid lane. Republic going to get chunked out. Surfs away. Shield's actually maybe enough here as Crisis does come in. But Gimgoon smashes Raphael into the wall and Crisis blows him away.
What a legend from Republic. A great play right there. We talked about how this guy, he's not a primary carry for the team normally. You set him up for success, he'll be sure to finish it, but he's actually set himself up for success this game.
Had such a massive lane phase, and that was an instant collapse from EPA. Crisis and Gimgoon were there in a heartbeat, and they might even get 2 turrets out of the deal as well. This is massive for EPA.
The power of Graves' jungle, true shot barrage, but it's not enough.
M3 want to answer. Tower's dead though. Gimgoon fancies a scuffle. He's going to get slowed down. Forced to flash because he doesn't want to get stunned. But the tower's up there for Republic. EPA get away with so much there.
Okay, the power spikes, we never really got to go into EPA's composition. So it's kind of weird. The core of their composition is a little bit murky or unclear. I'm going to say it's Azir, like he's the most... No, it can't be. This is so weird. The bridging champions, though, is what's really important here. So what I mean by a bridging champion is going to be... kind of at each point of the game, early, mid-game, late game, you have this baton of power. And Graves and Lucian, well, Graves has it early, and then his baton of power is thrown to Lucian in mid-game. And then Lucian has it for a while, and then he throws it to Azir for late game. So there's never a point where EPA don't have an answer or don't have a champion to look to carry them through. But the problem is that Azir is so fed and so far ahead that it's going to get really scary for Masters 3 when their composition comes online in the mid-game because Azir's so far ahead of the clock.
Yeah, and if he's online for late game, when it's 20 minutes into a game, at mid-game...
That's bad news bears.
That is absolutely bad news bears. Republic is just steamrolling this lane. He's almost 60 CS ahead.
He's ahead of the clock or almost has close to perfect CS.
He's been making good plays as well. YOLO back in topside trying to lock down Gimgoon. Denied.
Just walked around it.
Oh, actually might still die, though. Damage is actually pretty good, but Gimgoon was going to live for a little while longer. Good stun, but not enough to take out YOLO.
Yeah, unfortunately just wrong target, but the one that he got. Meanwhile, bottom.
Yeah, aggression down the bottom side now. Savoki does have to flash stand behind and try and get off to Pentakill. Crisis, good exhaust. I think the ulti would have killed him.
Here
if
comes
he didn't get
Azir,
it.
though.
Oh, no, Republic.
Oh.
Savoki just can't catch a break today. Republic gets himself another kill.
I don't know why you're TPing in. That's just another kill.
Soul's going in for it, but he's going to go down. XY claims him, but Pendicut's just getting shredded. There's a double in for Azir. XY might make it the triple. Does have the ulti. He's safe for now, but Republic is on a rampage.
He may not be finished. Okay. Walks away, doesn't go down, but he burns the TP. He's not able to save anyone. On the bright side, YOLO gets some peaceful farm and some...
He's been the benefactor of so much side lane farm.
Some solo time, you know, some me time up in the top lane.
Unfortunately, it's not the top lane of getting the farm. XY bottom does shove a wave in and go back home. Teleports have been good to try and recoup some kills here and there, but...
That's another 2 kills on this Azir.
Yeah, 4,500 gold up for EPA is the current lead. And and that's with only 2 turrets taken.
And just again, to be very clear on the vocabulary that we're using, when we say ahead of the clock, we mean that we expect certain champions to peak at certain times just because of how long it takes the passive gold for you to buy those items. So typically a champion that needs to invest into 3 items is going to peak between 29 minutes and 35 minutes. So when you're ahead of the clock, it's because you've got those items before that time.
Yeah, I mean, these are reasonably cheap-ish items for Republic. You expect maybe 18 minutes?
That's the other reason why Azir really came back strong into the meta, not only because it's a structure-focused meta and you need the priority of the wave clear mid laner to protect your structures, but also because his itemization is so cost-efficient for the AP items comparatively to the AD items when they got adjusted.
Kim at it again, but XY running circles around him right now. Does slam YOLO into the wall, needs to flash, but I don't think he has it. No, he doesn't. But Crisis is going to come in and save him. Great ulti there, but Crisis just smashes YOLO down with the ultimate. And this time they're able to answer. Gimgoon really wants XY. And he's going to go in for it. Dashes to a creep. Uses the buckler. Slow down there. And Crisis swoops in for the second.
Disaster from Masters 3 and EPA just running rampant on this map. They're going to the promotion so strong. And I have to repeat this. If they had looked this clean at the start of the season, we may have a different playoff bracket.
Maybe, but they've certainly powered up here since their time in the LPL. Crisis' counter ganks have been on point in the last 5-10 minutes or so. And here's another dive. Soul does have his ultimate. He's going to burn it now. Republic just goes in for it. Pentakill, get back to your turret and get taken down. Savoki not going to last too much longer either, but the shield is enough to keep him alive. Raphael does come for some support. Republic with the passive on him is actually a little bit scary, but Moon swoops in. The heal's enough to keep him Corky alive. But M3 just trying to pick up kills. And EPA not giving them away.
But I love the fact that EPA know that they can make this play. Not only is the top laner dead when they decided to look for the dive, but they understand that it's also in between the teleport timing windows, and Corky not having that double TP, it gives them the free gank on bottom.
Yep, free time. In case they needed him, Kim Green was also ready with the TP, but EPA do that pretty much just with the 3 of them, and that's their 3rd turret of the game. Gold lead is getting out of hand today. 7,000 gold up. For
15
M3.
minutes. Pretty unreal. We do have the completed Nashers as well as the Abyssal. Kind of touching back on the itemization thing. So you have to understand that AMR items got really cost efficient. You think about the rise of Hex Drink or the rise of Scimitar having the QSS. So it put a lot of traditional AP mages back away, which is why the rise of the Assassins came back. Likewise, Penetration, Burst, or 80 caster items in general getting stronger. But Azir is just in this perfect pocket where he doesn't care because he doesn't build traditional AP items.
Gets a lot of value. As red buff, I think, got taken there by EPA. M3 does not allow the jungle. Soul gets a catch. Republic surfs in. They're going to TP down, try and make a play. Pentakill and Savoki are way too far forward. Republic, though, is about to get stunned here. The damage isn't bad, actually, and YOLO's off to the other side, but Pentakill's going to get shredded.
Just deleted.
Savoki also not long for this. Well, good combo from Soul. Republic once more. Crisis so nabs that one with the ulti. 9-0-6 for the mid lane and jungler combined for EPA. They're putting on a clinic.
Yes, there will be chip damage for Raphael in that mid lane, but it's too far out of hand. The window is very quickly closing for Masters 3 to make a play here unless EPA just vastly make a mistake.
And Republic face-checked a Corky when he had about 25% health because Raphael doesn't even have his Trinity Force yet. He's actually not afraid. Raphael actually just might be dead here. Does have to evacuate. Kim Goon says, I'll be back. Thankfully, no Iceborne Gauntlet there to make that buckler even stronger.
But we are coming up onto this point. Again, teams can take the early towers very quickly because the towers are the weakest that they've ever been in this iteration of League of Legends at this time, just because of how the armor stacks up now. But we come to a point around, let's say 19 minutes. It's still very hard to siege into an inner turret, especially safely. So we'll see if EPA are able to keep up this breakneck pace that they've set, or if we're going to have a bit of a lull for the mid game while the creeps get stronger and they get a bit more of their itemization when they look towards these dives that probably need to happen if they want to break these inner towers so early.
Yep. I mean, under 20 minutes, you're not really looking at a tier 2 too often. But Republic is looking for 3 items at almost record pace at this point. YOLO off to the side, hoping a straggler walks through that side of their jungle, but no one coming past the Raptor pit. There's Crisis. And now Moon actually takes up residency in the top side. Hey, a tower.
And they also got a big wave behind them, so they are going to continue to try to push this through. True Shot Barrage may help out a little bit for EPA, but
Oh, good
nicely
push away.
done.
Tower up as well. Ulti not enough. Republic pieces out. Might just kill YOLO here.
he's having a career game right now out of Republic. The positioning there to make sure that he's against the wall so the cast can't reset him, getting in front of the Gragas to begin with, zoning off 2 members in opening time for his team to take an inner tower.
Yep.
Republic is just straight up a god.
5 turrets to 1 right now.
He's like, janitorial, I'm going to go Faker on this game.
Yeah, he's going massive. And he's actually going to swoop in and get a blue buff. A well-deserved one at that as well. Gimgoon also running a train here. XY does have his ulti. Gimgoon, he's going to get ulted up actually, but he's going to keep fighting. XY doing a good job kiting back and forth, but Gimgoon's just going to keep slapping in Republic though. Raphael, is here. They get them confused once again, but XY is going to take him out. Sol finds Savoki, but it's just a bit of a love tap as Crisis going to try and even this out. Oh, good end of the line, but a nice flash from XY. Ulti is enough to take him out. And the fun stops for now, but not for long.
To be fair, Masters 3 more kills this game than they had all of last game, so technically a better performance.
That's a worry though, because Crisis is going to knock down this last tier 2 turret, and the EPA are looking to break an inhib turret or at least threaten one at under 20 minutes in a game.
They did get the one in mid lane very low. Unfortunately, they were unable to crack it and have decided to give up on that one. Baron will be spawning in 26 seconds. With Azir this far ahead, as well as Graves, their Baron threat, astronomical.
Certainly is. Unfortunately, some gold donated over as Gimgoon did fall down in that last exchange. The Rift Tower does go home though.
Bye, Harold.
It is time for Baron Nashor to take his place. You can see the Observer scrolling over that turret. Not a lot left in it. And Rylai's is now done for Azir. We're under 20 minutes into this game.
He's 3 items.
He's 3 items at pretty much the 2-item point.
Yep.
That's absurd.
Yep. That is... Yep. It's not much to say.
Well, it's good for EPA. That's all I can say about it.
Yeah, heading...
10K up as well. This is just ridiculous.
You have to be thinking, if you're looking at that promotion bracket, this team is terrifying.
Certainly, if this is their last game they play, I have to agree. Because it's looking good. XY initiated on by Sol, who just wants to go in all the time on the Alistar. Gimgoon also going to run in for it. Does get a nice 2-man ulti onto YOLO and the Braum. Crisis though in the front line, trying to get some damage down. Moon pops the culling through for a bit of extra poke. XY dives back in for it. Good setup, but he dies before he can push the button on his ulti. And oh my god, that's gross. Crisis snipes him. Republic just doing work here. Exhaust down as well. He's going to push them out. Take out Savoki and Raphael. You better flash. YOLO, I think too late on that play. Gimgoon also comes through a tower to get him. And EPA, they're just walking into the base and slaying M3.
And more importantly, they had to dive through towers to do that. They didn't just get to walk in because the base has been open. They're just playing that confidently, that aggressively, and that forward.
Base not open. Let's open it for them. EPA going to get 2 inhibs out of this as well. M3 have a huge mountain to climb up here. An energy pacemaker all. We talk about how good their form was looking in the back half of the season. This is desperate from M3.
I was going to say the desperation teleport. Here comes XY.
He's found Sol. It's probably not who he wants. He's going to get headbutted away, I think. They might even turn on him. They are going to go back in for it. It's 1v4 pretty much right now. Ulti's out, though. Savoki going to try and make something happen, but Crisis taking on the front lines with Gimgoon. Moon does take out Savoki, who melts with the door up.
But you have to understand, this is Masters 3 best case scenario because EPA just got, I think, 3 towers, almost a clean ace, like so much global gold, and they haven't spent it yet. These backs, like this lead is about to jump.
Oh, Moon turns it around. Can he cut through XY? Very nice orb walking, but he's going to get stunned. No, he's not. The culling is enough. He's going to keep dashing away. Does get shut down there, but Gimgoon slams down XY. Oh, no. That's awkward. There we are. Flash ward auto. Nailed it. Ulti, not ward. Whatever. He killed him.
He's dead. Take a knee. We're
dead.
done. Super dead.
And now time to spend that money. Republic, by the way, 3.5 items. Extra need to see large rod in the back, just in case he needed it.
Yeah, just in case I'm not doing enough damage.
Mortal Reminder almost completed. Oh, no, we sold it. Stop tricking me. Lucian has a longsword.
What are you buying?
I don't know. He went straight in for the last whisper. He's like, nah, this longsword's what I want.
I'm not about this life.
What's going on?
Is he just standing on spawns? He is.
Well, there's the last whisper. There's the Vamp Scepter. Okay.
Last whisper into Vamp Scepter.
Needed some lifesteal.
Look at that bank, though.
Yeah. Awful lot of money. And Republic, he's on a solo mission at this point. XY, I'm not sure you fancy this one. Republic is going to need a void stuff at some point.
Looks like we're going to fall back to the dragon again. It's still very tough to siege these inner towers at this 23 minutes of the game, even when you have 2 inhibitors already down.
Also hard to kill super creeps.
Think of all the golden experience, Pastry.
Well, game has to last long enough for you to farm them. Republic does take down the dragon. XY hiding in a brush.
I don't think you want to be there, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to 1v1 is maybe my question. I guess he already killed up. Gets spotted, gets tagged out of it. Ulti on the spot, not enough.
Okay.
Republic, his 7th kill of the game.
You should always check that brush.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to check that brush just for that exact maneuver there. So good job just placing the ward, making sure.
I was going to say EPA can be patient here, but Crisis bursts through the mid lane. Tower going to die. It's all going forward, gets one back. It is YOLO straight into the team. XY's already dead, don't forget. As Crisis picks up yet another kill. Savoki shredded down and slow. Crisis gets exhausted, but needs one more auto onto the Brawl. Oh, Poppy! That damage was not enough. Crisis tanking a lot in the face, but he'll take it.
Miscalculated there, but EPA are going to go ahead and smash through Masters 3 in a quick 2-0, setting themselves up for the promotion tournament. And what a fearsome team.
Yeah, Message certainly received a quick 2-0 to sweep the last series of the season. EPA, we said it was too little too late for their playoff chances, but my God, do they look deadly going into promo.
Which means that they will get the superior seed and have an infinitely easier time back into the LPL. And I hope that this squad shows back up, especially in this form and this iteration, because they look great. And it's not just against Masters 3. They were doing this against the likes of LGD as well.
The issue for EPA has always been the same. They can take games off anyone, it seems like, especially when they're playing on fire, and you can see what they do when they're ahead. Consistently closing out best of threes was not their strong suit, but against M3, you feel that they had a good matchup here, and they just proved that we are a good team. And if we feel that we can hang with you, we're just going to smash you.
No, completely agree. Like you said, early game was never their problem. It was closing out these games. But congratulations to EPA, a very well-deserved bow like that. Wish them all the best in the promotion tournament alongside Masters 3, Hyper Youth Gaming, OMG, and the 2 LSPL representatives.
Yep, so I don't know who those are going to be yet, but it's been an exciting time for us at the LSPL. We haven't talked too much about Promo Rel, but we've got 2 recent LSPL teams actually surge into the LPL and start to make a splash. So you never really know what's waiting down. There's always a surprise team.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to remember that the likes of Chaogu and Snake came from the LSPL and dominated quite heavily. Likewise, King had their good stint in the offseason before the 2015 regular split of LPL. So there's always some talent waiting down in LSPL, and that's just part of the fun of China and part of the flavor is how big all of these clubs are, how many teams and how many leagues there are.
Yeah, sheer number of players is pretty massive in China, and it does translate to their competitive scene as well. There's a reason why someone like Gimgun, who looks like such a strong top laner, is just hanging out on a team that's now in promotion. Like, he's a very good player.
You guys remember Kakao? He's playing in the LSPL right
Yeah.
now. Likewise, there's another league that's coming out, the LPPL, which is going to be a reserve league. But here's the results of our...
we didn't have enough
I know.
leagues.
We need 3 leagues.
Water League 2-1 over QG to actually start the surprises off. Snake, though, did fall to LGD. Despite taking Game 1, LGD in the games they won looked terrifying. Those are our 4 playoff teams from Group A. And EPA, not last, but most importantly, a stronger seed into promo relegation. Very strong 2-0 there to finish off their season.
Yeah, and a really strong finish for the LPL as a whole. That will be the regular split of Spring completed, and here are your final standings.
Yep, 11-5, 10-6, 10-6, and 8-8 there for QG, TWE, Snake, and LGD to round out top 4. EPA and M3 will finish in the bottom as we go over to Group B. Royal Never Give Up, 13-3 to finish first. EDG just behind it, 12-4. Vici at 8-8, tied with IG and OMG, but OMG, the unlucky ones, kicked out of playoffs.
Ah, so close. Such a miracle run. It was so exciting. Both groups, both days came down to the very last second, but we are going to have your playoff brackets on screen.
Yep. Wednesday, April the 13th, IG and Snake and Vici and LGD will play best of 5.
And that is not a typo on your screen. The teams with the higher seed will start with a point up. So that means that Snake Esports and Vici Gaming only need to win 2 games instead of the 3 in that best of 5 to move on to the next round.
And then here's Thursday, M3 vs HYG vs OMG and EPA. This is our spring promotion. Also best of 5. Plenty of League of Legends coming up in case you guys have missed it. Playoffs and Pro Morel are not far away. In fact, they're next week.
Yeah. Yeah, right around the corner.
Pretty literally there, as we do have Friday now as well. April 15th, WE versus the winner of the first playoff, and then EDG taking on the winner of the next playoff, of course, in a best-of-5. So world leading EDG sort of waiting in that next step.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Snake, because they couldn't beat LGD, they were unable to trump over Team WE and didn't get the superior seeding.
Yeah, and of course, plenty more promos. Playoffs promo there for Spring in the semifinals also, plus the third place match where we played on 16th, 17th, and 18th of April. So pretty much just a solid week almost of League of Legends. Plenty for you guys to tune into. I love the gauntlet style format for playoffs. That's what we've got for the LPL. It'll be really exciting to see how that shakes out, because you can already see those 4 teams that we know are going to be in certain spots. There are some strong-looking playoff teams.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most exciting playoffs that we've ever had from the LPL. Like, if you think about all these seasons, it's really been kind of 2 teams that stand out. But now you have EDG returning to form, LGD looking fantastic. So there's kind of your 2 teams that we expected at the beginning of this split to be good. RNG stepping up massively, Snake looking great. Team WE is definitely a dark horse. Like, this could very easily be a coin flip either way.
Well, we're going to check with the MVP just to round things out here. Republic, his first and only MVP of the season, but he earned it.
Yeah, possibly his last game in the LPL. Good luck to Energy Pacemaker trying to qualify back into it. But Republic, you know, I called you janitorial. You put on the carry pants. You made the plays. You played wonderfully.
Almost 40% damage share as well.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Ripping through people. Crisis, though, best supporting actor on this particular performance, because he was always in the back pocket. This duo looked deadly.
I feel at this point we can give Republic leading actor and we can give Crisis leading actress.
Yeah.
Like, we're not going to give him supporting.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe Gim Goon earns best supporting role, as the Poppy was still on form, but Republic was doing... Look at Pendacu. His health bar does not last long.
Pendacu didn't last long.
Nope. It's XY first, though. Pendacu's going to survive for now.
Republic just
And then this
casually
happens.
around the corner.
That's one soldier almost soloed on Ezreal.
Well, when you have 3 items at 19 minutes, things go sideways for the enemy team.
Raphael did live the wrath of his ear, but not the rest of it. Unfortunately for M3, they do fall down there to finish last in that group. But again, best of luck to both those teams in the promotion tournament. Playoffs and promo just around the corner, so plenty of fun league for you guys to watch. And for both those tournaments, should be great to see what's going to happen.
No, completely agree. I'm very excited for the playoffs coming through. Teams to watch again, we were talking about kind of dark horse teams, Snake, Team WE, EDG returning to form. That's what I'm excited. Oh, and the other thing, QG and RNG are still waiting up in the wings. We saw QG earlier today, still looking very out of sorts, rotating their mid laner, trying out Mortrid, formerly of the LPL, LSPL player, Borisal coming back in and just not finding that same success. So, I mean, QG, they get a bit of a buffer because they're higher up in the bracket, but until they can figure that out, time is closing for them to make a final run for an LPL title.
And it's not like, you know, a few weeks on this one. They've got pretty much a week, maybe.
Got a couple
few
days
there, yeah, to really sort things out. So can be tricky here, but it's just been such a fun season. What a way to end Group A. It was the less exciting group, arguably, but today's games were definitely not unexciting.
The really cool thing is overarching the split is because we're doing the 2 different group method, Group A and Group B, the individual metas that started developing in either of them I thought was very cool. Again, Group B was going to be more of these team fighting, scrappy teams. Of course, it's funny because there's the outliers, like EDG in Group B is a very macro strategy-based team, and Chaogu in Group A is a very heavy team fighting team, but if you just remove those, it's like 5v5 teams versus like the intelligent macro teams.
And this is the thing, right? We didn't get to see them play cross-group that much because they played less games against the other group versus the groups they played in. But that does change. We get a lot of cross-group play actually in playoffs. And now we've seen the best-of-3 format, but best-of-5s are a different test altogether. And we're going to start to see those teams play each other again. So there's a lovely element here where we wanted to maybe see more cross-group play, and in playoffs we are going to get it.
Yeah, and the beauty about the best-of-3 format, because again, this is the first time that the LPL has picked it up for the split. We had best-of-2, which I believe is a similar format that the EULCS will be moving to, is that you get to start to see like metas or mini-metas evolving over that single best-of-3 and certain contested picks, like for the Snake LGD game, having the contested pick of Elise.
Yep, which is a random thing, but definitely see an improvement for the teams. It's been an awesome season. Thank you so much for watching and joining us. For myself, Proscrew and Spawn, Atlas, Frosty, Fish, and our entire live production crew, we are done for the regular season. It's been awesome, but join us for playoffs. I'll start next week. For now, it is just good night.